Sky Vine Radish's god spirit? Are you the creature that killed the god? Did you take Sky Vine Radish's god spirit? I did not expect that a low-life creature could do that. Evil Lotus God stood up. He was still coughing up blood. His eyes were staring at Sky Vine Radish, who stood before Han Senator clearly. He could see Sky Vine Radish. Second Uncle and the others were even more shocked. When the god's sadness happened, it made for a popular topic of conversation. For it now to be revealed that it was a xenogenic that killed the god, it was pretty difficult to fathom. Han Sen's face still did not change. Sky Vine Radish's god spirit was still under his control. It had a scary green god light. It was madly attacking Evil Lotus God, or rather, the Evil Lotus's purple evil ghost spirit body. It was different from Han Sen, who was using his mind control to operate the god spirit. Evil Lotus God's body seemed to exist alongside the purple evil ghost spirit body. Its movements affected the purple evil ghost spirit's movements. Han Sen was watching the fight from afar. Evil Lotus God had to join the fight with all his might. If the purple evil ghost spirit was damaged, Evil Lotus God himself would be damaged too. The purple evil ghost spirit was fighting Sky Vine Radish like mad. Its scary power was able to destroy everything, but this power was too amazing. Aside from the purple evil spirit and Sky Vine Radish, no other substance in that universe could be affected by that power. Second Uncle and the others were not able to see the god spirit. From what they could tell, Han Sen was just floating in the air. He was watching Evil Lotus God. And Evil Lotus God was an insane lunatic flailing around in the air. He kept spitting out blood and flying away. "Who is Mr. Holy Baby?" Londo mumbled. "He is so shockingly powerful. He looks like more of a god than Evil Lotus God does. Maybe only the king knows where Holy Baby came from, and that is why the king accepted him as a student. He can fight against the gods. Only very rare true god-class elites can do such a thing." Second Uncle looked at Han Sen, who was in the sky with a complex look. Gare's expression looked strange as he said, "Even Evil Lotus God said Mr. Holy Baby killed the god. Is that really true?" No one had the answer. They all wanted to know the answer too. Although Han Sen was the aggressive one, Sky Vine Radish's god spirit power was not any stronger than Evil Lotus God's god spirit. Their powers were almost the same. If Han Sen did not use the mistakes of Evil Lotus God and damage Evil Lotus God's purple evil spirit in the beginning, he could not suppress him now. A low race is a low race. Even if you have a god spirit, you will only be used by others. Evil Lotus God was suppressed, but he still looked very prideful. His eyes were burning brighter than ever. They even looked greedy. He looked at the Sky Vine Radish's god spirit with greed. "It is enough to kill you." Han Sen sensed that too. After Evil Lotus God combined with the purple evil spirit, it had more agility. He directly used power more. It was not like he was using his mind to control the purple evil spirit. After all, it was still not natural. Although he had the advantage, he could not beat the purple evil spirit. In the fight, Han Sen was watching the purple evil spirit and Evil Lotus God. He knew for sure that the purple evil spirit was a god spirit, but it was different from the Sky Vine Radish. Sky Vine Radish's green god light was obviously a plant power, and the purple evil spirit was of another element. Han Sen did not see what the difference was. "I wonder if my body can be combined with the god spirit." Han Sen was looking at Evil Lotus God, wanting to know how he could combine with the god spirit to fight. He looked at him for a long time but could not see anything. Evil Lotus God suddenly and coldly said, "Ignorant low-life creature. Me, a god, will let you know what the true power of a god spirit is." While he was talking, the purple evil spirit suddenly had a weird mark on its forehead. That mark was made of countless universal rules. It was just a godly miracle, but it showed endless miracles of the universe. Han Sen suddenly felt bad. When that mark appeared, Han Sen sensed that the purple evil spirit body's spirit power had increased. It was like it had been buffed by the power of the universe. It suddenly went through Sky Vine Radish and was wildly increasing. "By the name of Evil Lotus God, accept God's punishment." When evil lotus god's god voice sounded, the purple, evil spirit's hands clasped together to have him sit like a Buddha. Beneath him was a purple, evil lotus. When that evil lotus opened, Han Sen felt the whole world was like a purple lotus flower that had opened. It was like he had fallen into an endless lotus pool. Han Sen looked at second uncle and the others. They had no reaction. They were not able to see the purple lotus flower. Han Sen had many questions to think over. He thought, it looks like Sky Vine Radish and the evil lotus power are just like the gods. They cannot affect other universal creatures, but why are their bodies different from Empty God, Sky Armor God, and the others? They can visit the universe and hurt the creatures of the universe. Evil Lotus God did not stop on the behalf of Han Sen's paws. Many purple lotus flowers opened. They exploded. The power blew up Sky Vine Radish. Evil Lotus God walked with the purple evil spirit and the purple lotus. It was madly attacking Sky Vine Radish. The purple evil spirit's power was much better than Sky Vine Radish, and it had the help of a purple lotus. Sky Vine Radish was at a bad disadvantage. The purple evil spirit kept attacking. Soon the green light broke. A second later an entire arm was severed. Han Sen was not injured because of that. He was different from evil Lotus God. Even if Sky Vine Radish was killed, it would not affect him. Purple evil spirit power did not affect his body. However, if Sky Vine Radish was killed, Han Sen would have nothing left to go against evil Lotus God. His eyes were like blades. Han Sen moved his body. He was going into the battlefield. He knew that by depending on Sky Vine Radish the battle would be lost. He had to cooperate with Sky Vine Radish if he wanted to defeat evil Lotus God. Han Sen moved. Evil Lotus God knew what he was going to do. He looked disdained and said, "Ignorant low-life creature. Do you think a god body cannot hurt your body and you can ignore it? You are so dumb." Evil Lotus God punched Sky Vine Radish and threw a punch at Han Senator the Purple. Evil Spirit was doing the same thing and threw a punch at Han Sen too. Han Sen did not move. He threw out the suppressing plastic bag and punched it to make it shatter. Lots of pottery powder came out like a gray, dark mist. Holy Kirin is strong, but if you think the ash can hurt a god, you are too naive. Evil Lotus God continued with his punch. The purple, evil spirit broke through the ash. When the ash settled, Han Sen was instantly there. His body went past the purple, evil spirit and came right before evil Lotus God. Death Wish. Evil Lotus God threw a punch at Han Senator suddenly. There was a white flame coming from Han Sen's hand. At the same time, evil Lotus God's punch hit Han Sen. The white flame went through evil Lotus God's chest. Phoenix flame, phoenix feather. How could you? Evil Lotus God lowered his head to look at his chest. He saw a phoenix feather in his chest. A white flame was madly surging through his body and organs. Pang! Han Sen did not let him speak. The moment he pulled out the phoenix flame, he controlled Sky Vine Radish to punch the purple evil spirit, which was connected to evil Lotus God. When evil Lotus God was damaged, he did not have the time to react. Sky Vine Radish punched his head, unleashing purple air everywhere. Half of Han Sen's shoulder bones were broken by evil Lotus God's punch. But Han Sen did not mind. When he was with Sky Vine Radish working together, he was not going to give evil Lotus God a chance. Arg! Evil Lotus God and the purple, evil spirit received a double whammy of damage. His body was damaged, and it made evil Lotus God's face immediately change. Han Sen discovered that evil Lotus God had a weak point that did not really count as a weak point. His purple, evil spirit was not able to affect creatures in the universe. When the evil spirit got injured, evil Lotus God's body was also injured. His body was like a normal creature that could be harmed by universal powers. This meant that when Han Sen was fighting with Sky Vine Radish, evil Lotus God was taking double the damage. Although his body was a true god class, it did not mean his battle power was a true god class. At least for Han Sen, evil Lotus God used the purple, evil spirit, which meant his body's life force was being reduced. When the purple, evil spirit's body got its god mark, his body received even more cracks. It was like his body was going to collapse. Han Sen did not expect the phoenix feather could heavily damage the evil lotus god. In fact, the phoenix feather went through evil lotus god's body. Evil lotus god's power had become weaker because of the negative effects that came from using the purple evil spirit. For Han Sen, this was a situation that yielded quite the advantage. If evil lotus god's power kept staying at true god class, the phoenix feather Han Sen held might not hurt him. Now it was different. When the phoenix flame and sky vine radish kept hitting, evil lotus god kept screaming. God blood kept pouring out of him without reprieve. Bao Ying and the others were watching in shock. From what they saw, Han Sen was holding a white flame. He made evil lotus god's god blood spill, making it so he was unable to fight back. It was very strong, like a sky god landing on the earth. No! Impossible! I am a god. I cannot be killed by a low-life creature. Cannot die. Hell no. Arg! Evil lotus god was unable to finish his sentence. Han Sen cut off his left arm, making god blood spill out of him and squirt everywhere like a bloody spring. Damn you! I will cut you up into little pieces for this, and ensure you will never be reborn. Evil lotus god's face was full of anger. He put away the purple, evil spirit to look normal again. Evil lotus god's purple, evil spirit was gone. Sky vine radish's power had returned to normal. Evil lotus god's body had obviously improved. His face looked enraged. He gathered up power to continue his fight with Han Sen. Han Sen had another 2 compressed plastic bags ready to unload their contents. A lot of pottery powder was unleashed. It went all over evil lotus god's body. It made his skin corrode like he was drenched in acid that fizzed and bubbled across him. A big part of evil lotus god's body was being corroded away right there. Arg! Evil lotus god was screaming in pain. Han Sen was going forward to the place full of pottery powder. He used his phoenix feather to strike it against evil lotus god's neck. He cut it in half. Impossible. Cannot die. I am a god. I am a god. Evil lotus god lost that very high sense of nobility and confidence he exuded earlier. He was in a very bad situation on all sides. Using the purple, evil spirit forced him to accept the 2-way attacks from Han Sen and Sky Vine Radish. If had not used the purple, evil spirit, his body would have been harmed by the pottery powder. It seemed as if he had no way out of this bad situation. I am killing a god, Han Sen coldly grunted. His body was covered in pottery powder. He slashed evil lotus god. Many white flames flew across the scene. They gave evil lotus god more wounds to deal with. Evil lotus god was screaming in agony. It was hard to imagine that this was the same evil lotus god that used his power to defeat Second Uncle and all the others until they had no possible hope of fighting back. Catcha! Evil lotus god's head was lopped off by Han Senator. The head dropped and rolled near Second Uncle. The rest of the audience had gathered around to spectate. Second Uncle looked at the bodiless head with shock. His face looked very weird. No one knew which words would be best to muster and speak. I am a god. You dare to kill a god. You will be cursed for eternity. Evil lotus god's head might have fallen to the ground, but he was not dead yet. He still cursed and cried at Han Sen. Catcha! Han Sen's body was carrying a white flame. He slashed downward. It split evil lotus god's head through the middle. A purple lotus flower came out of it. Many mysterious markings were flickering across it. God Spirit hunted. Found God Spirit gene. Han Sen was depressed. This time there was no God Spirit. Han Sen was hoping to claim another God Spirit and compare it to Sky Vine Radish's God Spirit. Boom! When evil lotus god was killed, a purple light came down from the sky. All of his flesh and bones tuned into a purple light that rose. Han Sen thought another god's sadness would repeat. When the purple pillar of light went through the sky had a weird twist. The purple pillar of light faded away in that twisted space. It was not able to generate a god's sadness. After seeing that, Han Sen felt his heart jump. Even the power of a god spirit's death cannot break out of the big barren systems. What happened to this area? How did Sacred get destroyed? Is that God's personality? Londo looked at the purple lotus flower on the floor. His voice was trembling. That was a god's personality. If they took it, they could go into the skies and become a god. With such an amazing treasure before them, none dared take it. They all looked at Han Senator after all. When Hansen killed evil Lotus God, his performance had been far too shocking. Even second uncle or Meng Lai dared not think of doing something so evil. Han Sen picked up the purple lotus flower off the ground. He was going to put it away. He then heard a catch noise come from Londo followed by shockwaves. Han Sen thought it was Londo being brave enough to try and steal the god's personality. When he looked closer, it was not Londo that was coming. It was the metal Kirin box that was behind him. It had somehow opened. There was something inside it and it had come out. It was heading for Han Sen. Han Sen saw that the thing flying toward him was flat. He was not able to see what it was, but it was coming for the god spirit gene. Han Sen was not going to let it succeed. Just as he grabbed the evil purple lotus, another hand was also grabbing it. Pang! The flying thing was punched away by Han Sen with one hit. Han Sen did not feel a strong power coming from it, but Han Sen had not broken it. Han Sen watched the thing as it was flying through the air. It was then that he saw what it was. It appeared to be two big sticks that were stuck together. It was about a foot long and dark red. It was not eye-catching at all. He had no idea what it was. Han Sen punched the flying thing that looked like two sticks. It was sent flying back, but it was still going after the evil purple lotus in Han Sen's hand. Han Sen gathered up more power. He used all of his power to punch the thing away, but it still did not take any damage. After the punch again sent it flying backward, it simply headed straight for him. When Han Sen used Skystar Wolf Glyph, his punch was as strong as a larva-class deified, yet it was not able to harm that thing. That surprised him. Upon seeing it fly back to him, Han Sen summoned his cold light sword. He slashed the circular stick. Pang! The two circular sticks were struck by Han Senator. It was thrown to the deck, but not hurt by Han Senator. It bounced back off the ground and went into the sky to fly. It was headed for Han Sen's evil purple lotus again. This time, Han Sen was very surprised. The cold light sword beam was able to kill a butterfly xenogeniac. When it slashed the circular sticks, it did not even leave a white mark. Although that thing did not have strong power, the strength of the material could not be underestimated. What is that thing? Londo and the others looked at the two circular sticks with shocked expressions. As Bowing looked at the object, he said, "It looks like a drawing. I think it is a scroll with a drawing on it." "It looks like that, but the texture of the drawing does not look like paper or cloth," second uncle said. "I do not know what material that is, but you cannot break through its layers." Hearing them say it was a drawing, Han Sen realized that it did sort of look like what they described. The two circular sticks must have contained the drawing. There were also dark red papers inside it. Because the papers were sticking to the circular sticks, one could not see them if one did not look closely. One only saw that something was stuck between the two circular sticks. That's weird. The Kirin placed a metal box inside his palace and enclosed it in one of the statues. And the metal box held the drawing scroll. That scroll can steal the god spirit genes. Han Sen was able to tell that the scroll was not very aggressive, but his power couldn't hurt it. His heart jumped. When the scroll fell back, he decided to capture it. It was now in Han Sen's hands, but the scroll still struggled to try to get the purple evil lotus, which was also in his hands. Its power was not very strong, so it was unable to escape Han Sen's grasp on it. Han Sen quickly realized that the scroll wasn't a threat to him, so he put away the evil purple lotus. He used both hands to hold onto the handles of the scroll. He opened the scroll to see if there really was a drawing on it. When he pulled it apart, he felt as if the scroll had been stuck together with strong glue. Han Sen tried his best, but he could only open it about 2 or 3 centimeters. Both sides of the scroll near where it had unrolled showed a part of the picture. It meant that where Han Sen was pulling open was the center of the drawing. Han Sen knew his power was not enough to open the scroll. His power was too strong. It eventually bounced back. Han Sen quickly looked at what he was able to see, hoping to glean something out of the meager view. While he was looking, he saw something. There was a line of words visible. It was written in the Geno universe's common language, so Han Sen could read each word. The text was black, and it was written on a red background. The words on the scroll read, Tai Yi, which was followed by a space. After that were 3 more words, killing the gods. Han Sen thought, Tai Yi, is that the Tai Yi who I once met? Has he killed a god too? Are gods that easy to kill? I thought only people with super genes could kill gods. Sacred Leader researched it for a long time, and he was unable to kill the gods. Who is this random guy that came out of nowhere and killed gods? His power was already fading, and he was now losing focus. The power in his hands was growing weaker. The scroll closed where Han Sen had revealed the words, making a pat sound. Second Uncle and the others flew over to him. Londo curiously asked, Mr. Holy Baby, did you learn what was inside this drawing? I cannot open it. I don't know what's inside it. Han Sen was holding the squirming scroll as he spoke. He did not want to tell people about the scroll, especially people from the Extreme King. Let's not talk right now, Bowing said. Let's just leave the Big Baron systems. This place is far too dangerous. What's there to be afraid of? Londo apathetically asked. With Mr. Holy Baby around, why must we be afraid of the Xenogeneics here? He has the ability to kill a god. Let's just leave. Han Sen knew his business. He was only able to kill evil Lotus God because of Sky Vine Radish and the pottery powder. If he'd had to fight a true god-class Xenogeneic, not even his cold light sword would have been enough. Plus, a god spirit was useless against a Xenogeneic. Bad things were bound to happen to them. Thinking of cold light sword, Han Sen looked into his sea of soul and saw there were another 2 cold light sword beast souls. He had received them when he slaughtered the big band of cold light charms. He looked at the cold light charms information and noticed they were the same as the one Han Sen had before. They were cold light swords, but their descriptions were a bit different. One of them said it was broken, and the other was just like the one Han Sen had. That one said it was half complete. Han Sen looked and immediately noticed that the cold light sword beast soul that was labeled as broken was weaker than the other 2. I wonder if the cold light sword beast souls can be combined. Han Sen's heart jumped at the possibility. He saw the 3 cold light charm beast souls stick together. Their spirit bodies combined and started twisting around. They combined into a new cold light sword beast soul. This new cold light charm beast soul was obviously stronger than the other 3 cold light charm beast souls. Just looking at its presence, one could tell that it was much stronger. Han Sen looked at the information, delighted. Deified beast soul cold light charm. Cold light sword. Perfect. At half complete, it was already like a butterfly treasure weapon. Now it's perfect? Maybe the cold light sword can compete with true god weapons. If that's true, I am going to be rich, Han Sen thought, mega excited. He anxiously anticipated using his cold light sword again and flexing its power. Han Sen and the others retraced their steps back to the Lost Land. There was not much resistance to slow their return travel. They left the Big Baron system with ease. On their way back to the Extreme King, Han Sen had been mulling over this question quite a bit. Tai Yi that was mentioned in the scroll. Was that the Tai Yi that Bauer and the others saw? When they had been digging in God City, they dug up a strange stone. When Han Sen and the others went into the God City, Bauer said a man appeared. He announced his name as Tai Yi. He even told her to say hello to her father. When Bauer told Han Sen about it, he felt weirded out too. According to Bauer's description of him, Han Sen did not know who Tai Yi fellow could have been. He had heard the name Tai Yi before, but it was the Tai Yi king god in the sanctuaries. It was clearly not the same guy who called himself Tai Yi now. Back then, Han Sen was still wondering about how Tai Yi knew about Bauer's history. The father he mentioned should have been Bauer's true biological father. Ever since then, he had not heard anything about the person known as Tai Yi again. After a prolonged amount of time, Han Sen had almost completely forgotten about him. Now, he had been mentioned in Holy Kirin's drawing scroll. Han Sen had seen Tai Yi's name and the 3 words, killing the gods. That made Han Sen start guessing more about the nature of Tai Yi's identity. But guesses were little more than guesses. He did not even know if the Taiyi in the drawing was the same one as the Taiyi he had heard about. It was difficult for him to confirm anything. Han Sen followed second uncle and the others to the Extreme King. On their way, the deified elites treated Han Sen completely differently. They admired him as if he was a god instead. This had been the best way for Han Sen to leave the Extreme King, but he had opted to not abandon them just yet. He followed them back to the Extreme King. Han Sen thought, if I leave now, the Extreme King will talk about me killing a god. I am afraid the scary existences in the Geno Hall might come after me. If I go back to the Extreme King now, they will think I am a part of them. I do not think they will tell anyone the story about me killing evil Lotus God. It would just bring trouble to the Extreme King. Plus, the Extreme King has a lot of deified xenogeneics for me to kill. There is no point in me leaving now. He used to think he was a bit too weak to stay in the Extreme King. Now that he had the perfect Cold Light Sword, he did not have to worry as much. With Cold Light Sword's power, even if he could not fight against true god elites, he could still fight back a little. Han Sen was playing with the purple evil lotus, thinking of a way in which he might be able to hurt it. It is a shame those two god spirit genes cannot be refined. If I was able to refine one of them, perhaps I could achieve true god power straight away. After he went back to the Extreme King, he kept munching on his deified genes. Bai King summoned him. He was with second uncle and the others. They reported what had occurred in the Big Baron system. That was about all that happened. Bai King did not ask why Han Sen had that power, nor did he ask Han Sen to hand over the god's personality and the scroll. Ever since that happened, it was like nothing had changed. Han Sen did not see Bai King again. Only Bao Ying would come to teach him manners every day. Han Sen thought, what is this Bai King thinking? If I wanted to run, I would have run. I have so many secrets in me, yet he is not showing interest. Even with treasures like the god's personality, he hasn't asked about it. What is he truly after? If Bai King had some kind of plan to test him, Han Sen would have felt more convinced. If his opponent was willing to show his cards, he would at least have a way to sort the matter out. But Bai King was not showing his cards, which made Han Sen completely confused. He thought Bai King was a very mysterious character and a difficult person to understand. After a while, every day for Han Sen was just a day in which he ate and slept and slept and ate. His deified gene tallies were greatly increasing. Before long, it reached 100. It is time to become larva class. I hope that after I become larva class, my body will become normal again. Han Sen was happy, but he did not immediately become larva class. This place belonged to the Extreme King, and his identity was that of the Holy Baby. If he strove to become larva class and looked like the real Han Sen again, it would have been like feeding a sheep directly into a tiger's mouth. Fortunately, Bai King did not restrict his freedom. Han Sen found an excuse and took a battleship from the Extreme King to leave the kingdom. He found a planet that was owned by the Extreme King but had no one there. While he was there, he started to evolve his battle body. When the evolution began, Han Sen felt as if his gene messages kept changing. His cells kept splitting and changing. Slowly, Han Sen's body kept getting bigger. It wasn't much longer until he returned to his adult self. Han Sen still kept the xenogeneic battle body mode. His body looked weirdly pretty because he had combined with spell. It made his face look as soft as a woman's. I finally became an adult again. Han Sen was so happy. He did not have a fetish to be a child, so he was now much more comfortable. Han Sen had successfully become larva class. He felt as if his power had returned. He enjoyed that powerful power a lot. It was much more powerful than if he relied on using the Sky Star Wolf glyph. This is the real me. Han Sen felt very cocky. When he tried to cancel his xenogeneic mode, he found out he was unable to. Do I have to be like this from now on? Han Sen felt kind of depressed, but there was no other way. Although he looked much prettier now, Han Sen still wanted his old face back. Right now, I am much more powerful. I wonder if I can open the scroll. Han Sen took out the scroll. He generated power and tried to pull open the scroll again. The scroll slowly opened. Once again, he saw Taiyi's name. Because Han Sen's power was stronger than when he used Sky Star Wolf glyph, The scroll could now be slowly opened. Here it is. Here it is. There is that text again. As Han Sen looked at the scroll that was being opened, he saw another line of words appear. Purple fight. Killing the gods. When Han Sen saw the name, he was shocked. Tai could have the same name and surname, but Purple Fight would not have the same name. The elites that used that name in the universe would only be the renowned Purple Fight of Sacred's 10 generals. Han Sen had seen Purple Fight before, but Purple Fight was not doing so well now. He was riding the Sea Demon car in Tianxia system, wandering there forever. After the woman, who called herself a sacred researcher, left Two Worlds Mountain, Purple Fight was gone too. Han Sen thought, has the scroll recorded the elites that killed gods before? He thought something was amiss with what was going on. Sacred Leader researched for a long time and was unable to kill the gods. Why would a subordinate of his, Purple Fight, kill a god with success? That is so weird. Plus, that woman and Horizontal Evil used to say that without a super gene you could not kill a god. Even Sacred Leader was unable to find a super gene. How did Purple Fight find a super gene? Han Sen's brain was flooded with intense wonder. To find an answer in the scroll, Han Sen added power into his hands to pull the scroll open even more. The scroll was hard to open. It was like it was glued shut. Took a lot of power to get it open. The more he pulled it, the harder it became. With Han Sen's larva-class power, even he almost couldn't hold it open. There are more words. Horizontal Evil. Killing the gods. When Han Sen saw the name, he froze. Horizontal Evil was the Break Skies Alpha. Han Sen had pinned him on a mountainside a while ago. He was never granted death, so he was stuck in a state of not living and not dying. Horizontal Evil even told Han Sen that he did not have the power to eliminate a god. If that was true, why did the scroll possess words that suggested the contrary? Han Sen suddenly thought the scroll was Holy Kirin's prank. Otherwise, having such a list of names was pointless. Was he giving Purple Fight, Horizontal Evil, and the others a crime? Although Han Sen doubted the credibility of the scroll, he continued pulling the scroll open. He wanted to see what was at the end. Eventually, when he pulled it to some level, the drawing's power was too strong. He was not able to keep pulling the scroll open anymore. Open! Han Sen groaned. Sky Star Wolf's glyph flashed on his body, giving him a bit more power. He kept pulling the scroll open. Han Sen's arms had veins sticking out. Many substance chains flashed across his hands. He was forcing the scroll open bit by bit. Han Yufei, blasphemy to God, got hit into a loophole never to be reborn. Han Sen finally saw a crime with a different title. That made him wonder even more. Han Sen's head was full of questions. Han Yufei, that should be a woman's name. But who is she? What does it have to do with sacred? How does she have the crime of being blasphemous to a god? That cannot be as bad as killing a god. But why are Purple Fight's crime and the others involved just killing, and this woman was hit into a loophole to never be reborn? Pang! Han Sen's power was no longer able to hold against the strength of the scroll. The scroll's two sticks bounced back into their original position, re-rolling the paper to how it was. The scroll then tried to fly away. Han Sen held onto the scroll and suppressed it enough to stick it in Destiny's Tower. What is going on here? Why have so many people managed to kill a god before? Han Sen was very suspicious, but he did not have enough information. He could not make a reasonable judgment just yet. It looks like I will have to wait until my power is stronger. At that time, I can completely open the scroll and learn the meaning of the names in the scroll. Han Sen put the issue of the scroll aside. He was now an adult. Although no one would have been able to tell he was Han Sen, it was not suitable for him to remain with the Extreme King anymore. So, Han Sen teleported back to the sanctuaries. Han Linger was learning how to draw in the garden when she saw Han Sen suddenly appear. She tilted her head to the side, looked at him, and asked, "Are you a thief? If I was a thief, what would you do to me?" Han Sen smiled and looked at Han Linger. He wanted to prank her. Han Linger blinked and said, "Mr. Handsome Thief, you look very hot. If you leave now, I will pretend she never saw you." Han Sen's head was full of dark clouds. Linger is so small, and she is already obsessed with appearances. I should teach her that good-looking men are not trustable. Linger, do you not recognize Dad? Han-sen asked. He looked gloomy. Dad. Han Linger looked at Han-sen with confusion. A while later, she tilted her head and was gladly thrust into Han-sen's hands. She asked, Dad, since when did you become so handsome? Han-sen wished to say something more, but he heard Ji Yanran approaching. She looked at Han-sen for a while. With surprise, she said, Han-sen, why do you look better now? Han-sen explained what had happened to him. Ji Yanran and Linger were next to Han-Senator. He had one in each arm. They were next to him listening to him explain what had happened. Han-sen quickly noticed that his reputation in the house had been greatly increased. Before, when he arrived home, he would just eat normal food. Now, Ji Yanran made some extra good dishes. Linger kept going around Han-sen for hugs. She didn't stop. She kept calling out for Daddy and asking for kisses. This mother and daughter. Han-sen noticed that to increase his reputation in their family, power and such were useless. Good looks were the most effective weapons. My original face was not that bad. Han-sen felt sad. His face had not been a super handsome one, but his body shape and presence was always there. He could not have been any worse than a supermodel. His treatment, however, was terrible. The next morning, after resting for a day, Han-sen was woken up by Ji Yanran screaming. What is it? It is very early in the morning. Han-sen sat up and discovered that something was wrong. He looked closer. His body had turned into the body of a child again. Even Han-sen was shocked. What happened? Why do I look like this again? I thought after reaching larva class that I would be normal. Han-sen developed a cold sweat. So adorable. Ji Yanran hugged Han-sen in her arms. She used her cheeks to rub against Han-sen's cheeks and said, Little flower was this cute when he was this small. Han-sen did not know what to say. Ji Yanran was very accepting of the fact that her husband had turned into a child. She was not worried. Han-sen researched this for a while. He found out he could not stay an adult for a long amount of time. Every once in a while he was able to turn into an adult, but he would not be an adult for a long time. He was only able to be an adult for around 10 hours. After that, he turned back into a child. I went through all this trouble, and I am still not recovered. It looks like I will have to become butterfly class to totally recover. Han-sen was thinking about how to escape the Extreme King, but it turned out that there was no need for now. He decided to remain holy baby in the Extreme King and take advantage of their resources. While he was still an adult, Han-sen harnessed his power to use the 4-sheep cube and enter God's farm. He wanted to see if he could find Wanner again. Han-sen had just entered God's farm when he saw Wanner killing sheep with her knife. This delighted him. I researched how to deal with God's knife for a long time. Now I can put my exercise into practice. Han-sen teleported in front of Wanner. He looked at Wanner, who was holding God's knife and slurping up blood, and said, Wanner, back off. Who are you? How do you know my name? Wanner looked at Han-sen with shock. Han-sen's face looked very different from how it usually did. She was not able to recognize him. Before Han-sen answered, God's knife had already released scary blood flames. It escaped from Wanner's hands and flew toward Han-sen through the air. The blood flames had already generated a blood demon shadow. It was holding God's knife by its handle. It approached Han-sen slashing and thrashing. It is a super space slash that features time and space. Can slash what exists in the past, making it a knife that no one can block. Can I block it? Can I predict its trail a second before in time? Han-sen was unsure, but he knew he had to try. The Medusa shield was instantly in Han-sen's hand. It was positioned before Han-sen as he moved his body. His other hand wielded the cold light sword. Han-sen was planning on using Spell's guns, but Spell was already a part of him. She was not able to be used as a gun for Han-sen to make use of. Plus, Cold Light Sword's power was better than Spell. So, Han-sen was just going to use his Cold Light Sword. Han-sen carefully calculated his moving track, the sword light from Cold Light Sword, and the Medusa shield's location of defense. The reason was to force God's knife slashing where he needed him to be. Han Sen had not been able to make a prediction a second ago, but he could use powerful formation powers to force God's knife to fall into the chess game-like trap he was orchestrating. That made it unable to calculate his location 1 second later. Using a man's intelligence to fight a knife that could travel through time and space, Han Sen could not do it on a whim. But this was the best chance he had to fight God's knife. Catcha! God's knife landed on Han Sen's back, cut open his skin. The blood came out like crystal, and the severed muscles looked like jade. Han Sen thought, that's a very powerful God's knife. My xenogenic mode is only larva class, but the body strength should be almost like butterfly class. Yet, it can still cut open my body. The power of God's knife has increased. I am afraid it might have reached true God class. The attack was within what Han Sen had predicted, so he kept on moving. He adjusted the position and angle of his Medusa shield and cold light sword. It will kill you too. Run! Warner did not recognize Han Senator, she was just being nice enough to warn him. Han Sen did not care. Warner was the crux of all Lone Bamboo's sorrows. If he was able to save Warner, then Lone Bamboo would no longer be in such pain. If there was a chance to do that, Han Sen was going to try. Patong. Han Sen's body was slashed again, but it was not in a critical place. It looks like my judgment and calculations are still a little sloppy. It needs to be improved while I'm here in the actual combat. Han Sen was not shocked. Rather, he was happy. Although he had been hit, it was not in a critical place. That meant his method was working. Han Sen kept fighting God's knife, but he incurred more and more wounds. If one looked closer, one could see his wounds were getting smaller and smaller. Dong! God's knife kept slashing against Medusa's shield. It was unable to strike his body. Han Sen was so happy that he almost groaned in pleasure. He blocked the God's knife attack a second before he did. The super space slash's power was like a glitchy exploit, but he still broke it. Patong! While Han Sen was excited, he was hit again. It hurt so badly that it made him focus. He knew now was not the time to get excited. He still couldn't block all of the super space slashes with perfect precision. Compared to his first experience, Han Sen was becoming smoother as he used formation. Slowly, he was able to block more God's knife attacks with the Medusa shield. It was harder for the enemy to use super space slash and harm his body. Warner started reminding Han Sen about the need to run, but she slowly noticed Han Sen was actually able to weather this fight against God's knife. She had a look of awe on her face. She had never seen any creature able to fight against God's knife the way he was. Seeing God's knife, the creatures in God's farm were scared. They were paralyzed with fear and never dared try to rebel against God's knife. The stranger in front of them all was actually able to challenge it, and he was able to keep going at it. He kept blocking the attacks of God's knife. It was unbelievable to witness. Han Sen's entire body was buzzing with an incredible amount of excitement. It was like facing a problem that could not be solved and fighting for a countless amount of days in poor conditions but still seeing it through. The ability to finish and relish in the joy was like his whole heart was leveling up. Han Sen thought God's knife was so powerful and super space slash was scary. Yet, when he blocked his first strike, his mind chilled. He was more relaxed as the fight went on, which made it easier. Before, God's knife created intense pressure. Now that pressure was gone. Han Sen was able to control super space slash easier as time went by. Han Sen felt as if he could control the universe and all of its rules. It was like he could do whatever he wanted to. Suddenly, Han Sen put away the Medusa shield and used his cold light sword to fight God's knife. That was all he used. He was not defending anymore. He was going to try and go forward to strike. Dong! 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 The knife and sword went against each other in the air. The shockwaves created a lot of cracks in space. Han Sen was depending purely on his sword to tie with the god's knife, which was a second ahead. It was all about attacking now. It was not like before when Han Sen had to block or evade. So, what if you can strike a second before I can? I can block your attacks too. Han Sen was feeling completely relaxed. He was so chill. One could not describe how chill he was. The cold light sword was waving casually to keep fighting God's knife. Warner opened her small mouth as she looked at Han Sen battling God's knife in disbelief. She had never seen God's knife suppressed like that. It felt like God's knife strength was being minimized. Dong! The sword light was seen in the air as God's knife was hit backward. The position of the knife was a bit messed up. God's knife really is suppressed. Now, Warner believed that God's knife had been suppressed by that wild stranger. In the next moment, Warner saw God's knife turn around and fly into the sky, but Han Sen's sword light hit it down and prevented it from escaping. God's knife. It is trying to flee. Warner could not believe what she was seeing. God's knife was trying to flee. She never thought this could happen, but it was actually happening directly in front of her. Han Sen slashed and slashed. He slashed God's knife and got it to fall back. What made Han Sen frown was the fact that he did not know what God's knife was made of. He had slashed God's knife many times, but the strength of the perfect cold light sword did not leave any damage on it. Although I have already broken Super Space Slash, I cannot destroy the body that controls the God's knife. That is not winning. Han Sen frowned, thinking about how to destroy the God's knife. I wonder if the method to kill a god is useful with God's knife. Han Sen's heart jumped. He summoned Sky Vine Radish and threw a punch toward God's knife. Pang! God's knife was not damaged, but the blood flame demon was hit by Sky Vine Radish. The flames of its composure went everywhere. It really works. Is that thing a god too? Han Sen was delighted. Sky Vine Radish was strong. Kept punching the blood flame demon. It made the blood flame demon shatter and shimmer everywhere. It was unable to fight back. God's knife was already falling back. Now Sky Vine Radish was attacking it. The bloody fires of the knife were becoming weaker. In the end, the bloody flame was broken by Sky Vine Radish. God's knife turned dim as if it had lost all control. Han Sen flew in front of the God's knife, picked it up off the ground, and discovered that God's knife was nothing more than an ordinary sharp knife without its power. Both of his hands held a separate side of the sharp knife. He wanted to break the knife, but he was unable to achieve what he wanted. The knife was still as hard as before. It just did not have a lively presence inside it anymore. Han Sen thought, I didn't hear the hunting announcement. Perhaps that means I didn't kill it. He put God's knife inside Destiny's tower and kept it suppressed. Warner, follow me. I am going to take you to see Lone Bamboo, Han Sen said as he approached Warner. Do you know my brother? Warner was happy, but then she looked sad and shook her head. You should leave now. I cannot come with you. God's knife has already been suppressed by me. What more do you need to concern yourself with? Han Sen saw in Warner's face that she was hiding something. I signed a contract with a god. Cannot leave here. If I do, I will end up causing my big brother harm. Warner shook her head. What contract? Han Sen asked with a frown. Warner shook her head and said, I cannot tell you. If I tell you, Big Brother will be in danger. Han Sen knew he could not blame Warner for thinking that way. If he was in her position, he would feel as if this was a trick too. Before being 100% sure, he would never try to do something that could put his family at risk. I will not force you to come with me, but God's knife has been suppressed by me. Will the god be okay with that? Han Sen looked at Warner as he spoke. Warner nibbled her lips but did not say anything. She was unsure. How about this? Han Sen went on to say, tell me where that god is and I will go out and look for it. I will see if there is a way for me to kill it. If the god Warner had signed a contract with was the same as evil Lotus God, perhaps there was a chance for Han Sen to kill it. If he did that, Warner would be free again. Warner still shook her head and said, you should go. A god is not something we can deal with. He is so powerful and he is everywhere. But I did manage to suppress the god's knife. Suppressing a god is not something impossible. Han Sen tried to convince her. This is different. The god's knife is just a knife. It's one of God's toys. How can it compare with the god itself? The power of a god is not something we can feasibly comprehend. After that, Warner's small face had a frightening expression. It was as if she was in the recollection of something terrible. How can you know it won't work if you haven't given it a go? If your big brother Lone Bamboo knew you were here, I am sure he would want to see you again. Hansen hoped to use Lone Bamboo to change her mind. Warner looked hesitant, but then confidently shook her head. Thanks a lot, but please do not tell Big Brother about me. You should leave now. The god's knife has been affected, and I am sure the god must have felt it. When he comes, it will be too late for you to escape. It is already too late. Warner's last sentence was spoken a different tone of voice. She was like a different person. Hansen's face changed. He saw Warner's body start to morph with a blurry god light. It was like her entire body was being showered in the morning light. Her eyes became weirdly clear. She appeared to become an emotionless machine. You have broken into my farm and destroyed my knife spirit. You are a very interesting person. Warner looked at Hansen with interest as she spoke. Her face was like a king in a high place, looking down on a clown's performance at the circus. Hansen coldly looked at Warner and asked, "Are you the god?" Hansen suddenly realized something, but he did not know what it was. "Yes, I am God." Warner smiled and nodded. She stared at Hansen and asked, "What is your name? What race do you belong to?" "I am Dollar. I am a human," Hansen answered. Warner shook her head and said, "You are not a human. Humans don't look like you. You are a xenogenic." Hansen's heart jumped with shock. Pretty much no creature in the universe knew about humans, but this so-called god seemed to know about the existence of humanity. It also knew that he was not a human. This was a problem. "How do you know I am not a human?" Hansen quickly asked. "If I think you are not a human, then you are not a human," Warner replied. "There is no why." "What is your name?" Hansen asked. "I am God," Warner answered. "Don't gods have a title? Something like Empty God, Sky Empty God, and etc.? What is your title?" Hansen asked. "You know a lot. It is no wonder you were able to destroy the spirit of my knife." It laughed and said, "But I do not have a title. You can just call me God." Before Hansen said anything more, God went on to say, "You destroyed my knife spirit, and I am okay with that. If you want to take away Warner, you can do that too. But this world is a fair place. You are taking so much, so you should give something back in the interest of fairness, of course. Wouldn't you agree?" "No. That was something I achieved through my own power. Why should I give out anything?" Hansen smiled. God was shocked, but it then laughed. "Well said. Something you take through your own power means you shouldn't give out anything. I really like you. How about this? It is rare to find an interesting xenogenic like you. I am giving you a chance now. So, let's have a bet. If you can beat me, you can leave without any harm and Warner can go with you." "What if I lose?" Hansen frowned. "If you lose, you are so funny that I wouldn't want to see you die." God went silent. It went on to say, "You can replace Warner's job here. You can feed God's knife for the next century." "That's not fair," Hansen said with a smile. "If I win, you do not have to give anything. If I lose, I have to give you 100 years of my time. Why would I take part in such an unfair gamble?" "Because that is a bet that involves my own power," God said with a smile. Hansen was going to say there was nothing he could to him if he didn't do anything. Before he said anything, he shockingly noticed that within God's stare, his hands were not listening to him. He held his neck and squeezed. He squeezed himself so hard that he was going to suffocate. With Hansen's will and power, he was unable to control his own body. Inside the Sea of Soul, the black crystal armor reduced its presence. Pretended it did not exist. There was no reaction. God smiled at Hansen as it asked, "Can we agree to a bet now?" Hansen could not speak. He felt as if he was going to be strangled to death, so he had to nod. "Nice. You have made the right choice. Using your power is more interesting." God laughed. "Should it be me who is deciding what to risk?" Hansen rubbed his throat. He realized now that this god was a bit evil. It seemed very casual, but it was scarier than the other gods he had encountered. It gave Hansen real pressure, and it was exerting a sense of danger the other gods had not been able to accomplish. Before, it really did not matter, God said. Now I have met a really interesting creature like you. That is why I want to play my favorite game. What game is that? Hansen's brain moved fast. His only option was to escape. He could not defeat this god. Even if he could beat this god, the god had taken over Wanner's body. He could not risk killing Wanner along with it. Also, the black crystal armor had strangely hidden itself. That had never happened before. When he used to meet the kings, he had not seen the black crystal armor react like this. That just showed how scary this god truly was. Hansen thought gods like the kings would not deal damage to creatures in the universe. Gods like Evil Lotus God, which could hit creatures, were not his enemy. He used sky vine radish and his phoenix feather to establish a tie. This god was totally different. It was possessing Wanner and still able to wield massive power. It was clearly a god spirit operating on a whole new level. This god, is it the one that met the seventh team? Hansen wondered. It is so simple. We will predict the fate of each other. God's face looked so weird, but only for a second. Predict fate? Predict whose fate? Hansen asked with a frown. It can be anybody. You can pick any creature you want, God said. It then moved its hand. God light turned into a mirror. The mirror had many shadows. There were all kinds of creatures from the universe there. I don't like altering the fates of others, Hansen said. You can come and test my fate. But how will you even predict it? And how will you win? We are just making a bet, God coldly said. We cannot bet on ourselves. You pick a creature. Can be anyone you know. Can even be your family. We will predict the choices they make when something happens. You can decide first. Then, I select the very highest leader, Hansen said. He was thinking, no matter how strong you are, you cannot affect the very highest leader. It was unknown if God saw what Hansen was thinking, but it did not care and said, yeah, let's bet with very high leader. How do we bet? Hansen asked. It is not as if we know what the very high leader is going to do. God did not speak. It walked one step and came before Hansen. It pulled Hansen with him. Hansen felt as if he fell into a time vortex. He felt so dizzy that he thought he was going to throw up. Many people had carried him away via galaxy teleport. He had almost finished practicing galaxy teleport himself, but it was never this horrible. When everything returned to normal, Hansen found himself in outer sky. In front of him was the very familiar star tree. The star tree was full of fruit. They looked like many giant planets hanging from the branches of the tree. A young man of the very high was sitting under the star tree with his legs crossed. The man's white clothing was like snow. He looked very handsome and also very cold. He looked like a guy who everybody owed money to. This man. He looks very familiar. Hansen thought that the young man looked very familiar. This is very high leader, God said next to him. You are lying. I have seen very high leader, and he is an old man. Before Hansen could finish, his face changed. He suddenly knew why the young man looked so familiar. His facial structure and body looked like very high leader. He just looked younger, so he seemed different. God smiled and said, that is very high leader when he was young. We are here when he was only 20. We went into the past. Hansen's face changed. He finally understood why it was so difficult to teleport. It was not because he had not just used galaxy teleport. He had teleported through time. There is nothing amazing about it, God casually said. If you want, I can take you to see what you looked like when you were younger. That is fine, Hansen said. The past is the past. Whatever happens in the future is always meant to be. If you already know how things pan out, what is the point of making a bet? Who told you the future is already set in stone? God looked at Hansen with shock. Is it not? Hansen asked with a smile. If the future could be changed, you could just go and kill the very highest leader now. With the power you have, very high leader will obey you. We do not have to go to the past and find the very highest leader. God preferred spending its power on going back to the past than going to meet very high leader. Clearly, it was afraid of something, which was why Han Sen said what he did. God laughed and said, "There are rules in this universe. Even God cannot destroy them. But within these rules, there is nothing in there about changing the future. The future is full of unpredictabilities. We come from a change in the future. Now, there is some accident affecting it. It might create another future, so we are not sure what the future is going to be. Are you saying that you can affect the young very high leader and make him do decisions that benefit you?" Han Sen knew what God was trying to say. You can do the same too. That is only fair. God laughed. Han Sen looked at God seriously and asked, "Can I ask you a question?" "It depends on what you ask me," God replied with a smile. "I might be God, but I do not know the answer to everything." Han Sen looked at God seriously. It looked different from the other king gods. "If you like this game of yours so much, you must have played it many times." Han Sen took a deep breath as he asked, "Did you ever lose?" "Yes, I have lost twice." God's answer surprised Han Sen. "I am curious as to who defeated you," Han Sen said with shock. "One from Sacred and a human called Han Jingji," God coldly said. His face looked weird as he spoke. When Han Sen heard that, his heart began to race like crazy. He almost shouted out loud, "Han Jingji! How did they beat you?" Han Sen was holding in the urge to ask, but he buckled. He knew he was now getting closer to the truth behind what happened to the seventh team. This god could certainly be the one encountered by the seventh team. "Do you think I will expose my weaknesses to you?" God asked with a laugh. Han Sen looked at it strangely. Although it was possessing honor, this god gave Han Sen the feeling that it was the nice and next-door neighbor kind. It did not have that superior presence like Jun King and the other god spirits gave off. It did not really try to present himself as an invincible deity either. If Han Sen had not known it was a god, he would never have imagined it was the sort of being to play with the fates of others. Thinking about the elite humans of the seventh team and the bad things that happened to them, Han Sen knew that their appearance and presence could not be trusted. This being that called itself God might have looked kind, but appearances were deceptive. On the inside, it was a wretched demon. While they were talking, very high leader who was sitting beneath the tree stood up. He looked up at one of the star tree's fruits. The star fruits were very difficult to grow naturally, ripen, and fall to the ground. It was a process that took forever. Even people who guarded the star tree did not have that sort of patience. There was now a fruit that had matured naturally. The young, very high leader stared at the matured fruit with a face that dripping with seriousness. The star fruit that had matured naturally possessed a deified xenogeneic. It was not going to be a primitive or transmutation either. It wasn't that low level. It would be at least larva or butterfly class. Very high leader was very young. He had only just become primitive, but he was already considered a genius amongst the very high. Such praise did not come easy. Even so, when it came to battling, he was primitive. A primitive going up against a larva or butterfly class fiend was far too much. He did not plan on backing down from the prospect of such a fight, nor did he summon the aid of others of the very high. He silently watched the star fruit with eyes brimming with confidence and pride. The star fruit had some scary light. It was like a sun that was burning at max capacity. When time passed, the star fruit's light became weaker. It changed from white to yellow, yellow to red, red to dark red, and dark red to black. It ended up looking like charcoal. "You and I have come here to predict this very high leader's actions and see if he can kill the xenogeneic," God said. When he heard that, Han Sen frowned. That question was not difficult to answer. The star fruit unleashed a very scary presence. It was stronger than Han Sen was now. Very high leader was just a primitive deified. His power was not enough to fight against the xenogeneic that existed inside such fruit. Also, there were no other very high there. It would have been impossible for him to slay such a xenogeneic. With Han Sen's experience guarding the star tree, he was able to predict that the xenogeneic would escape capture and leave outer sky. It was bound to flee into the mountains nearby. Very high leader would not be able to stop it. Such an obvious result was impossible for the god to not know already. It had picked the time of this incident with purpose, so it was hard to gauge whether or not it was already prepared for this. Are there any more changes in between this? Did Very High Leader manage to kill that xenogeniac inside the fruit? Hansen thought to himself. He then thought, no, God can't be deliberately tricking me to have me think this is a trick. In fact, I believe the xenogeniac escaped into the mountains without issue. Hansen was shocked. He realized he had made a big mistake. Gambling with people who were professional when it came to tricks of the mind was the worst thing possible. He might have merrily walked right into his opponent's scheme. Hansen knew he was an elite when it came to this stuff, so he immediately forced himself to calm down and sort through the information he had at hand. With what he knew thus far, that was how he was going to make his judgment. Very High Leader will not kill the xenogeniac. Hansen made his decision. It was because it was the most likely thing to happen. Hansen had to choose the option that adhered to Occam's razor. Fine. I will select the option that states Very High Leader succeeds and slays the xenogeniac. God laughed coldly. Nothing special was visible on its face, so Hansen could not tell if he was right or wrong. Catcha! The fruit that had turned completely black exploded, turned into dust and rose. The xenogeniac appeared from behind. There was a semi-transparent set of butterfly wings that opened beautifully like flowers. Behind the butterfly wings, a lady with jade skin used her hands and shoulders to hide her body's important parts. She looked shy. Hansen did not think that the thing that came out of the star fruit would be a xenogeniac like that. He thought, such a beautiful xenogeniac. I do not think men could be cruel enough to harm something like that. Plus, his power is worse than the xenogeniac. He won't be able to kill it. Just as Hansen thought that the young Very High Leader was in shock when he saw that beautiful xenogeniac. His ice-cold face melted a little. Mr. is a genius of the Very High. Butterfly Lady has been in the fruit admiring you for the longest time. If Mr. would not mind, Butterfly Lady would like to follow Mr. The most surprising thing happened. The xenogeniac was extremely intelligent, and she was butterfly class. On top of that, she was willing to follow Very High Leader, who was only primitive class at the time. That was a very rare thing to happen. It looks like Very High Leader is not going to kill her. Hansen looked at the scene. He could see God still smiling. It was like everything was none of its business. That made Hansen feel a little surreal. Things went so smoothly as everything unfolded. It was going too well for Hansen. The Very High Leader was now just a young man. He did not have the mind of a very high forget-love practitioner either. After meeting the beautiful and elegant Butterfly Lady, he suddenly had a weird feeling. The relationship between the two developed quickly. A few days later, they were already kissing each other together like a couple. Now, I think you lose. Hansen had been aware of God. He was not going to let it destroy the relationship between Very High Leader and the Butterfly Lady. Tomorrow, if Very High Leader hasn't killed the Butterfly Lady by tomorrow, then I lose, God said with a smile. Okay. Hansen agreed, but he thought they are so in love now. One day later, there is no way they could become enemies and try to kill each other. Plus, even if they did turn against each other, the Butterfly Lady is much stronger than Very High Leader. It would probably end up with the Butterfly Lady killing Very High Leader. To prevent the god from doing some tricks, Hansen stared at him. He was not going to let him disturb Very High Leader and the Butterfly Lady. That night, Very High Leader and Butterfly Lady could not help but eat the forbidden fruit. Hansen felt relieved and he asked, now that it has happened, Very High Leader will not want to kill the Butterfly Lady, right? Hansen watched God. It was sitting on the branch of a tree holding its jaw as it looked at Very High Leader and Butterfly Lady being together. It looked like it was happy for them. God said, it is a relationship that makes people jealous. If you think this relationship is very nice, does that mean we should not disturb them? How about the bet ends here? Although things were drifting in Hansen's favor, he did not think God would lose and concede so easily. It was only a matter of time before God did something. God's eyes looked a bit weird as it said, no, this is just the beginning of our bet. After that, God's body flashed. It jumped off the tree and stood in front of Very High Leader and Butterfly Lady. Han Sen knew that God was going to strike, so he quickly flashed in front of God. It did not matter what God was planning to do, but he knew he had to stop it. He did not know what God could possibly do to make Very High Leader kill the butterfly lady. Very High Leader saw Han Sen and God, frowned, and asked, "Who are you people? How dare you come to the star tree?" If this was a normal race, if an important place was suddenly invaded, they would not have spoken like this. They would have attacked before doing anything. Very High people were different. They were not in a rush to strike. God looked at Very High Leader and coldly said, "It does not matter who we are. What is most important is that you betrayed Very High Forget Love's big love path. You have drowned in a little love and little relationship. Is this really what you want?" Han Sen thought God would use a harsher method. He did not expect God was just going to try and convince the Very High Leader. Although it was quite difficult to convince the Very High Leader to slay the woman who he had fallen in love with, it should have been something impossible. But Han Sen did not drop his guard because of that. Han Sen tried to fight back by saying, "Big love and little love are all love. If you cannot do small love, how can you have big love? What does it have to do with you guys?" Very High Leader looked at Han Sen and God with shock. He did not know where these two people had come from and suddenly run up to him to talk about love. Of course, it is related. God pointed at Very High Leader as he spoke. "You are part of the Very High. Your responsibilities involve learning about the path of the universe. You are here to maintain the balance of the universe. If you are drowned in small love and a small relationship, who can do the things you should be destined to do?" When Han Sen heard him, he thought God was being ridiculous in what he was saying. Although the Very High had sky and men combined, it was not at a level that God had mentioned. God's words made it sound like the Very High were superheroes there to maintain world peace. It was like without them, the universe was going to stop spinning. "I can plan my own plan," Very High Leader glumly said. "There is no need for you guys to tell me what to do." Han Sen felt as if this was not a good sign. With the Very High people's personalities, unless something touched the deepest core of their hearts, they would not be showing expressions the way he currently was. Although Very High Leader was very young right now, and his practice was not very strong, he still should not have been so emotionless. "I am not here to tell you off," God coldly said. "I am here to ask you if you want the sky and men combined together's big love or small love, and small relationships between men and women. These two do not contradict each other," Han Sen said. "You can have both." Very High Leader's face was pale as he asked, "Who are you people? If you do not speak clearly, I am going to be rude to you guys." Upon hearing all of this, the butterfly lady was angry. She coldly shouted, "You can tell that they are both no good for anybody. Allow me to take them down and ask them." After that, the butterfly lady waved her hand. Many substance chains flashed like a halo. They were headed toward Han Sen and God. Han Sen teleported and dodged them. God did not avoid them. It allowed the halo to tie it up. It did not struggle. After the ring was pulled, God fell to the ground with it. God fell to the ground but still looked cold. It did not look at the butterfly lady. God instead looked at the Very High Leader and said, "With sky and men combined together, the Very High will be free. Are you really going to give this up on behalf of the butterfly lady?" "Humph! What do you know about sky and men combined together and the Very High's freedom?" Very High Leader's face looked a bit disdainful. "Very high supremacy and extremely quiet path. Without me, without." God was vaguely talking about some deep skills. Han Sen thought those sentences could be related to Very High sense. Even so, he did not actually understand what any of it meant. After all, he had not practiced Very High sense. How do you know all this?" Very High Leader looked at God with a look that screamed disbelief. "I know more than just that," God said with a smile. "I know the extreme levels of sky and men combined together. If you want, I can tell you." Very High Leader looked at God and asked, "Do you really know sky and men combined together at an extreme level?" He was half confused and half untrusting. Han Sen thought things were going terrible for him, but he could not think of a way to stop God. It did not matter how much of a rush he was in. He could not just go blocking very high leader's eyes and ears and tell him not to listen or look. Han Sen's brain was spinning fast. He was thinking about what God was trying to do and how to stop God's conspiracy. God only spoke a few sentences about sky and men combined together at an extreme level, and he had already made very high leader overwhelmed and obsessed. When God spoke about the most important aspect, it stopped. Very high leader was into it so much, but now God had suddenly stopped. He quickly asked, "Why have you stopped talking? I am talking about the universe's greater path, and you are just drowning in small relationships and small love. My path does not suit you." God shook its head as it spoke. Han Sen now understood what God was trying to do, but he did not think God's method was going to work. His heart flashed with countless possibilities. He was thinking about how best to react to this. He did not speak. He was still waiting to see how this played out. "How do you know if this will not suit me if we do not try?" Very high leader looked a bit mad as he spoke. "If you are really looking for the path, it is easily found." God looked at the butterfly lady and said, kill her, and I will teach you the extreme levels of sky and men combined together." The butterfly lady was enraged. She used a halo to tighten God's body. No matter how much it tightened, it could not harm God's body. Han Sen noticed that very high leader remained silent. He did not think this was good. Oh no! The personality of the very high is not normal. They practiced very high sense, so the way they think is different from ordinary creatures. It looks like very high leader really wanted God's sky and men combined together's teaching at an extreme level. Maybe he really will kill butterfly lady. Han Sen knew it was now impossible to convince the very high leader. When he made his mind up, there was no point in Han Sen saying anything. Han Sen did not go and convince very high leader. He turned to God and asked, "Do you really know sky and men combined together at an extreme level?" He knew only beating God would suggest to very high leader that he should not be swayed by the intruder. "Of course, I never lie," God solemnly said. "I do not believe you. You are not one of the very high, so how could you know very high sky and men combined together? You should show us right now. Otherwise, I do not believe you, and he will not believe you either." Han Sen had to stall God and make sure the very high leader did not make a decision just yet. "These two guys are very evil. I will kill them." The butterfly lady was very mad at Han Sen and God about the things they had been saying. She wanted to fight again. "There is no rush. Let's have a look first." Very high leader pulled the butterfly lady back. This shocked the butterfly lady. "Are you going to do what they say? Would you kill me to get the sky and men combined together at an extreme level?" The butterfly lady looked at the very high leader madly as she spoke. "Of course not." Very high leader immediately said, "I just want to find out if this person knows about sky and men combined together at an extreme level. After it is performed, I will kill them." God looked at Han Sen, laughed and said, "If you want to learn, I can teach you as well. It depends on how extreme this extreme level is," Han Sen calmly said. "I need to know if it is worth learning. You will have to listen up and not miss out on anything," God said. "Do not take it out on me if you are unable to learn anything." God then started to talk about sky and men combined together at an extreme level. This was different from earlier. This time, God explained it all in a very detailed manner. It analyzed every word in every sentence for Han Sen's ears. As God explained, it did not avoid the presence of the very high leader. He and the butterfly lady were able to hear it all as well. What is God planning to accomplish? Now, he is talking about the extreme levels. Why would very high leader still want to kill the butterfly lady after hearing it all? Han Sen was confused. He was soon put into shock. Oh no! Does this mean he is lying to the very high leader? Is the actual thing that can be a killer be the extreme levels itself? Perhaps this has nothing to do with the sky and men combined together skill, and it is just a Geno art that has the power of temptation and control very high leader and gets him to kill the butterfly lady? Han Sen quickly tried listening to God's explanation. After listening for a while, he noticed that it really was a tricky Geno art. It had the same effect as the very high sense. There was a connection with the Dongxian Sutra and under the sky knife, both of which Hansen had practiced. Hearing God's explanation was a benefit for Hansen too. He used to have some elements he did not understand, but now he understood it all. Is what God is talking about true? Hansen really did not understand. God had already told him and very high leader what they wanted to hear. What other trump cards could God have? God got up from the floor and made a very deep Geno art as simple as could be. It made it so anyone could understand. God did not hold back anything. It explained sky and men combined together's extreme level path as crystal clear as one could. The analysis was so clear that even Hansen, who had never practiced very high sense before, already knew what to do with it. After hearing it all, very high leader looked as if he understood a lot. He looked very happy. Clearly, he had learned a lot due to God's explanation. It was like he had sorted out many of the issues he used to have. This skill just sounds ordinary and not special, Hansen said. I have just casually listened to it and have already learned it. Oh, then you should perform it once and see if you have learned it, God coldly said. This skill is not hard for me. Performing it once can prove this Geno art is not worth the very high leader killing the butterfly lady. Wait, Hansen's face changed. He did not perform it how God said. He looked at very high leader and finally understood what God meant. Damn it! Was I a part of his entire scheme? If I learned extreme level skill and very high leader did not, that would mean he believes what God said before. If he really thought it was the butterfly lady that stopped him from learning the extreme level skill, that means Hansen's brain was spinning. He was thinking about how best he could resolve this situation. God seemed to know what Hansen was thinking and said, Your heart has big love. Practicing sky and men combined together at an extreme level is not hard. Other people can never learn it like you. After hearing God say that, Hansen knew things weren't going according to plan. I do not think so. Very high leader stepped forward and coldly said, I understand your sky and men combined together at an extreme level. It is not that hard. Did you really learn it? It looked like God was smiling while speaking, but God was not smiling. Very high leader's lips lifted. His body had some weird swirl. It was like his entire body had combined with space and was part of the universe. Hansen had never seen someone who could combine with it so perfectly. Between grass, wood, a mountain, and stone, it was like he was a part of them from the beginning. Blurk. Suddenly, very high leader coughed up some blood. He fell out of sky and men combined together at an extreme level. Very high leader sounded like he could not accept this result. He stared at God and shouted as he asked, Why? I already understand the extreme levels you taught me. Why am I still being removed from the extreme level of practice? I told you that right now you are not suitable for this road, God coldly said. I do not believe this, very high leader said as he wiped the blood from his mouth. The extreme level skills you have spoken about must be wrong. God looked at Hansen and suggested, To see if it is wrong, why do you not just go and ask him? Very high leader stared at Hansen as he said, Show me the extreme level skills you have just learned. Hansen frowned. He knew he had fallen into God's trap and was now a chess piece in his game. If Hansen did not perform it or said he had not learned it, very high leader might not believe him. It would be suspicious. If he performed it and it worked, that meant he would do what God wanted. Very powerful guy. God put out everything so clearly but still made everyone fall into ulterior schemes. Hansen already knew he had failed halfway. No matter how he performed or not, the very high leader's heart was already ensnared and fixated with all of this. God looked at Hansen with interest. It seemed to have enjoyed the fact Hansen was all tangled up inside. Its eyes flickered with a weird light. It was like God was saying, How would you choose? Okay, I will show you once, Hansen said with a nod. After that, some weird waves appeared on Hansen's body. It looked like very high leader in the past. His whole body had combined with the entire area around him. It was like he had become the sky and the ground, and he could not be apart from it. That was just sky and men combined together skills. The real extreme level was where very high leader failed. Hansen did not move. He felt as if his body suddenly changed. All the substances around him, the wood, grass, mountains, and stones, seemed to have heard Han Sen's summoning. They all roared. The entire Goliath star tree began to shiver and shake. The tree full of star fruit was leaning toward Han Senator. It was like it was going to leave the soil and go to Han Sen. Even the big mountains around were making some groans that echoed. It was like they were answering Han Sen's summons. Did it work? Very High Leader's face looked shocked. He had stared at Han Sen since the beginning. He had done exactly the same thing as Han Sen, but Han Sen had succeeded where he had failed. How did he do that? Very High Leader's face did not look good. God's face looked surprised too. He knew Han Sen had already seen through his plan. He thought Han Sen would say he had not learned it and perhaps perform a trick while casting it to deliberately fail. But Han Sen did not do that. He had performed it successfully and worked hard. It worked better than God expected it to. God squinted his eyes and looked at Han Senator. Did he already give up? It does not seem like it. He does not seem like a guy who would give up easily. Clearly, God wanted to find out what Han Sen was going to do next. Han Sen's eyes looked a bit cold as he thought, I have already fallen into God's trap. It is impossible to get out now, and the knotted heart Very High Leader is still in turmoil. No matter what I do, it will not go away. In that case, I must make his heart not bigger. Do you know why you are not able to practice it? But I can practice it? Han Sen looked at the Very High Leader. The Very High Leader looked at Han Sen and asked, why? That was what he was wondering too. It is because you are not qualified enough, Han Sen casually said. I am not qualified enough? When the Very High Leader heard those 5 words, he froze. Ever since he was young, it did not matter if it was a family member or a senior in the family, they kept on complimenting how great he was. No one had ever dared to say he was not qualified enough. He never heard those 5 words said to him before. That is correct, Han Sen said with certainty. It is because you are not qualified enough. That is why you cannot learn it, and I can just learn it on a whim. Han Sen did not want to see the Very High Leader thinking he had failed his practice because he was in love, which would result in him possibly killing the woman. Ordinary people might not do that, but Han Sen was not sure about the people of the Very High. So, he had to change the tracks for the train of thought running in the Very High Leader's head. He could not let him think that his failure was due to the butterfly lady. Han Sen needed to make him know that he had failed due to his own abilities. If he believed that, he would have no reason to kill the butterfly lady. That meant God's trick would fail. The Very High Leader coldly said, although I do not think I am some genius of the best generation, I do not permit anyone to call me bad. In that case, it depends on who you are competing with, Han Sen said. If you are only competing with the dumbass next door, it does not matter how good people say you are. That would just mean you are the best out of a horde of pigs. How do I compare to you then? The Very High Leader raised his eyebrows. There are only 2 words to describe this. Absolutely terrible. Han Sen was going to attack the Very High Leader. He wanted to make him believe that it really was all his fault. The Very High Leader was still too young. His very high sense wasn't working very well at his age. Han Sen provoked him and made him want to win. The Very High Leader did not care for what Han Sen said. He looked at Han Sen and said, you have only learned 1 geno art faster than me. Have you not spoken too soon? It is not just a geno art. It looks like it is a geno art that you can never learn. But for me it is easy. It is a matter of talent. A geno art that might take you a year to practice would only take me a second. Han Sen looked at the Very High Leader with disdain. Mister, I think you are bluffing a bit too much. The Very High Leader thought Han Sen was ridiculous. He did not believe him. If you do not believe me, select a geno art that you think is hard to learn. You only need to show me once. There is no need to teach me. I will show you the difference between a true genius and a commoner. Han Sen spoke all of his words with powerful confidence. The Very High Leader was completely enraged by what Han Sen told him. His face turned cold as he said, sure, I am keen to see just how much of a genius you are. God watched these 2 people with interest but did not stop Han Sen or the others from arguing. The Very High Leader thought for a while. He finally put out 5 of his fingers. A blurry rainbow-colored ball of light was in his hand. He looked at Han Sen and said, "This is a Geno art called Seven Light. It is a beginner Geno art. Do I need to teach you that?" "No." Han Sen looked at the blurry ball of light and cast his Dongxian Sutra. Countless universal cogwheels spun around in Han Sen's eyeballs. "It really is just a beginner Geno art," Han Sen said with a look of disdain. "It is a bit too easy. Why don't you swap it for one with greater difficulty?" "You should learn this one first," the very high leader coldly said. "It won't be too late to learn the other ones later." Although it was just a beginner Geno art, Seven Light Geno art was a difficult one to train with. Sometimes even butterfly or true god class elites could not make use of it. The Seven Light Geno art was difficult because it required 7 different powers that combined into one. Ordinary creatures did not have 7 element powers to command. Even a true god elite who did not have many different elemental powers could not make use of Seven Light. In the universe at large, it was rare to see a creature with more than one element at its command. 3 elements were as rare as a phoenix feather or a Kirin scale. 7-element people were so rare that no one had heard about them. The very high had a special skill to practice 7 Light, but they did not actually carry 7 elements. "Go and change it." Han Sen randomly waved his hand, which presented a blurry rainbow-colored ball of light. It was the same as the very high leader's 7 Light. The very high leader was shocked. He stared at Han Senator. He wanted to know if his 7 Light was a true one. Some xenogeniacs that were good at playing tricks were able to perform illusions that looked fairly authentic. Han Sen could tell what the very high leader was thinking. Han Sen waved his hand and cast 7 Light on the very high leader. The very high leader cast the 7 Light from his hand too. Boom! 2 7 lights hit each other in the air and exploded. The rainbow halo exploded like a sun. It was so bright that no one could see momentarily. Took a while for things to go back to normal. "It really is 7 Light." The very high leader looked conflicted. He remembered that when he was small, it took him a whole week to practice 7 Light. He broke the record for the very high, and his father even complimented him. That was a rare thing. Now Han Sen had only seen it once. He did not have to read a book, study, or toil over learning it. He could not believe it. Maybe he had already learned 7 Light before. That was what the very high leader wanted to believe. He said to Han Sen, "If you think 7 Light is too easy, then allow me to present something even harder." "That was what I was trying to tell you earlier." Han Sen smiled at him. It did not really matter what Geno art the very high leader presented to Han Senator as long as one was displayed. Han Sen could analyze and simulate it with his Dongxian Sutra. The very high leader was primitive class, but Han Sen was larva class. Simulating his skills was far easier. Although it was not 100% accurate, reaching 80 or 90% was expected each time. The very high leader thought, "These 2 people are very weird. I do not know where these xenogeniacs came from, but it looks like they know a lot about the very high. If I use a very high Geno art, he might have learned it before." Suddenly, the very high leader's eyes turned bright. He looked at the butterfly lady and said, "Butterfly lady, please show him your butterfly shadow. Let him see." Butterfly shadow was a Geno art that only the butterfly lady knew. There were no similar Geno arts in the very high, so he did not believe Han Sen could learn it. The butterfly lady listened to the very high leader. She immediately cast butterfly shadow and emitted a sky full of butterflies. They were like countless petals. "Should I tell you that the butterfly lady's butterfly shadow, you?" Before the very high leader finished his sentence, Han Sen waved his hand. He also emitted a sky full of butterflies, just like the butterfly lady's butterfly shadow. "How is that possible?" screamed the butterfly lady and the very high leader at the same time. It was hard to believe. Fortunately, this is just a 20-year-old very high leader. If it was the very high leader of the present, it would not be so easy to trick him. Han Sen felt a modicum of relief, which led him to sigh. Very high leader stared at Han Sen and asked, "Can you really learn Geno arts from just a glance?" "Not quite," Han Sen casually said. Some of the more difficult geno arts require me to spend some time researching. Simple geno arts like those I can learn on a whim. Simple? Very High Leader could not determine what that meant. Very High Leader had a strange expression as he asked, "For you, Mr. What is a geno art that is hard?" "Like your race's very high sense," Hansen said. "That is a very difficult geno art." Very High Leader felt more comfortable hearing that. At least the Very High had one geno art that commanded the man's respect. Then, Hansen added another sentence. "If there is a way, I can practice it in 10 days to half a month." After Hansen said that, Very High Leader could not help but feel angry. He coldly asked, "Do you really think you can learn Very High Sense in 10 days or half a month?" "I suppose so. Anyway, it would not take me any longer than a month." Hansen looked at him with much disdain. Fine. Let's do Very High Sense. I have a Very High Sense geno art here. I will give you the instructions. If you can practice it within a month, you can do anything to me." Very High Leader was angry. "Sure. That sounds like a good deal." Hansen agreed to the bet, which made him more than pleased. For Hansen, Very High Sense was something he could only simulate 30% to 40%. A high-class geno art like that was really difficult to simulate. Learning Very High Sense within a month was impossible. That sort of bet was one that Hansen was going to lose, but he did not mind winning or losing that bet. With this bet, and the few hours that remained, Very High Leader would not kill the butterfly lady. That meant Hansen would win his bet with God. That was the result he ultimately wanted. Very High Leader was furious. He brought out a geno art. It was a geno art that came with Very High Sense. It required Very High Sense as a base for it. Otherwise, one was unable to learn it. Hansen was not able to learn it with ease, but he did not plan on learning it. He only needed Very High Leader to not kill the butterfly lady for the rest of the day. God observed this very interesting turn of events but was not going to stop it. When Hansen and the Very High Leader struck this bet, God smiled and said, "Your skill at turning the tables is something quite magical. If this was the first time I had seen this, you might have won. It is a shame that someone already tried making use of the same trick before you. I am not going to lose to the same trick a second time." "Who did this last time? Was it Han Jingzi?" Hansen asked with curiosity. "It was not Han Jingji. It was that guy from Sacred. He was just like you. I thought I was already going to win because I pushed him into a losing position, but he knew how to turn the tables the same way you did. He went along with what happened. By doing so, he reversed the entire thing." It looked like God was trying to remember what happened. A small smile formed on its mouth as it said, "But you are too unlucky. You were not the first person to use this sort of trick before me. Therefore, I suspect you are going to lose. We have not even had a result yet. How do you think I will end up losing?" After saying that, Hansen felt a chill. "You are right. It is not the end yet. Perhaps you will lose too." God nodded with seriousness. It sounded as if it was apologizing for what it said. Hansen didn't speak. He pretended to study the geno art that Very High Leader gave him. He wanted to know what kind of trick God could perform to promote a turnabout. Hansen didn't know if Very High Leader would kill the butterfly lady, but over the next few hours, he probably had no intention of killing her. God did not do anything special to incite or lure Very High Leader. God merely started reading Very High Sense. Very High Leader heard it for a while. Eventually, his face changed to one of rage. He asked, "Where did you steal Very High Sense off my race? You are going to kill me anyway. Does it matter where I stole it from? I do have a few questions, and I am hoping you can help me." Before Very High Leader could respond, God went on to say, "Very High Sense features a sentence that reads, 'Forget myself and I will become everyone.' What does that mean?" "This is a secret of my race," Very High Leader coldly said. "How could I tell you that?" God did not mind and kept talking. "From what I can understand regarding forgetting myself, it is not really about forgetting yourself. It is like a give and take sort of thing. When facing benefits, we use our benefits to help others. We use our hearts to treat others nicely. That way they will all treat you like family. That is why there is a saying like, forget myself and I will become everyone. No. If the other side only comes close because of benefits, even if they treat you like family, it does not really count for you. Very high leader tried to object. I see. Then, how about whatever possibility is true? How do you explain that? God did not talk about the butterfly lady. He spoke about very high sense with very high leader. God was just going to teach, but the question he had was that same as very high leader. He could not help but object to God. As they were both talking, very high leader had many inspirations. There were many things he did not understand, but he was now able to understand it all. His mind had improved. Hansen felt terrible. He thought he had found a decent plan to stall very high leader from doing anything brash, but very high leader was becoming inspired by God. His very high sense had become stronger, and he understood the world far more. He had become smarter, or he had become less and less human. He only followed the rules to do things now, so it was hard to make sure he would not kill the butterfly lady. Hansen did not understand what very high forget love meant, but everyone knew the very high did not possess the capacity for love. They could abandon their bodies to combine with the universe. What else could they give up? While he was talking to God, very high leader looked more and more serious. His eyes looked very calm. Hansen was worried. What can I do? Hansen was suddenly unable to find a way to overcome this. Everything God said followed some sort of rule. It made Hansen feel as if he was in a lot of trouble. It was like rowing a boat upstream. Nothing was going well. Hansen understood that it was because God could control the rules of the world and the hearts of the people. Fighting it face to face was impossible. God could not be beaten. Hansen looked at the butterfly lady. He was thinking of something. So, I need to use my sword and fight tooth and nail to save this situation. God seemed to understand what Hansen was thinking and coldly said, "It is futile. Have you heard of representing general trends? The general means nature, like how fire does not have a shape. You cannot see the wind. Water can flow. Every substance has its own nature. Once you catch that nature, whatever chances come will never leave it. It seems like there are a lot of changes, but in the end, it will always return to its nature." Hansen knew what God was saying. It meant very high leader was originally an emotionless person. No matter what Hansen did, he could not change who he was. He also could not change the situation they were in. How do you know if he is fire or wind or water? Hansen did not agree with what God was saying. He turned his eyes, looked at God, and noticed very high leader, who was next to God, was petrified. His body had a rhythm. It was like his entire body was connected to the sky, ground, and universe. Actually, one could say they were combined. It seemed like very high leader had become a part of the universe. He was a part of the universe's machine. The feeling was increasing. It made very high leader's presence become colder and colder. It was like he was not a sensitive creature of high intelligence. He was just a cold machine. Surprisingly, God did not object to what Hansen said and said something that could mean two things. I want to know if he is fire, wind, or water too. Hansen did not understand what God meant, but it seemed as if very high leader understood him. His very high sense mind had become stronger. It kept increasing over a short time. He was almost as strong as a butterfly deified now. Although it was just his mind increasing, his body was still primitive class. It was still enough for his heart to change. Hansen thought even very high leader has reached very high forget love level. There is no need for him to keep the butterfly lady around. Plus, he cannot defeat the butterfly lady. Although Hansen had a way that could enable him to get things over with and end the entire bet, with God near, that method was difficult to achieve. It does not matter how much you think. Why don't you just gamble with your luck? Sit back and see if he is fire, water, or wind. God smiled at Hansen as he spoke. Could you at least tell me what the original ending was like? Hansen asked God. If he chose the small love and the small relationship, how could he end up becoming the leader of the very high? You should have known that, God said. Hansen nodded. In fact, he had already guessed this. He still thought Very High Leader would not kill the butterfly lady so soon. But things were always unpredictable. This was now a gamble that hinged on his luck. No, you cannot gamble with luck. To use luck when gambling against God, even if I gambled 10,000 times, I would not win once. I need to find a strategy that can ensure my victory. Han Sen's brain spun fast. He could not think of a way in a short amount of time. With God near, using force would not work. But he was not God, so he could not control the wills and the ways of someone's heart. That was much harder for him to win. Han Sen wanted to question him, so he asked, "Can you tell me how Han Jingji won?" God went silent for a moment but surprisingly said, "He did not do anything. He only made the right choice. Therefore he won." "So, you are saying he won a gamble through luck?" Han Sen did not believe that. God nodded and said, "It really was that way." Han Sen did not believe that was how Han Jingji won. He thought this might be God trying to lure him in and gamble via his luck. "What did you guys gamble on before? Were you also judging a creature's fate?" Han Sen asked. He was trying to gather more information. "Not just one," God replied. "There were 11. Han Sen's heart jumped. 11? That number is very close to the number of people there were on the 7th team. Does that mean? Han Sen held the excitement in his heart. He smiled and said, "You guys were able to gamble like that. If I knew we could gamble like that, I would have selected a few more. It would have given me more chances to win." God shook its head and said, "We gambled 11 rounds. If he lost one round, he was to become my slave. But he did not lose a single round." Han Jingji won 11 rounds? What did you guys gamble about? How could he win so easily? Han Sen asked with shock. He could not imagine Han Jingji winning 11 rounds against God. Han Sen was having a hard enough time beating God once. "We gambled that 11 humans would make a wish to me," God said. He said 10 people would make a wish and 1 would not. He was correct. Only 1 human he chose did not make a wish to me. It did not sound like God was ashamed of losing the bet. Han Sen's heart was jumping like it was insane. That is right. They must have been the people from the 7th team. The one who did not make a wish was Gu Qingcheng. Han Sen still could not imagine how Han Jingji was able to guess those wishes. Who would make a wish and who would not make a wish? According to the theory, if Han Jingji guessed the people who would make a wish, God would not try and tempt them. Regarding the person Han Jingji thought would not make a wish, God would try and tempt them. In this situation, Han Jingji guessed them all correctly. That was too weird. Han Sen remembered the Ning family's second father used to say that Han Jingji told him not to make a wish. But second father still made a wish. How did Han Jingji guess that? While Han Sen was talking to God, Very High Leader's eyes opened wide. This time, Very High Leader was like a completely different person. Although his face and body did not look different and his power had not increased, his presence felt totally different. It made him look like a completely different person. Every movement of the Very High made Han Sen feel weird. It was like he had seen this somewhere before, but it was not the same. Suddenly, Han Sen was shocked. This presence. Why does it look like the guy who calls himself God? Aside from this God in front of me, he looks like the guy called Qing Jun. Han Sen was checking out Very High Leader. They looked so similar, but it was just the presence that was similar. There was a difference. If Very High Sense is practiced to mastery, do people become like those gods? Han Sen guessed. I think that must be right. Every elite of a race that goes into the Geno Hall becomes like those gods. Han Sen was still thinking when Very High Leader looked at him and said, "The gamble between us has finished here. I will take it as a loss." When Han Sen heard that, he knew Very High Leader had already escaped the mental struggle he had found himself in. After saying that, Very High Leader walked over to the butterfly lady. Han Sen felt terrible. At this time, Very High Leader's mind has reached very high forget love level. If he really wants to achieve sky and men combined together, does he have to cut off all other thoughts? Will he kill the butterfly lady? Although Han Sen knew things were not going well, he had no other choice. With God there, he couldn't stop Very High Leader. Will I have to become a slave for a century? Han Sen's brain quickly spun. He hoped to find a chance. The butterfly lady saw that very high leader was no longer looking like he was in his right mind. She sadly looked at him and said, "Are you really going to kill me?" Very high leader shook his head. "I have already learned the secrets of very high forget love. Through the flow of time, favor, grudges, and love are not enough to leave a mark in my heart. From now on, there will be no more connection between you and me. We are just strangers. Go. The sky is big and the ground is big. You will always find somewhere else to be in outer sky." Han Sen was shocked. He thought he had underestimated very high leader. He now understood. He did get the secrets of very high sense, but at a deeper level than Han Sen presumed. He really did let go of all else. Even the butterfly lady could not keep him there. Am I that lucky? Did I just win the bet? Han Sen did not believe God would let him win the bet that easily. He looked at God. He saw God was still watching on with interest. It was not going to stop what was happening. It was like nothing mattered to it, and it was merely there to watch. Han Sen tested him by asking, "Are you not going to convince him?" "No. Everything is going according to plan. I just hope the story will not be disappointing." God was speaking to Han Sen but kept watching very high leader and the butterfly lady. God was like a young man watching a sad drama and was going to get emotional by simply watching. Han Sen saw God was looking like he was not going to do anything, but he thought he would win. So, he looked at very high leader and the butterfly lady. He tried to find out why God was feeling so confident. Very high leader did not want to kill. He treated the butterfly lady like a stranger. He said what he had to and got ready to leave. Suddenly, the butterfly lady laughed very loudly. That laugh was very spiking to the eardrums. Han Sen felt itchy by just hearing her. His skin flared with a bevy of goosebumps. Seeing the butterfly lady spread her wings, she looked into the sky and laughed sharply. The substance chains on her were like countless butterfly shadows. They surrounded her. It was like a butterfly of death coming at them from the underworld. "Are you leaving just like that?" The butterfly lady ceased smiling. Her eyes had a scary light. She was confronting very high leader. "You should learn to let go and move on," very high leader coldly said. His heart did not seem to contain the compassion it once did. No matter what the butterfly lady did, she could not make him feel anything. The butterfly lady pointed at very high leader and shouted, "You said it like it was so easy. Have you spared a moment to think about me? Those of the love butterfly mate for life. If we get abandoned by our spouse, we have to die alone. If you just dump me like this, what is the difference between that and killing me?" Han Sen finally understood why God was feeling so confident. God's target from the very beginning was not very high leader. It was the butterfly lady. Han Sen thought about how things had been developing. The butterfly lady had been forced to this level. She was a part of everything that was going on. My practice really was not enough. I have been tricked by God ever since the beginning. I never did one up over God's plans. Han Sen knew that he had sorely lost this time. But the butterfly lady was still alive. There was still a chance for him to turn the tables. Although it would be difficult, a chance was a chance. "Sorry," very high leader coldly said. His apology made the butterfly lady even more enraged. The butterfly lady screeched and asked, "If I am dying anyway, why should I die alone? I should have you die with me. Let's see how you will truly leave me." The butterfly lady's face looked crazy. Her butterfly shadow was like the shadow of a reaper's scythe headed for very high leader. The butterfly-class butterfly lady was powerful. Although very high leader had learned very high senses secrets, his power was still primitive. He couldn't fight against the butterfly-class butterfly lady. It was just a reflection, but very high leader's body had been dealt with many cuts that were scary to see. They were given by the butterfly shadow. God blood came out of his wounds. If very high leader is murdered, does that mean you lose? Han Sen asked God. Yes. God nodded and continued looking at very high leader and butterfly lady fighting with interest. Then, aren't you going to save him? Han Sen attempted asking. He wanted to know what God was currently calculating to see Very High Leader be able to kill the butterfly lady. There is no need, God coldly said. Life and death should just be let be. I have done my part. The choices made are now theirs to create. Hansen couldn't find out anything. He looked at the battleground, thinking about how Very High Leader was going to defeat the butterfly lady. No matter how he viewed matters, the butterfly lady was suppressing Very High Leader. He wasn't standing a chance. The butterfly lady's power was very unique. She was not like an ordinary xenogeniac. Her powers contained death elements and emotional elements, and her geno-arts were also very weird. Even if Hansen fought her, he was not sure if he would be able to kill her. Very High Leader was only 20 years and had just become primitive. He couldn't defeat the butterfly lady. He might have ended up being killed by the butterfly lady. Many butterfly shadows riddled Very High Leader's body with lesions. Even when using Very High Sense at its best, he was unable to block the butterfly lady's power. Very High Leader tried teleporting. When he teleported, his body was hit by the butterfly shadow. He dropped out of teleporting. The butterfly shadows that kept appearing and disappearing were like the death butterflies everywhere harvesting lives. They were surrounding Very High Leader, and they kept cutting up his body. Pang! Very High Leader's body hit a branch of the star tree. God blood spilled from out of his mouth. The god blood that had been bleeding dyed his armor red. He was half sitting and half leaning against the star tree. Very High Leader looked as if he was dying. Now, come back to me, and I might still let you live. I can spare your life. The butterfly lady was in front of the Very High Leader. Death butterflies surrounded her. They were creating a weird butterfly path that led to the underworld. If Very High Leader said no, it seemed as if Very High Leader would go to that underworld that no life could enter. I have already told you that you and I are mere strangers now, Very High Leader said while wiping the blood from his mouth. He spoke coldly while sitting against the star tree. Then you and I should die together. The butterfly lady moved her body. The death butterflies were everywhere. They were going to the Very High Leader who could no longer battle. The sky full of deathly butterfly shadows was like an underworld river flooding toward Very High Leader. They peeled off his flesh. Even his god body could not withstand the butterfly shadow's power. His entire body, up and down, had been ravaged to display the bones inside. Hansen was not happy about this. Clearly, things could not be over that simple. God had planned for every twist and turn and would not lose the bet on this seemingly expected outcome. Blurg. God blood was dyeing the whole land red. Seeing Very High Leader was about to become a pile of bones, the butterfly lady suddenly spat out her own torrent of god blood. It looked like she had been heavily damaged. The sky full of butterfly shadows was now gone. Hansen was not surprised. He quietly looked at the butterfly lady, wanting to see what had happened. The butterfly lady seemed to be suffering vast amounts of pain. She generated a butterfly shadow to cut Very High Leader's body. Every time the butterfly shadow cut Very High Leader, the butterfly lady herself was bleeding as well. Her damage was just as much as the damage Very High Leader was taking. Very High Leader's body had almost become a skeleton that had no flesh on it. His face still didn't change. He looked at the butterfly lady and said, "You are a love butterfly. A butterfly will only fall in love once in their entire life. That contract has you bound to me already. That means we will live and die together. Hurting me means hurting yourself too. Why are you doing this? As I said, if you are going to dump me, we can both go to hell." The butterfly lady looked terrible as she spoke. Her expression was determined but weird. There was no other way for her to proceed. Many butterfly shadows flew over the Very High Leader. They sliced and diced what remained of Very High Leader's body. The blood in the butterfly lady's mouth was spilling out with less control as time went by. She was looking worse and worse. It looked as if her injuries were no better than Very High Leader. A butterfly can only have one relationship in their entire life. Huh? I do not know if I should be sad or instead admire the loyalty and determination of one who can commit for so long. God was getting very emotional by watching the two. who were in love but killing each other. It sighed and said, "This is sadder than anything else." Han-sen was thinking, "Weren't you the one to make this happen?" God seemed to know what Han-sen was thinking and seriously said, "This was still entirely their decision. I only gave them the options of how to proceed. They could have selected a better ending, but it is a shame they had to choose the most upsetting route. But because of that, life becomes more meaningful. Life without love and hatred is very boring." God continued to sigh. "That is just what you think," Han-sen said. "I am pretty sure most people just want their life to be comfortable and without excitement. They don't want the drama and heartbreak of complex love." God looked at Han-sen and asked, "Is that it? According to what you are saying, you only have to find a random and rare system. With your power, you can control everything and live your life safely. If that was true, why must you go everywhere you can to experience as much danger as possible?" Han-sen was suddenly speechless. He did not know how to answer that. Life is pretty because of greed, and love, hatred, and relationships are the prettiest flowers of the tree of greed. Watching it now, the most beautiful sad flower is soon to open. That is very rare. You should just remain focused and admire it. God focused its attention on Very High Leader and the Butterfly Lady, who were in the middle of loving each other and killing each other. God's face looked serious. It was like it was watching the ending of a very sad movie. Han-sen did not have time to focus on God. Otherwise, he would end up watching tears fall from God's eyes. God seemed to be very touched by the unfolding tragedy. What to do? The Butterfly Lady and Very High Leader are going to end up killing themselves. According to the wager, the Butterfly Lady will be dying because of Very High Leader. That means I will lose the bet. Han-sen's heart flashed through many thoughts. He was trying to think of how to stop Very High Leader and the Butterfly Lady from dying together. Seeing the Butterfly Lady's face, she seemed determined to die with Very High Leader. She was throwing her life away, and Han-sen did not know how to make her stop. At this time, Han-sen did not care much anymore. His body had a substance God liked. He was going to stop the Butterfly Lady. He was not going to do anything that had her die with Very High Leader. Han-sen used all of his power to teleport over there. Before his body did that, he felt as if his body had been restricted by some invisible power. He could not go further than half a step. "That is the stage," God coldly said. "Stay in the audience seats and watch the action unfold. It is quite a remarkable tragedy. It is beautiful. It is art. How could you think of destroying it?" Although Han-sen knew God would not permit him to interfere, at this time he still felt very sad. Seeing that the Butterfly Lady and Very High Leader were severely injured, it wouldn't be long before they died together. Although Han-sen could not move his body, he did not want to give up just yet. He shouted at the Butterfly Lady, "Butterfly Lady, it does not matter if you hate or love him, but if he treats you like this and you treat him like that, don't you think you are being too nice?" The Butterfly Lady was almost insane. Aside from Very High Leader, it seemed as if she could not see or hear anything. Seeing the Butterfly Lady not move, Han-sen continued to shout, "Look at him now! Does it look like he regrets what he has done? He does not know your pain. He does not know that your pain is worse than death. If you kill him now, that means you are setting him free. Do you really want that?" The Butterfly Lady stopped. Her face was sad and pale as she looked back at Han-Senator. She stared at Han-sen and asked, "How can I make him suffer and die as painfully alone as I will?" Han-sen saw the Butterfly Lady respond to him and was happy, but he was holding it in not to answer immediately. He paused for a while and said, "In your heart, he is your favorite. The pain of having the favorite be taken away is something only you can feel right now. You must make him feel the same pain. Only then will it be as meaningful." "But I already mean nothing to him. How am I supposed to make him feel this pain?" The Butterfly Lady sounded full of hatred. "So, if you were dead, it would not matter to him. You must take something away from him that he loves. Only then will he realize the pain he has caused you." Han-sen tried to entice her. The Butterfly Lady's eyes turned bright. She stared at Han-sen as she asked, "Do you know what he likes the most?" "Of course," Han-sen said. Of course I know. Isn't what he loves the most is what has taken him away from you? What? The butterfly lady did not understand Han Sen. He gave you up because he was looking for the path of sky and men combined together, Han Sen said. If you break the path he wants to pursue, wouldn't that make him feel more pain than death? The butterfly lady gnashed her teeth as she asked, won't killing him sever that path? No, no, no. If you kill him, he won't feel anything, Han Sen said. He needs to remain alive but without hope. He needs to feel as hopeless as you do now that you have been abandoned. Only then will he feel the pain. The butterfly lady's eyes turned bright as she asked, how do I make him feel hopeless and full of pain? Han Sen knew that he had finally gotten through to the butterfly lady. He looked at God next to him. He saw God just sit there and watch like a member of the audience. God was not going to prohibit Han Sen from trying. Han Sen took a deep breath and said, stopping him is not that hard. You just need to destroy his geno-art and body. Take him with you and keep him alive. But throughout his whole life, do not allow him to practice again. Have him hover between life and death where he can see his way forward but cannot do anything to venture there. I am sure the pain he suffers will be as grand as yours. That way you can relish in the pain he feels each and every day. Isn't that better than killing him? Han Sen knew this idea he devised would likely shackle him with a lot of bad karma. Given the circumstances, he did not care about that all that much. Allowing the very high to suffer was much better than letting himself become a slave for 100 years. When the butterfly lady heard Han Sen, her eyes turned bright. She was almost insanely happy. Her teeth were chattering. She stared at the half-dead very high leader and laughed. Not bad. I want to watch you suffer as bad as I have. I want you to suffer through torture and torment every day. While she was talking, the butterfly lady came before very high leader. She grabbed very high leader, who was now like a skeleton, not caring for the fact he had blood everywhere. She held him in her arms like a baby. She flapped her wings and flew into the mountains. It looks like your plan failed. Han Sen felt weird. God did not stop the butterfly lady from leaving. Yes, you win, God said with a nod. Han Sen was shocked. He looked at God for a while. The bet was not over yet. God could still perform one last twist of the knife. With God's mind, tricks, and powers, Han Sen did not believe there was nothing more it could do. Han Sen looked at God as he asked, aren't you even going to try? There is still more time. Of course, he was not trying to sway God. He was just worried about God having another conspiracy in the works. He didn't want the rug pulled from under him. God smiled. There is no need. I want to watch and find out what the ending is, but there won't be enough time. So let's end it here. You win the bet. Can you give Warner to me now? Han Sen asked. Of course. You go back first. I will stay here and watch the ending alone. God waved a hand. Han Sen felt the sky and the ground spin. He experienced another painful teleport. When his body returned to normal, he was already back upon God's farm. That God was so weird. It was willing to lose all because it wanted to watch the ending. But that is not a bad thing. Otherwise, I have no idea who would have ended up winning. Although Han Sen had won the bet, the pressure put upon him by God had not been reduced. In the past, when he was facing King, Empty God, and other scary god spirits, Han Sen did not feel so pressured. That weird-looking god, which did not look so scary, did not give him pressure. That was not because God's power was stronger than his. It was the invisible mental pressure. It was a natural reaction to feel when one subconsciously felt danger. So far, to make Han Sen feel this form of crisis, only God had been able to do it. Han Sen thought he might have to wait for a long time. After an hour, God returned and approached Han Sen with tears in its eyes. That fast? Did the butterfly lady go mad and kill very high leader? Han Sen was shocked. God seemed to know what Han Sen was thinking and said, I only fast-forwarded time. I went to watch their grim ending. You still won the bet. What was the end like? Han Sen asked with curiosity. You are not going to like it, God coldly said. It did not tell him the ending of the butterfly lady and very high leader's story. Han Sen looked at God. who had taken over Warner's body, and asked, "Now, can you give Warner back to me?" "Sure," God said with a nod. "Where would you like to go?" "Let's go." "What does that mean? Are you going to break the promise?" Han Sen asked with a frown. If God was betraying the deal, there was nothing he could do about it. "I only promised to give you Warner. I never said I would exit her body." God smiled and spoke as if it was the one in the right. When Han Sen heard that, he froze. He knew he would not beat God with such word games. The most important thing was the simple fact that God had more power. The one who had more power was the one Han Sen could not beat. He could not properly object. Han Sen was going to stop talking. Taking a Warner that had been taken over by God was worse than not bringing her back at all. It would only make Lone Bamboo even sadder. God seemed to know what Han Sen was thinking. He coldly said, "I am planning to travel through the universe. So how about this? You can be my tour guide. In 6 months, I will give you the complete Warner." Han Sen's face did not look any better following that. Being with such a dangerous God for half a year made Han Sen unsure of how he might end up dead. "Of course, you could give her up, but that would be your decision to give up Warner," God said. "That would not be me breaking a promise." Han Sen gnashed his teeth. "Sure, but no more bets over the next half a year while you're with me. And you cannot ask me to make wishes." "Sure." God smiled and nodded. It did not waste time thinking. Han Sen looked at God with a complex look. He knew this was dangerous, but it was now the only way to save Warner. With God's scary power, unless his power was enough to breach the Geno Hall, there was no other way for him to get Warner back. This bet was only won through luck. It was the reason why he had won. If he had to do it again, Han Sen was not sure if he would win. Han Sen thought, how did Han Jingji beat him 11 times before? "Let's go." "Where are we going next?" God looked at Han Sen with interest. "Where would you like to go?" Han Sen glumly asked. "I will take you there. Your home." What God said made Han Sen's mouth drop open. He could not close it. Han Sen's mind flashed through many ideas. "Is my home someplace you can go to? Even if I could, I would not take you there. That is like inviting a wolf into a room." "No, that is not like inviting a wolf into a room. It is like inviting God into a room. Gods are much scarier than wolves. But where can I take him? My body cannot be an adult for much longer. I will be a child soon. Then, it will be worse." In the past, Han Sen was worried that his body would become a child, but he did not change. He only noticed when he returned to God's farm that the time he came back was the same as the time when he went in. He was able to guess why he had not already turned into a child. Regarding why God came out late, Han Sen did not understand. In the Extreme King's garden, Han Sen was sitting reading books. The lady who looked like Warner was sitting nearby watching him. Han Sen's eyebrows noticeably rose. After a while of enduring the gaze, he could not help but ask Warner, who was actually God in disguise, "Can you not look at me like that?" God had been looking at him for a long time. Even as a god, the being should have been tired of watching all of that. After agreeing to bring God home, Han Sen had no choice but to bring God to the Extreme King. God had also noticed the fact that Han Sen had become smaller. God smiled and said, "Only you are interesting here. If I don't stare at you, what else can I look at?" Extreme King elites are everywhere, such as by King and those elders. They are very interesting elites. Feel free to stare at them. Han Sen obscenely sold out the Extreme King. "I am tired of looking at them," God said. Han Sen was speechless. If Bai King learned someone had said that about him, he wondered what he would think. The universe is so big. Powerful nobles and xenogeniacs exist everywhere. You can go check them out. Han Sen felt sad as he spoke. "I am not invincible. It is not like I can watch whoever I want. I at least need to find some interesting creatures. Then I can go see them," God patiently explained. Han Sen did not know what else to say, so he casually said, "If you like seeing other creatures that much, it would be nice if there was a Geno being scroll fight to watch. You could watch them all." When God heard what Han Sen said, it nodded and said, Your suggestion is not bad. We can have another Geno being scroll fight, but the Geno being scroll fights are fairly boring. The creatures that fight aren't even god class. There should be a god fight instead. Are you serious? Han-sen looked at God with shock. Han-sen had never heard of the Geno being scroll opening on a whim. In the past, it was supposed to be once every 100 years, and the highest rank allowed in were kings. The last Geno being scroll bouts ended a few years ago. There was still a long time to go until 100 years had gone by. The Geno being scroll should not have been able to open again so soon. Yet God wanted there to be a Geno being scroll fight now and one for beings that were god class. Han-sen really didn't believe it. If God could randomly start Geno being scroll fights, then why, in the past and across all of time, had nothing like this happened before? As a god, never lying is one of the most basic rules, God said. The being reached out a hand and brought a notebook out of nowhere. Then God started writing in it. Han-sen leaned his head over to take a gander at what was being written, but he noticed the paper in the notebook was blank. The pen was not writing down anything. While Han-sen was confused over what God hoped to do, he suddenly heard the thunder roll through space. Suddenly, the entire universe went dark. Every creature in the entire universe was shocked. The sky was pitch black. One could not even see their fingers. Suddenly, a big boom sounded. He didn't know what was happening. Some low-life creatures that had not developed were madly running around. They did not know what was happening. They thought it was the end of the world. Suddenly, there was a crack in space. An ancient temple appeared. It looked like the Geno Hall. It inched its way out of the crack. What is happening? Why has the Geno Hall suddenly appeared now? Did another god just die? But no way. I did not see another god's sadness. Did someone trigger a lantern fight? I don't think so. I do not see anyone triggering a lantern fight for ownership of a race lantern. Many deified elites across several different races were confused. They were looking at the Geno Hall, which was floating in space. This time, when the Geno Hall appeared, it was different from how it usually appeared. When the Geno Hall revealed itself completely, the gate slowly opened. The light inside the gates was very bright. People could only see bright, godly lights manifest from beyond the gate. One could not really see what was inside the God Hall. Inside that very bright godly light, something came out from the God Hall. When everyone clearly saw what it was, they were knocked into shock. It was a scroll. Is that the Geno being scroll? It does not quite look the same. The Geno being scroll fights happened a few years ago. Why is it happening again so soon? What is happening here? My king stood atop his god tower. He frowned and looked at the scroll unfurling in the sky. On an unknown small planet, an old man who was a fortune-teller frowned while looking at the scroll. What the hell? Why would a Geno being scroll appear now? Inside the palace of a red dwarf star, there was a man who looked like a king. He was looking at the scroll in the sky with interest. Inside a black hole, the demon Alpha, who had been practicing with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He stared at the scroll in the sky. At the peak of Empty Mountain, a green-haired beast and a woman looked at this weird scene unfold with shock. The scroll slowly opened up. There was shiny text on it. No one was able to read the words, but every creature was somehow able to understand the meaning. Even the people from the undeveloped races were able to understand what the words meant. The feeling was like someone was standing aloft in space and reading it, but no one heard the sounds. A godly voice that could not be heard echoed throughout the universe. The Geno God list is open. All God-class creatures are eligible to join. The first 100 can be kept inside the Geno God list and be handsomely rewarded. Han-sen was frozen. He could not believe that something he had randomly said could instigate universe-wide changes. When he saw the rewards, his heart jumped. That was especially true of the reward for those in the first place. If there were a chance, Han-sen would fight for his life to claim that prize. Han-sen thought, I believe that prize would tempt the deified elites of the entire universe. It was not just his heart that was jumping. Every deified elite in the entire universe was going crazy. The rest on the list did not matter much, but the first place reward was a god's personality. They could become God spirits. That was the dream of most deified elites. Unfortunately, entering the Geno Hall was too hard. Approximately 99% of true gods died while attempting to go in. No one dared to try to go in on a whim. Now, they just needed to win first place in the latest fights to become God spirits. The difficulty had been significantly reduced. Even if people did not achieve the first place, the rewards behind it were still quite good. It made the elites who were not deified very tempted. Boom! Seeing the empty Geno God list shine, countless amounts of starlight flew across the universe. Han Sen saw starlight come before him. It was an invitation to the Geno God fight. Pretty much every deified in the universe received the same starlight. Han Sen's finger touched the starlight. The starlight turned into a dot of starlight on his fingertip. Following Han Sen's wish, the starlight formed two words, human dollar. In the next moment, starlight flew back into the skies and returned to the Geno God list. The Geno God list now had human dollar on it. Almost at the exact same time, Han Sen saw many names appear on the Geno God list. Han Sen looked at them. He saw many familiar names. Empty Mountain, Golden Growler. Is that Golden Growler? When Han saw the name, he was taken aback. Although Han Sen was excited to see his little gold, he was worried little gold had forgotten about him. Why disguise as a human? You are xenogenic. God looked at Han Sen with interest. I like doing that. Han Sen did not explain any further, but he felt surprised and thought, after I became xenogenic, not even God can see that my true body is human. That is surprising. It is good that God thinks I am just disguising myself. Otherwise, with God's suspicions of humans, something might have happened. In the palace situated inside a red dwarf, a few blue-blooded men bowed before a king. Legion leader, the Geno God list has suddenly appeared. This is a great opportunity for our legion. If we can achieve first place and claim the God Spirit seat, it will be great for our legion. Then we will let Lu Lai join the Geno God fight, the man coldly said. On Empty Mountain's peak, the green-haired growler screamed excitedly. God helped out Empty Mountain. Little Mountain Leader has only just become true God. Now this chance has arisen. This time, Little Mountain Leader must achieve first place to become a God Spirit and earn glory for all of Empty Mountain. All across the universe, many scary elites were aiming for first place on the God list. Only the old fortune teller lowered his head and frowned, thinking of something. He didn't speak. In the Extreme King, many deified elites signed up. Even if they didn't achieve first place, getting into the top 100 enabled them to receive many benefits. The three high races were not interested in the Geno being scroll. They would not join those. This time, the Geno God list was something many deified elites of the three high races would participate in. Han Sen thought the Geno universe only had a few thousand deified elites at the most. In the Geno God list, there were at least 10,000 names. Plus, some deified elites had selected not to join. There were many more deified elites in the Geno universe than Han Sen had believed there to be. Han Sen did not expect to achieve first place. After all, his power was not enough to battle a true God elite yet. If he could get into the top 100, he would not be disappointed. Let me see what the rewards are for reaching the top 100. It is pretty generous. The first 100 can receive a true God item. Han Sen felt as if he must work hard. A true God treasure was always good for him to have. The most important thing Han Sen needed now was for him to become butterfly class. Being larva class did not allow him to remain as an adult for long. When he had the body of a child, he could not activate the powers inside him. He could not fight strong elites. I need 20 more deified genes to reach a maximum of 100. It looks like I will be too late to join the first God fight. I hope the first fight is not against some scary elite. Just give me a primitive or something. Just let me go through the first fight with ease. Han Sen planned on going to Nine Defense Palace to kill deified xenogenics and absorb their genes. Nine Defense Palace could only be entered alone. So Han Sen asked God to wait in the garden and await his return. Just as Han Sen had entered Nine Defense Palace, he discovered that God had been following. Han Sen did not say anything. The restrictions of Nine Defense Palace were powerful, but to stop a being that called itself God, maybe it was not that great. After Han Sen opened the palace, he walked to room 0038. He saw a xenogeniac locked inside. It was a big black bird with ink feathers. Its eyes were like the sun and moon. One was yellow and one was red. It looked at Han Sen, which gave him a chill. God looked at the big black bird and said, "Ha! This xenogeniac is weird." "What is weird?" Han Sen shrugged. If God said the xenogeniac was weird, there had to be a problem somewhere. Han Sen always wondered why Bai King granted Han Sen access to Nine Defense Palace. He wondered if it was all part of some grand conspiracy. If there was, he could not identify it. If God really did find out something about all these things, it would be a great help. This xenogeniac does not have a spirit. God looked at the xenogeniac while speaking. Spirit. Han Sen looked at God with confusion. He did not know what that meant. What was a spirit? Everything has a spirit, God said. A spirit is not a soul, but it is similar. All creatures without a spirit can live, but they cannot evolve. I thought evolution depended on a person's genes. Han Sen did not understand. That is correct. The genes are one of the changes that occur within a spirit. With a spirit, genes can mutate. Otherwise, pure, generic gene messages cannot make things mutate. God looked at the black bird and said, "That is a larva-class xenogeniac. If it can become this level, it should have a spirit. But this bird does not have a spirit. That is weird." God was silent for a moment before looking at Han Sen and saying, "This place must have another xenogeniac, right? Take me to have a look." Han Sen wanted to know what happened there as well. He took God to look at the other xenogeniacs before he killed them. Because the power of those xenogeniacs was stronger than his, he had previously skipped them and did not kill the xenogeniacs. There were 3 xenogeniacs like that. Han Sen brought God to open one of the palaces. God saw them and immediately said, "A butterfly-class xenogeniac that does not possess a spirit as well. This is so weird." He inspected the other 2 xenogeniacs, too. That just made God's face inflected with more curiosity. Interesting. I did not know the Extreme King had such a very interesting place. The xenogeniacs here do not have spirits, especially the xenogeniac in Palace 0002. That is a true God-class time ghost. It is a very famous, scary xenogeniac. Rarely can a creature of the universe fight it. It does not have a spirit now either. That is interesting. God looked at Time Ghost with interest like a kid looking at toys. Is there a problem with a xenogeniac that does not possess a spirit? Han Sen had eaten many of the xenogeniacs from that place. Although he did not feel anything negative with them, he was worried that it was bad for his body. Aside from the fact they cannot evolve, there is nothing bad about them. God replied and then muttered to itself. Were their spirits taken out by force? So how was it achieved? What does it mean? Han Sen killed the ink feather god bird. He did not receive a beast soul. God looked at the xenogeniac that had no spirit. After that, God said nothing more. Han Sen took the ink feather god bird's flesh with him to leave the Nine Defense Palace. He kept refining the flesh while waiting for the god fights to begin. Because there were deified beings that did not accept their invitation to the god fights, it would be another 3 days before the god fights began. For the next 3 days, the deifieds had some time to reconsider their invitation. Han Sen wanted to know if Bai King was going to join the god fights, but he still had not had the chance to meet up with him since his return. Han Sen was looking at the Geno God list for a while, but he did not find Bai King's name there. When Bowing came to teach Han Sen more manners, she carefully asked, "Mr. Holy Baby, are you joining the Geno God list fights?" Ever since what had happened, Bowing was far more polite to Han Sen. "Who knows? Maybe." Han Sen answered like it worked both ways. He joined as an adult and he had used the name dollar. He did not want the Extreme King to know that. "If you do not join, it will be a grand shame. With your power, perhaps you would get into the top 100. Bowing spoke it as if it was a big shame. Clearly, she had seen the Geno God list and not found Holy Baby's name there. After Bowing left, Han Sen did not see God. Ever since they had returned from Nine Defense Palace, God always took off alone. Han Sen did not know where God went. 3 days later, Han Sen was finally able to start fighting. He first took a look at who he was going to go up against. He saw his name and Bar's name matched with it. Is this guy Bar? Han Sen was shocked. He was the one who had pushed Bar to deified, and he knew the might Bar possessed. Although Bar's level was not high, and he was only primitive or transmutation at best, his almost immortal power frequently gave Han Sen a headache. I guess I was lucky to not encounter a true God-class enemy. At least Han Sen felt safer. Meanwhile, over in the destroyed realm, Bar saw he was being pitted against Dollar. His eyes looked slightly excited as he said, I can't believe the first fight puts me against Dollar. With the destroyed skills I created, he will be given quite the shock. Jia Robber frowned and said, although the skills you created combine your god-body elements, it is very powerful. Against Dollar you should always be careful. That guy is not normal. I know. But this time it will not be so easy for him to defeat me. With my destroyed skills, there is no way I can lose. Bar was feeling confident. The Geno God list appeared. It made all the creatures in the universe want to watch. It was so rare to see deified elites, and it was even rarer to see them do battle. I thought Geno God list was the same as the Geno being scroll. I thought many tiers would conduct fights at the same time, but it isn't like that. It's a mishmash, and each fight occurs consecutively. That is very good. We won't miss any of the fights. Yeah, deified level fights are so exciting to watch. If a Geno God list had not suddenly appeared, we would never have had the chance to see them fight. It will be great if I get to watch every fight. Deified class Geno God list is the first place on the God list. That should be the strongest person in the universe. Yes. The strongest person in the universe without a doubt. The two deifieds in the first fight are Bar from the Destroyed and the Human Dollar. Human Dollar. Why does that name sound so familiar? Ah, that Dollar must have been the one who achieved first place in the Marquise bracket for the Geno being scroll. Yes, it is him. I remember. He defeated Lone Bamboo from Sky Palace and achieved first place in the Marquise bracket. How many years has it been, yet he has already achieved deified class? Isn't that a bit too fast? Human, what kind of race is that? Because there had never been a god fight before, in the first round of the god fights, every creature in the universe gave it all their focus. Han Sen had to transform into adult mode to enter the Geno God list. He entered space and saw Bar far away. He was coming at him. In the Red Dwarf Palace, the man who looked like a king was watching Han Sen in the Geno God list. It looked as if he was in deep thought. This Dollar is so weird. He uses the name human to travel around the universe and hasn't been killed by God. That is special. In a dark world with a broken palace, a weird big bird sighed. Human? That is a familiar and yet strange name. A woman, who was quite pretty, looked at Nine Life Cat and asked, Old cat? Is this Dollar really human? In the sanctuaries, there was a person called Dollar, Old Cat said after thinking for a moment. But how could an ordinary human level up so fast? That just doesn't make sense. I don't care if he is. Besides, aside from Little Master, no one can really kill God. It is a shame Little Master is not deified yet. Otherwise, if he was to join this God fight, he would certainly earn first place. Then, Sacred would become feared once again. What a shame. Who knew there would suddenly be a Geno God list showing up? If we had known about this beforehand, we would have made Little Master become deified before it began. It is too late now. Dollar. I finally have a chance to fight you. Bar Flew excitedly shouted as he flew toward Han Senator. His entire body was surging with the eagerness to do battle. His eyes looked as if they were on fire. Hansen thought, how could this guy still be the same? He still behaves like this as a deified. The guy hasn't changed a bit. Han Sen was going to finish this fight quickly, but he then heard Bar say, Dollar, I created a skill called Destroyed Skill. I can kill another of the same level as easy as I can kill a dog. Do not disappoint me, okay? Oh, I would love to see it. Hansen knew that Bar's destroyed body was strong. It was almost indestructible. But Bar's fighting ability was average at best. He was a bit arrogant by saying killing him was as easy as killing a dog. Still, Hansen was curious. He gave up on killing Bar right away. He wanted to see this destroyed skill. Upon hearing Bar say that, Jia Rober was speechless. He held his head down and felt a headache come on. That guy was the poster child of brainless people. His words offended many deified elites. The people of the destroyed are so powerful. Killing another as easily as killing a dog? I hope the next time we meet we can see who will end up killing who. Maybe he can't go past the first round. He will get killed like a dog by the human. Many deified elites were angry. While they were all mocking him, Bar moved. He was madly running at Hansen. As Bar began to sprint, his whole body was on fire. He looked like a black sun. Although it was separated through the Genogod list, one could still feel Bar's scary presence. Normal creatures only sensed that Bar was powerful. It was hard to tell exactly how strong he was. The faces of the deified elites participating in the Genogod list all exhibited different amounts of change. The presence Bar released was very strong for someone at the primitive level. That power is not bad, but if he said he was invincible against others in the same tier as him, that is a bit over the top. An extreme king primitive deified said while grunting. If I was his opponent, I could easily suppress him. Other primitive deifieds thought the same way too. In the next second, the faces of the primitive deified people who had these thoughts changed. Pang! Bar rushed before Han's senator the moment their fists collided. His whole body exploded like a nuke. Every inch of his flesh erupted with power. He unleashed all of the power inside his body. A big, black sun arose. It was like a demonic mouth that could swallow everything. The meteors and small planets in space were destroyed by that scary power. It was like everything within that explosion was destroyed. Power like that was already better than anything else a primitive deified could achieve. There were no deified primitives out there who could explode their god bodies completely, and there were no primitive deifieds who could use their own god bodies as Bar could. This self-exploding power had the same magnitude of a powerful attack dealt by a transmutation class deified. Killing another of the same level as easily as killing a dog was indeed an exaggeration, but the power of that attack could effectively deal with most primitives deifieds. It was nothing to sneer at. Fuck! This guy is too crazy, a primitive deified angrily said. Is this how he plays? He is making himself a bomb. The black sun was like a demon that could control everything. It flickered in space for 5 seconds and then started to go dim. The shockwave made people's hearts jump. It made the normal creatures that watched the fight become very scared. Even if they were only just watching this scene, it still terrified the people. It is no wonder a deified elite of the destroyed is so scary. Of course, that is why Bar was called a genius. Although he used Hansen's blessing to become deified, what he achieved was nothing weaker than a deified who had managed to level up. He is perhaps even stronger. Aren't you guys just talking trash? If people did not have Bar's destroyed body, who would play like this? Dollar is so unlucky. He encountered Bar in his first fight. A man who will recklessly play with his life. Even if he doesn't die, he will end up wretchedly disabled. I don't think there is much of a chance of him being rendered disabled. Although what Bar said was a bit crazy, he does have what it takes to be crazy. His self-exploding power can really kill most that are of the same level. Perhaps Dollar's level is higher than him. Impossible. In the Geno being scroll fight, Dollar was only Marquise. How many years has it been? Leveling up to primitive so soon is already a scary prospect. If he was larva class, that would be ridiculous to suggest. While everyone was discussing the situation, the black sun had started to dim. The sky full of ash started to come together. It had become Bar's body. This power is like a bug. He will explode himself to die with his enemy and then come back to life. It really is something invincible against another of the same level. A high-level extreme king deified commented. Just as he finished speaking, the creatures in the universe were shocked. Within the space that exploded, that saw that everything had been turned into dust. Right at the epicenter of the explosion, Dollar was still hovering. It looked as if he had not been injured at all. Even the armor he wore had not been dealt a scratch. How is that possible? He is not injured. How did he do this? Everyone was shocked. He resisted such a scary attack and did not get hurt. Did he become a transmutation class? I don't think so. I have never heard of this race called humans before. Not even the 3 higher races can level up so quickly, and he is just from one of the smaller races. How could he level up so fast? If it is not his level, do you think he has some special sort of geno art or treasure? While everyone was trying to guess, they heard Bar laughing like a madman. It is no wonder you are Dollar. I knew it would not be so easy to defeat you. Now let us begin. What I am going to do next will require all my true power. After that, Bar's body was burning with a light flame that was like a demon flame. His whole body turned into a black flame that was headed for Han Sen. Pang, 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 pang. Bar's entire body had become a scary explosion that had a humanoid shape. It kept coming for Han Senator. The self-explosion power was now stronger and scarier than before. After he self-exploded, Bar immediately regenerated the shape of his body. Then, he committed to another suicidal attack on Han Sen. Every attack was self-exploding. Bar was like an undying demon. The scary, suicidal attacks made the scalps of many deified elites itch. What really shocked them was Dollar's performance. They saw Dollar just standing there in space. He was like a god. He was just hovering there and not moving. He randomly waved a punch and blocked all of Bar's scary and suicidal attacks. It did not matter how Bar self-exploded. He was unable to hurt him. The scariest self-explosion was like a beautiful, albeit useless firework. Against Han Senator, it did not even make him stumble an inch. Too strong. Dollar is too strong. Many spirits were so excited while watching all of this, but most of the creatures could only tell that Dollar was strong. They did not know how strong he was. Weird. How can Dollar level up so quickly? It looks like he is at least transmutation class, but he could be even higher. The elites who were able to understand the scene knew that there was a level gap between Bar and Dollar. If Dollar wanted to beat Bar, it would be easy. Dollar, let's finish this while we compete in the Geno God list fight. On a planet in Narrow Moon, Isha was staring at Han Sen and Bar fighting. Her eyes were burning with the desire for combat, and her face was as cold as ice. Isha joined the Geno God list fight too. She had studied the combatant list. She only had to win twice. In the third match, she would square off against Dollar. God was in the garden watching the events unfold with interest. God seemed to be happy watching this performance. It is a shame. I should have given him a stronger opponent. But don't worry, things will get more interesting later. God took out a notebook and looked at it. It seemed as if it was a list of fighters. Let's end this. Han Sen had now seen Bar's destroyed skill. It was strong, but it was still comparable to something like Break Six Skies. It was nothing unstoppable. The only thing Bar was strong with was his indestructible god body. Han Sen had no mood to keep going. He punched toward Bar. Good timing. Bar roared. He did not fall back. He ran toward Han Senator no matter how powerful the enemy was. He was not afraid. Of course, that was because having a god body meant not needing to fear death. When Bar touched Han Sen's hand, his body exploded again. He became a black sun. After the explosion, Bar was supposed to regenerate his power. Instead, the onlookers saw something weird. The black sun that had exploded was grabbed and lifted by Han Sen. It was unlike energy generated by an explosion. It was like a big black ball. Han Sen used one hand to grab the big black ball. He lifted it twice. The people were frozen as they watched Han Sen play ball. The audience did not know what was going on. The energy of the explosion has frozen. Is that an ice Geno art? I don't think so. There is no freezing effect. Holy shit. Is this the legendary time freeze? You don't know shit. Time freeze stops things from moving. How could he just play with it like that? Is it time freeze? Is Dollar's talent associated with time and space? Impossible. The two talents of time and space are very rare. What are the odds of a guy from a small race having the two talents of time and space? If it is not time and space, how can he play with it like that? Suddenly, many deified elites were in shock. Extreme King's second uncle Bai was stunned. Are they really time and space talents? I thought time and space talents were hard to appear on the same creature. I thought only Sacred Leader had the two talents of time and space. This dollar has the two talents of time and space too. It is hard to tell, but it does look like the two talents of time and space, an Extreme King elder said with a frown. In a dark corner of the palace, Old Vulture asked with shock, "Old Cat, does this guy really have the two talents of time and space?" "Impossible. The two talents of time and space are not that easy to find," Old Cat said. His face was riddled with confusion. He was also suspicious. No matter which way you look at it, that power looks like the two talents of time and space. Old Vulture looked at Han Sen, who was holding the black ball. "It is hard to say, but it shouldn't be," Old Cat insisted. It was unknown how many scary beings were confused by what Han Sen was doing with his hands. They were not saying Han Sen's power was scary. They were saying that the two talents of time and space were very rare. If a pig had that talent, it would be a god pig. In the garden, God's eyes narrowed into a squint. A very interesting facial expression appeared as God said, "He can control the universal cogwheels. That is an interesting power. Even the very high sense cannot achieve that. That is an interesting xenogenic." Han Sen lifted the black ball twice before throwing it. The black ball was thrown away like a ball into a planet. It blew the planet into nothing. Bar showed up again. He was furious and wanted to charge Han Sen, but Han Sen coldly said, "If you come at me again, I will turn you into a ball forever." Bar felt a chill. Although he had an undying body, being turned into a ball forever sounded like a fate that was worse than death. "Right now, I am just primitive class. Let me become transmutation before fighting you again." Bar gnashed his teeth. He knew there was no point in fighting him. Therefore, he decided to concede and exit the Genogod list. Dollar's victory left many questions unanswered. It puzzled the elites throughout the universe. Even the hidden old antiques wanted to know who that dollar was. The only answer they were going to get for now was human. Han Sen left the Genogod list as a victor. He returned to the garden and looked like a child again. He did not want to use too much of his power. "What was that Geno art called?" God asked with a smile. "Why would I tell you?" Han Sen knew what God's temper was like. It was a being that did not seem to get mad. If people did not know the truth, it was almost as if God could simply be bullied. Han Sen went to pour some tea. God laughed because Han Sen did not answer but did not ask the question again. God just carried on watching the god fights that came next. Han Sen was lying on a chair. He wanted to watch the next fight too because he wanted to watch Golden Growler. It was the fourth match and Han Sen wanted to know if it was his Golden Growler. Han Sen did not notice who the second bout was against. When he took a look, he was shocked. The two deified creatures in the second round were ones Han Sen had never heard of. One was called a Dolek and named Dolek. He did not know what that was. The other deified creature was called Space Garden's Queen. Space Garden? How many space gardens are there in the universe? My space garden does not have a queen. Han Sen felt weird. He was looking at the space battleground on the Genogod list. A shadow entered the space battleground. His body was weird. It was a blue transparent light. Its texture was like jelly that had been shined on. The body shape was like that of a giant. When the other body showed up on the battleground, Han Sen screamed and lost his voice. It was Huang Fujing. Huang Fujing has become a primitive deified that fast? Han Sen was shocked. It was no wonder she was willing to call herself Space Garden's Queen. Han Sen had warned all the humans there not to call themselves human. He guessed Huang Fujing was already in Space Garden, which was why she used that name to participate in the god fights. The Space Garden itself did not draw much attention because the flower gods of Space Garden were not well known for their fighting. It was not even known if they had deified elites. Even if they did have one, it would not be anything spectacular. On the other hand, the Dolek had drawn much attention. The Doleks? I cannot believe that race still exists. I thought Sky Palace had destroyed it. Since when were the Doleks that easy to destroy? They are considered one race and one body. As soon as one is alive, they can multiply and build their race. It looks like this Dolek just grew up not too long ago. He seems to have only just become primitive. A Dolek is good at splitting energy. Although it is not like Bar with his destroyed god body. It is scary all the same. I bet that Space Garden Queen cannot beat it. Can the word queen be used so randomly? That guy is too cocky. While everyone was talking about the upcoming battle, they saw Dolek had a scary blue substance chain. It punched toward Queen, covering the sky and ground in blue light. Huang Fujing was in front of the giant Dolek. She looked small. In the next second, Huang Fujing's beautiful, long legs were raised. It was like a bat-leak striking Dolek. Pang! The substance chains, which were like blades, cut Dolek's blue light. It also cut his giant jelly body in half. The Dolek was cut in half but did not fall. Both sides of its body started to writhe until they were two smaller-sized Doleks. Ha! Ha! A Dolek cannot be killed so easily. Cutting their body means duplicating their numbers. Space Garden has never had a deified. It is normal to expect people that come out to have no experience with such things. I bet she has never even heard of a Dolek before. Otherwise, why would she cut open the Dolek's body like that? She did not know that a Dolek's body, when cut open, will split into two. Now, she will be forced to fight two Doleks, and its power won't have been split in half. The two Doleks will have the same power as one fully composed Dolek. That means she has one more opponent to deal with. Yeah, Doleks had the scariest splitting power back in the day. They developed like crazy in the universe. They created many big disasters, and Sky Palace was forced to wipe them out. I cannot believe some have remained, and they have become deified. Encountering an opponent like this is bad luck for Queen. Huang Fujing did not move. She saw the Dolek get split in two. She again lifted her long legs and swept them across the Doleks to cut them in half through the waist. The Doleks that had been split into four from two were smaller again. There were now 4 Doleks, and they were roaring as they went for Huang Fujing. Huang Fujing was quiet. Her legs were like a blade that kept lashing out. She cut open all of the Doleks before her, and the number of Doleks kept increasing. This queen cannot be saved. Can she not tell that the more Doleks she breaks open, the more Doleks there will be, and the more danger she will be in? What can she do? Back then, Sky Palace sent out Butterfly-class fire element elites to incinerate the Doleks completely. Obviously, Queen is not fire element. She cannot deal with that many Doleks. You are right. Unless there is an elemental weakness to exploit or absolute power to suppress. A deified elite cannot do anything to defeat a Dolek. Huang Fujing's legs were like blades. She repeatedly kept slicing the Doleks, and the Doleks continued to grow in number. Their power did not decrease. Her situation was becoming more difficult. When everyone thought Huang Fujing was surrounded, and the only path forward was one of loss, people saw her suddenly vanish from her position. In the next moment, all of the creatures in the world saw a fabulous killing show. Huang Fujing's body kept flashing through the space battleground. She looked like a killing machine that could teleport. Wherever she went, Dolek bodies kept getting cut open. The number of Doleks kept increasing. No matter how many Doleks appeared, to Huang Fujing it was futile. She kept appearing wherever she wanted. She was able to kill every single Dolek around her. It was like being in front of a tiger. No matter how big the sheep flock was, it could not harm a tiger. They would all be killed. Infinite teleport. There is no time pausing. Even a true god cannot have this power, right? Dragon 8 was shocked. If she does not have that talent, not even a true god can accomplish what she is doing. Dragon 1 confidently said. This queen, where does she come from? She has a scary and infinite teleportation power and the perfect killing skills of a machine. She is a killing queen born to fight. On the battleground, even if there were millions of armies, They would die if she wanted them to. Ordinary creatures were even more shocked by what they were seeing. With the thrilling performance and stunning appearance of Huang Fujing, they were blown away. What a shame. If she had not encountered a Dolek, with her infinite teleportation skill and perfect killing skills, even if she had met a transmutation deified creature, there would be no chance of her losing. Bar's eyes turned bright. He was thinking about the possibility of himself earning a teleportation power like that. He wondered about using his destroyed skill with it. He could be a moving nuke. He could blow himself up wherever he wanted to. That is a shame, but I do not think she is one of the flower gods, Diarabber said. He looked at her with confusion. After thinking a moment, Bar said, I have heard the space garden was taken over by Han Senator. She must be a crystallizer like Han Sr. I did not expect there were other geniuses among the crystallizers aside from just Han Sen, Diarabber replied. How could you forget so easily? Bar asked. Han Sen has that blessing power. It does not matter how weak the genes of a crystallizer are. After being blessed by him, it is easy for them to become deified. He was one of the people who had been benefited by Han Sen's blessings. He knew how amazing that skill truly was. You are right, Diarabber said with a nod. Many people were thinking the same thing as Bar and Diarabber. They were all thinking about how they might get Han Sen to start blessing their people. If they could, they wanted Han Sen to bless every single one of their people. It was a shame Han Sen was said to be hiding in Space Garden. Entering Space Garden was nearly impossible. The three high races could not enter there. It was even harder for one of the other races. Many people wanted to go for Holy Pirate since only he could travel through the universe freely. But Holy Pirate seemed to have disappeared. No one was able to find him. Huang Fujing's teleportation killing was beautiful. To the Dolek that could split infinitely, it was not useful. No matter how many times she killed them, there would only be more Doleks created. Seeing a space full of Doleks everywhere, everyone thought Queen was going to end up losing. It did not matter how many times she used her infinite teleportation technique. She could not win. Huang Fujing's body suddenly appeared in the sky. She did not attack the Doleks, which were now like a sea. When everyone thought Queen was going to give up, they saw her body move. Instantly, many Queen shadows appeared in the sky. It was now like an endless amount of Queens moving forward to attack together. It was like many scary powers working together. It was like a killing machine. It suddenly killed all of the Doleks again and again, from pieces to slices, slices to sticks, sticks to dots, and dots to smaller dots. In the end, they just became molecules. The Doleks had been cut into nothing because of the countless Queens. Everyone was frozen while watching this happen. The Doleks did not resurrect. Oh my God! What did I just see? Someone finally screamed. They should not have just been shadow doppelgangers. So why do they have a battle power and the same body? What the hell was that? Second Uncle Bye-Bye could not help but open his eyes wide and scream. Time and space power. Another time and space power. A time and space real super god body, with Huang Fujing's personal super strong attack powers, makes her a killing queen kind of existence. Han Sun could not help but compliment her. Interesting time and space movement talents. Since when have crystallizers been so talented? God squinted and looked at Huang Fujing exiting the stage with elegance. Han Sen's heart jumped. He did not say anything. He knew the more he said, the more he would expose. It was unknown it was deliberate. But God asked Han Sen, "What do you think?" "That is an interesting talent, but primitive deified level is too low," Han Sen coldly said. "It does not matter the level of an interesting creature," God harshly replied. "Even if someone becomes true God, boring people are still boring." "Perhaps, but I am not interested in any other creature," Han Sen said. "I just want to know if I can get into the top 100 to claim the rewards on offer." "You must work harder," God said with a laugh. "Do you not see me working hard?" Han Sen picked up a hunk of flesh from the ink feather god bird. It was freshly cooked. He inserted it into his mouth. He used consume to refine it. He was also waiting for the third match of the Genogod list to start. Consume is the geno-art of the consume ants. It is weird that you can make use of consume and eat xenogeneic genes to evolve. That evolution power is very rare in the universe. God looked at Hansen with interest. You can have a slice if you want, Hansen said with a smile. In that case, I will not deny the offer. Hansen had only said it for fun, but God really wanted to try some out. God picked up some ink feather god bird meat and started to chew it. Its mouth and hands were full of grease. It tastes so good. Hansen could not be bothered talking to God. When he saw the people in the third match, he felt compelled to throw up the ink feather bird god meat he had just eaten. Space Garden, Sword Fairy. Hansen was thinking about who might use that name. Aside from Gu Qingqing, there was no other. Of course, not long later, Gu Qingqing, who was wearing green clothes, appeared on the space battleground. She floated in like a fairy. Her opponent was a deified of the Extreme King. The great coincidence here was that the Extreme King deified was also using a sword, but it was a great sword. Ha! It is her. Hansen Gu Qingqing. God was shocked. Hansen knew God knew Gu Qingqing, but he still asked, "What? Do you know her? Is she famous?" "She is a very interesting spirit," God said with a smile. "She is one of the very few that did not make a wish before me. I did not expect she would show up here. This will be interesting, to say the least." Hansen thought it must not be incorrect. This god is the god the seventh team encountered. When many spirits in the universe heard the words, Space Garden, they became excited. More deified creatures are joining from Space Garden. In the past, the flower gods did not have deifieds. Why are there two deified showing up now? Creatures that did not know what happened started asking around. It was not long before they learned that Hansen had taken over Space Garden. It is no wonder Space Garden suddenly has so many deified creatures. It is God's daddy who is there. Godfather Hansen is so strong. The power to make deified creatures is invincible. Bar and Queen are so strong. It looks like deified creatures that are blessed by Hansen are stronger than ordinary deified creatures. Perhaps it is just a coincidence. Let's see how this sword fairy performs first. There is no way that all the creatures Hansen blessed to become deified are stronger than usual. Who knows? But I think Godfather Han is very powerful. He can randomly create so many deified creatures. I am afraid this match will not be an easy one to win. After all, the opponent is an Extreme King deified. People had just finished talking when Gu Qingqing revealed the sword in her hands. She swung it and slashed toward the Extreme King deified elite. "Good timing!" the Extreme King deified coldly shouted. He raised the great sword as substance chains arose like the tide. They were coming straight for Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing's sword light strangely flashed through space. Ordinary creatures were unable to see what happened. That Extreme King deified's chest was delivered a massive wound that exposed his ribs. One saw a large lesion on his organs. God blood spilled like rain. Suddenly, the face of the Extreme King deified looked shocked. He did not let Gu Qingqing slash again. He was quick to concede and escape the space battleground. "You took my hit and did not die. You are not bad," Gu Qingqing coldly said. She put her sword away and flew out of the space battleground. Holy shit! One slash to defeat an Extreme King deified. That is too powerful. This sword fairy is too cool. Her sword skills are so overbearing. Godfather Han is so strong. The deified creatures he blessed are better and better. I do not know how many deified creatures Godfather Han has created, but if this keeps going, the universe is going to be conquered by him. Han-san, that asshole. What kind of power does he possess? How can he make so many deified creatures that easily? How can they all be so brutal? You will all find a way to enter Space Garden. Capture Hansen no matter the cost. Not just ordinary creatures were like this. Even the leaders of high races had red eyes. They wanted to go to Space Garden, capture Hansen, and force him to make their people deified. In Space Garden, Qin Xian was worried. She said, "Hansen always wants us to keep a low profile. With you guys joining like that, won't it cause trouble?" Little Uncle Wang Yuheng laughed and said, "Don't worry. Brother King told people Han Sen was in Space Garden. Little Sen will be the scapegoat. It will be fine. Ha! Gu Qingqing had only just returned when she heard Wang Yuhang speak. She could not help herself from laughing. Xie Qingqing laughed and said, "In the future, Space Garden is going to become so famous. Of course, we are going to use this opportunity to improve the reputation of Space Garden and get a reputation for Sanmu too. He will be happy." "I know, right?" Bauer was holding a big piece of fruit. She was eating. She totally agreed and kept nodding. She clearly just wanted to see chaos more than anything. She did not want to be bored. Now Han Sen could not be happy. The first 3 rounds had 3 humans, including himself. That was a bit over the top. Did God notice something and deliberately set up these matches? Han Sen looked at God, who was eating meat. There was nothing really suspicious about God's behavior, so he denied the thought. "I do not think so. Otherwise, God would not have been so surprised when he saw Gu Qingqing. Perhaps it really was just a coincidence. Maybe there are only those 2 from Space Garden joining." Thinking about this possibility, Han Sen felt worse. He knew he had reminded them many times to maintain an extremely low profile. Thinking about the personalities of those people, none of them knew what it meant to keep a low profile. Also, Space Garden had many resources for them. They were leveling up much faster now, so there was no way Han Sen could keep them quiet. "God bless me. Please do not let these monsters find out they are human." Han Sen still did not know he had become the scapegoat of Space Garden, which was now overwhelmed with deifieds. Finally, it is the 4th round. I wonder if Golden Growler is Little Gold. Han Sen stared at the space battleground in contemplation, waiting for Golden Growler to be revealed. If Golden Growler was really Little Gold, Han Sen was worried about who its opponent might have been. Although it was composed of only 3 words, one would know what kind of race Ancient Thunder God was. It was a very scary being composed of only 3 words. Ancient God was the race with the least amount of beings out of the 3 high races. There didn't have very high numbers, and it was almost impossible for them to obtain more. Every generation of the Ancient God was the result of one dying. It was a case of death and being reborn. Han Sen's body had Ancient Water God's Ancient God origin. In the future, it might become the new Ancient Water God. In the past, Han Sen saw Ancient Water God assault the Geno Hall. He thought Ancient Water God was an almighty being, but he did not know how powerful it was. Now that he thought about it, it was likely a scary being that was true God class. Ancient gods were born deified. It was not rare for the beings of that race to become true God. If Golden Growler was Little Gold, going up against Ancient Thunder God would make it a bad fight for him. The sky shimmered with streaks of lightning as an Ancient God giant formed of electricity appeared in the space battleground. It was the same as Ancient Water God. Ancient gods were creatures that were formed of pure energy. Ancient Thunder God's whole body was composed completely of thunder. Every movement it made was carried with the strength of thunder. The whole of space flickered with lightning like it was there but not there. It was like it was connected to the Ancient Thunder God. To be honest, if it was all based on one's appearance, Ancient Thunder God looked more like a god spirit than King Jun and the others. Seeing Ancient Thunder God's substance chains move, Han Sen's heart felt as if it was sinking. He started to hope Golden Growler was not Little Gold. No matter which way he viewed it, Ancient Thunder God was a true god elite that was at the top of the pyramid. A shadow quickly appeared in the space battleground near Ancient Thunder God. The body was not that big. It was only around 3 feet tall. The body looked as if it had been made of gold. Kind of looked like a lion or a Kirin. Its head had a gold horn, and its hair looked as if it had been made of gold. It really is Little Gold. Han Sen was excited and happy about that. He was exuberant to see Little Gold again. He was also surprised to see Little Gold's first fight was against Ancient Thunder God. This match was likely going to be worse than good. He suspected Little Gold was going to lose. Growler's blood still exists, but its blood does not seem to be pure. God looked at Little Gold with interest. When Little Gold was kidnapped by the green-haired beast, Han Sen knew what Growler bloodline Little Gold had. But that was not what he was concerned about. He just hoped little Gold would turn out okay and safe. After all, his opponent was ancient Thunder God. In this universe, not many creatures were able to recognize the blood of little Gold. Not everyone was as smart as God. After all, little Gold did not have pure blood. He looked a bit different from the old Growler too. The only ones that could recognize Golden Growler were the oldest people in the universe. Not many people knew what the Growlers looked like in this day and age. Ancient Thunder God was not in the mood to figure out where little Gold came from. His voice was like a thunderstorm that rolled through space. He said, "If you leave now, you may continue with your petty existence." Little Gold looked at Ancient Thunder God with eyes that appeared like gold glass. He did not speak or concede and exist the space battleground. Ancient Thunder God stopped talking. His eyes were brewing with the power of thunder. They suddenly became two electric laser beams that came straight for little Gold. There was enough power in that attack to blow up a giant planet. It really is a true God being. When Han San saw the scary Thunder God light, he was worried. Ancient gods really are the loved ones of the universe. They are born deified. The chance to become a true god is the highest amongst the three high races. It is a shame they have difficulty breeding. If it was easy for them, the whole universe would undoubtedly be under their control. Dia Robber could not help but be complimentary. Just as he spoke, the thunder power was going to land on little Gold's face. When it did, little Gold opened his mouth. Little Gold's body was only 3 feet tall, but his head was big. It was like a male lion's head. Ancient Thunder God was like a thunder giant that was 300 feet tall. They were not even close to being the same scale in size. When little Gold opened his mouth, it became massive. It was like it could swallow the sky and earth. The scary bolt of electricity shot into his mouth. It did not affect little Gold. Ancient Thunder God's giant thunder giant body was swallowed by little Gold. Everyone in the universe was dead silent. Even the scariest deified creatures were suddenly petrified. They all looked upon little Gold, who looked entirely normal once again. Belch! Little Gold looked full. He opened his mouth and burped. A roll of thunder came with it. Then it left the space battleground wagging its tail. Is that it? Is it all over? What just happened? Was Ancient Thunder God swallowed by a little gold beast? I think that's what happened. And he burped. No way. That was Ancient Thunder God. The incredibly powerful ancient god. How could it be swallowed? This has to be fake. It has to be fake. Ancient Thunder God will fight his way out of the creature's stomach. Fight your ass. Did you not see the Geno God list? Didn't you see Golden Growler's rank increase? Holy shit. What kind of creature is that? It is so powerful. Everyone in the universe was shocked. No one expected Ancient Thunder God, who was so powerful, would be swallowed by a little gold beast they had never seen before. Ordinary creatures were shocked by how scary Golden Growler was, but many true elites had strange expressions. Eating Dragon Phoenix. Eating Ancient God. The blood of the Growlers continues in this universe. My King's face looked deathly serious. Do the Growlers still have blood in this universe? Old Vulture and a few others were in shock. The Growler bloodline still exists. It looks like the universe is going to go crazy. On the top floor of the very highest court in outer sky, an old man opened his eyes and looked at the space battleground. His face changed. Ha! Ha! The whole universe should be quivering in their boots after witnessing the power of little mountain leader. The green-haired Growler happily roared. The Growlers are back. Empty Mountain's invincible Beast King is back. He felt as if he was the one who won the match and swallowed Ancient Thunder God. Han Sen was shocked, but he did not care if it was Golden Growler or not. Little Gold had become supremely powerful. He was very happy about that. Little Gold has become so powerful in such a short amount of time. I should work harder. Han Sen grabbed a chunk of the ink feather god bird's meat and shoved it in his mouth. He increased the speed of its refinery. Deified Gene +1, the announcement said in his mind. This golden growler mix is no worse than a pureblood growler. It might seem even better. That is so weird. God looked at little gold with interest. No matter what the case was, that entire fight shocked the whole universe, and it heralded the return of Empty Mountain. The growlers were back. Hansen did not watch the next fight. He had to quickly increase his genes so he could become butterfly class. If he didn't do that, he wouldn't stand a chance when it came to fighting top-class deified creatures. Hansen went straight to the 9 Defense Palace. Before the next fight began, he was hoping to achieve butterfly class. But his gene leveling up progress was not very smooth. That was because he was already larva class. He ate loads of low-class deified xenogeneic genes, but it did not increase his gene tally very much. He needed at least larva-class deified genes if he wanted to soundly earn more. It was the only way to gain the amount of deified genes he needed. Of course, it was great to have butterfly-class deified genes. He would get more genes from them, but the xenogeneics in 9 Defense Palace were mostly primitive classes. Xenogeneics like Time Ghost, even though it was locked up, was not something Hansen had the chops to kill. So, his progression was going at a snail's pace for the time being. Luckily, Hansen's next opponent was only going to be a transmutation deified. He had a long time to go before the next fight, and Hansen won the fight smoothly. In his third match, his opponent was similar and larva class. It was a xenogeneic that looked like a giant dragon, but it was not an opponent that truly challenged him. Hansen wanted to kill it, but the giant dragon was evil. The moment it saw things going sour, it threw in the towel and escaped. Hansen won every battle he fought. The name dollar was something becoming learned across the universe. It was a shame Hansen had to focus all of his time on practicing. He did not have much time to focus on the matches conducted by others, so Hansen had no idea that the most popular name wasn't actually dollar. It had become Space Garden's Hansen. Space Garden did not have a deified, yet 7 from there had joined in the god fights. Although they were all primitive class, their performances had been exceptional. Aside from one of them having bad luck in which the person who encountered a butterfly-class xenogeneic had to get kicked out, the other 6 were able to reach the 3rd round. Of course, luck was involved with them all. After all, they were all primitive classes. They did not meet strong enemies in their first 2 bouts, but their performances and powers displayed were still quite shocking. Pretty much all of them were the best of what a primitive deified could achieve. They all had very good powers. Everyone thought this was because of Hansen, thus, Space Garden and Hansen, who did not even use his real name to join the fights, had become the hot topic of the universe. Godfather Han is so awesome. Sword Fairy, Queen, and Dragon Lady Chef are all stronger than the others. I would like to go to Space Garden. I wonder if Godfather would be willing to bless me too. Then I could come out and play here. I think the little lady from Demon with purple clothing and the little lady from the feather are stronger. I did not expect Teacher Xie to become deified as well. Also, he is a part of Space Garden. That is so rare. But Teacher Xie's luck is so bad. He met a very high true god class, so he had to concede. Ha! Ha! Space Garden has 7 deifieds. Only Teacher Xie was the one who had the poorest luck. Even that weakest Wang Yuhang had extremely good luck. He encountered 2 primitive deified xenogeneics that were very weak, and it got him into the 3rd round. It is a shame Godfather Han has chosen not to participate in the fights. If he did take part, it would surely be quite interesting. Does Godfather Han need to join the fight? He can just spit out deifieds. Does he need to join the god fights himself? He will earn vast fortunes by just sitting at home. How do we get Godfather Han to start blessing us? If I could ask him, I would be willing to spend everything. Don't you even think about it. Every big race has tried capturing Hansen like crazy. He has created many deifieds. Even the 3 high races are jealous of what he can do. I don't think it will be long before Space Garden becomes the 5th biggest faction in the entire universe. It might even threaten the 4 races ahead of it. I would suggest pledging our allegiance to them quickly. If Space Garden really does become big, we will be the very first few to support it. What you are saying makes sense. If we are lucky and help them out with something, we might be able to get Godfather Han to bless us. If that happens, I can become deified too. Then, I can join the god fights and become very famous. What should I call myself? Space Garden? Cow God? What do you guys think of that name? Many ordinary creatures kept talking about this. Many of them wanted to ally with Space Garden, but Space Garden was completely cut off. No one was able to go in, so no creature was able to join. Upon seeing Hansen bring so many scary deifieds there, the group of flower gods felt very conflicted. Many powerful deified elites were sitting there. They could guarantee the safety of Space Garden, and they could hunt many of the plant's energenics to ensure a steady stream of genofluids. Because there were so many deified elites there, it made the flower gods feel a bit worried. They were afraid of their genes being too inferior. They thought it might lead to Hansen and the others abandoning them because they were not successful in being able to reach deified. They were also hoping that one day, Hansen could give the flower gods some blessings to become deified. The races that had the power to capture Hansen were all trying to find a way to gain access to Space Garden. They were interested in the resources available in Space Garden too. Their main interest was Hansenator. If they were able to choose between Space Garden and Hansen, they would select Hansen without a shadow of a doubt. That was especially true of the Very High. They wanted to get Hansen back. They were afraid of the curse that was believed to plague Hansenator. They did not want to risk it coming true. The Very High were also scared of Space Garden's performance. As Hansen grew stronger, the more upset they felt. Many creatures of the universe were looking for Holy Pirate, since he was the only one who could enter Space Garden without approval. Even the pirates themselves were searching for Holy Pirate. It seemed as if Holy Pirate had truly disappeared. Holy Pirate was feeling very sad. He was being sneaky and feeling scared as he traveled around Extreme King. He had promised Hansen that he would save him from the Extreme King. After a few attempts, there was no chance of him succeeding. Therefore, he gave up. As soon as the Genogod list started and Space Garden had stirred up such a big incident, even Holy Pirate himself had become a target of the universe. Fortunately, Holy Pirate was very good at running. If he wasn't, he would have been caught already. Although his name possessed the word holy, there was nothing holy about the man. He was just a runner in the universe. The universe was big, and there was nowhere he couldn't really go. Even the Very High's outer sky was a place he could enter easily. He could steal from the Very High too. That was, after all, how he had become famous in the universe in the first place. Outsiders did not know he stole things. He only played with the things he stole and quickly returned them to the Very High just as they were when he took them. If he did not do that, they would not let him get away so easily. In regard to fighting, Holy Pirate did not think he could go up against the best of the Very High or Extreme King. They were all top-class deifieds. Holy Pirate was getting chased by the old antiques, and he had to hide. He went to the Extreme King. He was planning to take Hansen back so Hansen would take him to Space Garden. With Hansen, he could control Space Garden, which was the perfect place for a den for thieves. It was not too bad being a king. Holy Pirate's power enabled him to ignore many of the security defenses of the Extreme King. He finally reached King's Garden, where Hansen was. Holy Pirate knew there was a guy called Holy Baby there. It was by King's student. When he looked into the garden, there was no sign of Hansenator. He saw a girl. She was sitting in the garden quietly watching the Genogod list fight. He didn't see Hansen, so Holy Pirate was going to leave. Suddenly, the lady looked in his direction, which shocked Holy Pirate. He was very good at hiding his presence. Even true god elites might not find him, so how was that little girl able to? It must be just a coincidence. Holy Pirate looked more closely at her. She was a sky girl who looked fairly weak. She did not seem to be deified, so he felt calm. He knew most elites in Sky Palace, so it was strange that he had no idea who the girl was. Holy Pirate teleported in front of the girl. He drew a knife and placed it against her neck. Do not scream. If you do, I will kill you. If Hansen were there, he would mourn Holy Pirate's mistake for 3 seconds. Unknowingly, he had dared to threaten God. Not many creatures in the universe would dare to do something like that. God gently blinked as it looked at Holy Pirate and asked, "What do you want?" "You just need to tell me where I can find Holy Baby. Do that and I will spare your life. Otherwise, ha ha." Holy Pirate coldly laughed. The light blade in his hand was close to God's skin. Do you really want to know where he is? God looked at Holy Pirate with shock. You better be honest with me, Holy Pirate coldly said. It will benefit us both. God looked at Holy Pirate and asked, Is that really what you want? What are you talking about? I asked you, so you better respond fast. If you keep talking crap, I will cut off your tongue. Holy Pirate was annoyed. He did not realize that his annoyance was coming from deep within. It was a shame Holy Pirate would have never guessed that God was occupying Han Sen's private garden. So he did not really think about it. The feeling of being a thief made his heart feel really worried and tense. That is why he felt annoyed. God smiled and said, He is in Nine Defense Palace. Holy Pirate thought the little girl was a bit weird. Despite being in a situation like that, she was actually able to smile. Her sense of calmness was not like how other creatures would behave at a time like this. The girl's life was already in his hands, and Holy Pirate's arrogance had consumed his common sense. He asked, What is he doing in Nine Defense Palace, and when will he be back? He went to Nine Defense Palace to hunt Xenogeneics. He has been gone for days. I do not know when he will be back, but I should imagine that it would be rather soon. God answered the man much quicker this time. When Holy Pirate heard the answer, he frowned. He had heard about Nine Defense Palace before. The security of that place was absurdly tight, so it would be more than difficult for him to go there. Nine Defense Palace's restrictions would not stop him. When he looked at the deified elites that guarded Nine Defense Palace, he knew getting past them would not be easy. Holy Pirate looked at God as he asked, Who frequently comes in here? When Holy Baby is here, the maid will come to teach him manners every day, God replied. Ever since he went to Nine Defense Palace, no one else comes. Holy Pirate was happy hearing that. That is great. I will wait for him to come back. I will not be going to Nine Defense Palace. Seeing the girl was cooperating and not screaming her head off, Holy Pirate withdrew his knife. He looked at God, who appeared to be a girl, and said, As long as you listen to what I tell you, I will not hurt you. If you do something bad, do not blame me for being cruel to you. He looked around, but there was nothing particularly special about the garden. The girl was happy to watch the fights taking place on the Genogod list. Holy Pirate was not interested in watching the fights. He took out a box of chess and asked the girl, Do you know how to play chess? I know a little, God said with a smile. Good. Play chess with me. Holy Pirate set up the chessboard while speaking with the girl. Sure. God smiled even more. In Nine Defense Palace, Han Sen released a long sigh and thought, My deified genes have finally reached 100, but the fourth round of the god fights is going to start for me soon. I do not have the time to be a butterfly yet. Han Sen exited Nine Defense Palace and looked up at the Genogod list in space. He looked at his opponent's name and sighed. I really don't want to go against her. Isha still didn't know that Dollar was Han's senator. She really wanted to beat Dollar and get her scabbard back. Han Sen thought Isha might not fight Dollar, but they were being put against each other in the Genogod list. Han Sen could not avoid fighting her. I guess it is good. I need to put an end to this once and for all. Han Sen was not going to underestimate Isha. Her talents were extremely good. After she joined Sky Palace, she received significant support from Sky Palace leader. Her practice had become exceptional. She even reached the fourth round. One could see how excellent her power was. Han Sen looked at the Genogod list. He perused another section of it. He noticed the people from Space Garden all lost their matches in the third round. It was not surprising. After all, they were only primitive deifieds. To be able to win their first two rounds was not easy. The enemies they encountered in the third round were at least larva class. For a primitive class, fighting enemies that were two classes ahead, which was the larva class in this case, was too much to ask of them. Golden Growler was still able to prove his strength. In fact, Golden Growler had proven indestructible. He had reached his fourth bout. Aside from Ancient Thunder God, at the beginning of each match, his opponents threw in the towel and gave up. They did not even enter the space battleground to confront him. Aside from Golden Growler, Han Sen saw a few familiar names doing well too. There was Bai Bai from the Extreme King, Dragon One from the Dragon, and Zhang Xiandao from Sky Palace. The Extreme King has many of its deifieds participating in the god fights, but why did Bai King not take part? Does he not want the god spirit's seat? Han Sen thought that was strange. Even very high leader had taken part in the fights. Bai King not showing up was quite surprising. The Extreme Kings are one of the 3 higher races. That achievement was not something that boiled down to luck. This Bai King is so mysterious. I wonder what he is planning. Han Sen couldn't find a reason for this. Space flickered with light. It was now his turn to fight Isha. Han Sen did not hesitate. He transformed into an adult, wore his armor, and entered the space battleground. After reaching the space battleground, Han Sen saw Isha was still standing in space. Clearly, she was eager to enter the Geno God List's battleground immediately. We finally meet again. Isha's eyes looked very sharp. She stared at Han Sen. Knife Queen. Why are you still hung up over that small incident? Han Sen harshly asked. I am not going to stop until I die, Isha coldly said. Han Sen reached his hands into the air. A scabbard that looked to have been made of inky stone appeared in his hands. It was the scabbard Han Sen had collected from the demon statue. Isha once said that the scabbard was a relic that belonged to the rebate. From what Han Sen knew, the alpha of the rebate was a woman. The knife mind left behind inside the scabbard belonged to a man. So Han Sen had been suspicious about her claim. Han Sen had already learned about the knife mind inside the scabbard. The scabbard did not mean much to him anymore. How about we make a deal? If you win, I will give this back to you. Han Sen was holding the scabbard like he was holding a knife. You being dead and me being alive is the best gamble to bet on, Isha coldly said. A jade, crystal-looking teeth knife was brewing in her hands. It quickly came flying at Han Sen. The purple knife air became a roaring, swallowing, evil ghost. It slashed toward Han Sen. Han Sen smiled. He used the scabbard in his hands like a knife and thrust it forward. But Han Sen did not use teeth knife power. He only used pure power to slash toward Isha's teeth knife. Pang! The 2 powers collided in space. The purple, evil, ghost-looking knife air was being cut open by the scabbard in Han Sen's hand. The purple air was like some dragonfly that vanished in the air. You have really reached larva class, Han Sen said. With that kind of practice, you are better than the old rebate alpha. Isha seemed to know her attack would do nothing against Dollar. She used the teeth knife, which only God knew what kind of beast's teeth it was composed of, and made some weird kind of powerful movement. It wasn't actually the teeth knife moving. It was the space around that was moving. Teeth knife power did not leak out. It had been kept at a very low profile, which made the energy around go toward the teeth knife. The teeth knife, which looked like crystal or jade, was suddenly dyed and turned a deep purple. It was like an evil ghost fang that had emerged from hell. This kind of power movement is kind of like teeth power, but it is also kind of different. What kind of power is this? Han Sen was shocked, but he quickly realized what sort of power it was. The teeth knife itself has just reached deified class, and Isha is only larva class. The second part must have been a modification of her own. This must be the teeth knife she has modified. I wonder what the difference is between this teeth knife and the teeth knife from the past. Han Sen was not in a rush to strike. He wanted to know what the knife skill was that Isha had modified through teeth knife. He wanted to know the sort of power it possessed. Isha stared at Han Sen with an invasive look. The teeth knife movement in her hand was becoming weaker, but the color was becoming deeper. The purple looked so deep that it almost appeared black. Han Sen's heart felt a little bit scared. It was the reaction one had when sensing one was in danger. It made Han Sen's face more serious looking. I thought you wanted to bet, so let's bet if you are going to live under the strike of my knife, Isha said. The teeth knife in her hand, which looked like an evil ghost fang, was lifted above her head. She immediately slashed toward Han Sen. Han Sen saw a line of knife airs teleporting in front of him. Their substance chains were thinner than a hair by 100%. Normal people could not see it. One could not see the knife air. Hansen's heart was shocked by this. Anywhere a knife air went, there was space fabric tear. It was scarier than a space element space-cutting skill. The knife air came fast. Hansen had no time to hesitate. He generated power with the scabbard and struck toward the silk-looking knife air. It was silent. The scabbard's sturdiness was comparative to a deified treasure. But it was suddenly broken by the thin knife air. The scary knife air still kept coming toward Hansen's body. His body made a quick reaction. He flashed, and the scary knife air went right past his shoulder. The armor on his shoulder and a piece of his flesh were taken away. The knife air kept expanding. Wherever the knife air went, the purple spread. It was like ink in water. It was slowly dyeing everything around. Space was not water, could not be dyed, but that scary purple ripped through space and kept on tearing it. Since when did teeth power become this scary? It can continuously rip space. Upon seeing space continue to rip, many deifieds were shocked. That is not pure teeth power. It has combined with some kind of cutting element power. Even Dollar was unable to withstand that sharp power. It looks like Knife Queen has practiced teeth power so much that it has reached a whole new level. The strength of that power is no worse than the most destructive Geno arts in the whole universe. Sky Palace leader stroked his beard. He was feeling pleased, so he smiled. He admired Isha. He even wanted Isha to become his student. Although something happened to stop her from becoming his student, he was not being cheap with his praises of her. It did not matter what happened before. Since Isha brought the rebate to Sky Palace, he treated Isha like a proper student. Otherwise, no matter how talented Isha was, she could not have leveled up this much in such a short amount of time. Scary Teeth Knife. From now on, this could be one of the best Geno arts in the universe. Second Uncle Bai said. Space was being ripped. The wound on Hansen's shoulder was also being ripped. With the strength of his xenogeneic body, it was not quick. Still, he was being ripped slowly but surely. Purple was spreading across his wounds, making his wounds split up further inch by inch. It was like a demon hell ghost mouth opening. That is very powerful knife air, but if you think this kind of knife air can kill me, you have underestimated me. I am Dollar. Hansen did not move. The wound on his shoulder suddenly went still. It was as if it had frozen. It stopped spreading. It was like the wound and the knife air had been frozen stiff. Hansen forcefully stopped the universal cogwheel spin. It made the wound on his body stop, but his power was not enough to wholly reverse the spin of the universal cogwheel. So the wound did not go away. If one slash won't work, I will just have to perform another cut. Isha's voice was cold as ice. She slashed forward with her teeth knife again. There was no defense involved. She used her aggressive knife skills, and that was all. It was a very mad knife skill that only attacked people. In fact, she did not even have to defend. With teeth knife's new scary and destructive powers, it could rip up every substance. If she was able to get a hit on her enemy and kill the enemy, that was already the best defense. Hansen held the broken scabbard and presented a wry smile. He thought, she does not even want the scabbard. She is trying to kill me. Hansen was ready to raise the scabbard again, but he noticed something was wrong. Where the scabbard had broken, a weird light flashed from inside. What's going on? The knife air was near him. Hansen did not have the time to look at what had happened with the scabbard. While he was dodging, he dodged the knife light. The moment Hansen evaded the knife air, Isha's teeth knife was like a purple bolt of lightning. It slashed and crossed where he had been, but the knife air that had generated in space was like a purple bolt of lightning that did not disappear. It did not just stay in space. Kept ripping. Suddenly, a large parcel of space was doused in purple. It was like a purple spider web in space. Hansen's body flashed. He kept dodging Isha's knife attacks. Her knife air could destroy everything. If a planet was to encounter that knife air, it would be cut in half. That ripping knife air, which could tear the fabric of space, would keep on ripping. The entirety of that space was full of purple knife airs. It was like a giant net. It greatly reduced the safety zones where Hansen could move. Ripped space was everywhere. If Han Sen's body touched the ripped space, he would be hurt. A knife skill like that, a knife air like that, I am afraid the rebate status will rise a lot after this showing, Robber said. Through Knife Queen's efforts alone, getting into the top 100 is not an impossible feat. What a scary woman. Her knife air seems to be a destroyed god body's weakness. Bar's eyes were shining. He stared at Isha as he spoke. Robber nodded and said, "Yep, your destroyed god body is powerful, but if you were to encounter her knife air, you would lose your advantage. You would keep ripping and end up dead. If you go up against her, you will have to be careful." At this time, Han Sen was not in the mood to care about how scary Isha's knife airs were. The halved scabbard in his hands was releasing waves of strange power. Han Sen knew that was not normal. If a scabbard could be broken by Isha's knife air, it should keep on ripping. Where this scabbard had broken, knife air did not continue to spread. It still had some light flickering within. The broken scabbard itself was shaking strongly. It was like an object that kept on vibrating. It was like if Han Sen let go, it would fly away. Is there a secret somewhere inside this scabbard? Han Sen was shocked. He had possessed this scabbard for a long time. Aside from the knife mind inside the scabbard, he did not notice anything special. Now, the scabbard's weird changes surprised Han Sen. Isha slashed forward again. Han Sen wanted to evade the strike. From inside the broken scabbard, some power suddenly came out. It was like a volcano erupting out of the scabbard. Everyone was watching Isha madly attack Dollar, whose safe zones were continuing to decrease. Han Sen was going to run out of space to dodge. Suddenly, the half-broken scabbard in his hands had a purple light beam coming out of it. Pang! The purple beam of light struck Isha's knife air and broke it. The purple beam of light blasted through, making the place look like a sea of purple. The space that had been ripped up by teeth knife had been mended by the purple light beam's light. Suddenly, the whole of space returned to the clear black color it usually carried. Aside from the pillar of light, there was no more purple. What is this? This thing can instantly mend torn space, and it can get rid of teeth knife power. Sky Palace leader squinted with his eyes. He looked at Han Sen, who was holding that beam of light. Every creature in the universe was staring at the beam of light Han Sen was holding. Even Isha did not attack him again. She stared at Han Sen's hands. Other people did not know, but Isha did. The scabbard had been left behind by the rebate alpha. The rebate alpha made a wish that the air could locate the scabbard again. That was why Isha took a risk and went to Demon Grave in pursuit of that missing scabbard. But she suffered a bad stroke of luck. She encountered Han Sen, who was posed as Dollar. He had stolen it. Isha only knew that it was a relic that once belonged to the Alpha. She did not know what the secret inside the scabbard was. If she did, she would not have merrily cut through the scabbard. That's why Isha thought this was strange. Her power was already better than the rebate Alpha, but the light beam that came out of the scabbard was able to destroy her knife air. That made her feel shocked. It did not seem to be the power their Alpha should have possessed. If the Alpha had left a power behind inside the scabbard like that, Isha would not have believed it. After the purple light exploded, the shell of the broken scabbard in Han Sen's hand started to melt in the purple light. The casing of the ink-black scabbard melted away. It revealed a smaller scabbard, which looked as if it had been made from purple copper. It had many weird and pretty engravings across it. The purple beam of light came from the engravings that adorned the scabbard. When the symbols started to shine, the scabbard became bigger. It was quickly becoming a 3-foot-long scabbard. The scabbard's light slowly started to dim. After the scabbard's light was extinguished, Isha and all the creatures in the universe saw Han Sen holding a completely new scabbard that was purple. It was different from the black scabbard he was holding before. Isha looked at the purple scabbard with a face that was scribbled with confusion. She had never heard of the alpha scabbard having another scabbard hidden inside it. That is, return empty scabbard. In the halls of the Extreme King, an Extreme King deified elite, whose beard and hair were completely white, was watching the match intently and stood up. He stared at the purple scabbard in Han Sen's hand. Return empty scabbard. That name suddenly exploded in the hall. Elder Bao. Do you really recognize that as the return empty scabbard? Bai King looked at the old extreme king man with a serious face. I cannot be mistaken. This is definitely return empty scabbard. The elites of the extreme king's knife king searched for the return empty scabbard. Back then, my elder Bao King was planning many ways to find the return empty scabbard, but we never did find it. I cannot believe it was in Dollar's hands all along. We must take back the return empty scabbard. Elder Bao was very excited. Yes, return empty scabbard is a treasure that belongs to the extreme king's king. We cannot allow outsiders to possess it. We must take it back. We must kill Dollar to take back the return empty scabbard. The extreme king knew the return empty scabbard's history. They were all hungrily rubbing their palms together. They now wanted to go to the space battleground and get the return empty scabbard from Han Sen. The name Knife King was not very famous across the universe. People only knew Knife King was one of the kings of the extreme king. There was not much about him known across the universe. Knife King had only been a king for the extreme king for a short amount of time. In the real extreme king's higher echelon of people, Knife King's reputation was almost as good as the very first king and perhaps even higher. It involved one of the extreme king's greatest secrets, which few people knew about. Even within the extreme king, only those in high-up places knew it. That secret was like an insult to the extreme king. In the history of the extreme king, an extreme king's king became a puppet. Behind all that was a god known as Sky Armor. There were a few extreme kings who became a puppet that fell under its control. Although only the high-up members of the extreme king knew about Sky Armor God, to the extreme king, it was the most humiliating thing there was in the extreme king's history. That was until Knife King was born. He was born in space. One slash could break 9 tiers of the sky. He was able to break Sky Armor God and allow the extreme king to escape the god's control and avoid being humiliated further. Because he was injured too much in his fight, Knife King's lifespan was damaged badly. He became the extreme king with the shortest reign. The extreme king did not want to reveal this humiliating history, so Knife King's reputation in the extreme king was very high. But outsiders did not know him. Much more was known about the other kings. The history of the return empty scabbard was something special. It was a bone torn from the body of Sky Armor God. Back then, only a very few core superiors knew that the rib bone of Sky Armor God was actually his god's personality. It was not a complete god's personality though. Only a part of it had been cut out as Sky Armor God escaped, so the rib bone was not a complete god's personality. There was no sign of a god's sadness manifesting afterward either. If the god's personality had been cut out of the man completely, and a god's sadness showed up, Knife King would have become super famous all around the universe. Since only a part of the rib bone was cut, Knife King knew he had injured his enemy a lot. Jie was an elite who could go to the Geno Hall. Unfortunately, he succumbed and died to sickness. Sky Armor God was damaged because of this. After the god's personality was damaged, it took him many years to recover. When he returned to the Extreme King was not controlled by him anymore. Under Knife King's training, there were a few more true God-class elites in the race. Sky Armor God was unable to find the right opportunity to allow him to dominate the race again. Thus, he used a trick with the God Doll inside Destiny's Tower. He tried to make the Extreme King fall under his command again. Han Sen had destroyed the God Doll. Because Han Jinji was in the middle of that mess, Sky Armor God thought it was Empty God who had destroyed his God Doll. So, he harbored a hatred for Empty God too. Sky Armor God had been looking for that rib bone Knife King had cut off, but he had never been able to find where it was. The people of the Extreme King knew that Knife King had turned the rib bone into a scabbard for Knife King to store his return empty knife. When Knife King passed, the return empty knife remained. The return empty scabbard, however, was missing. The Extreme King searched for it for a while, but they could not find out where the return empty scabbard had gone. They would never have thought the return empty scabbard was hidden inside another scabbard or that it was in the possession of an outsider. Inside a temple, Sky Armor God opened his eyes. He stared at the return empty scabbard Han Sen was holding. My rib bone. It has been so many years. I have finally found you. It is now the time to get you back. After a while, Sky Armor God looked away from the return empty scabbard. He looked at Han-san and coldly said, "He is just a larva-class xenogeniac. I just need to possess someone else in the universe. It will be easy to kill him that way." Sky Armor God frowned and said, "He is in the Geno-God list now. If he leaves the Geno-God list, I cannot find out where he comes from." He went silent. Sky Armor God looked at the Geno-God list's matchups. He saw Dollar and Knife Queen's names together. He looked lower and saw Han-sen's next match was against a butterfly deified xenogeniac that was famous. If things are this way, I will get my rib bone back through the Geno-God list. Sky Armor God stared at Han-san and the return empty scabbard. Han-san did not know where the return empty scabbard came from, but the presence that came from the return empty scabbard sure felt similar to the presence of Skyvine Radish and Evil Lotus God's spirit gene. Han-san thought, weird. Is this scabbard made from the material of God Spirit's God personality? I don't think the rebate Alpha had that sort of money. It is no wonder the Alpha took the scabbard so seriously, Isha said with a frown. She did not strike again. The scabbard is that mysterious. The power of the scabbard seems to go against the teeth knife power. Even my modified teeth knife is restricted by this scabbard. Teeth power was being suppressed by the scabbard. Isha's fighting power was reduced. Beating Dollar would be harder now. Han-san looked at Isha and knew what she was thinking about. He smiled and said, "It looks like your power is being restricted by the scabbard." "So what?" Isha raised her eyebrows. Her hands generated another mass of teeth power. She raised it and pointed it at Han Senator. She was not going to give up. She was going to keep fighting. Suddenly, Han Sen's movements shocked everyone in the audience. He flipped his hands over and threw the scabbard to Isha. The scabbard flew right to her and landed on Isha's teeth knife. All the audience was in shock. Even if they did not know what the return empty scabbard was, they were all able to tell that it was a powerful treasure. It was able to restrict Knife Queen's scary knife air. Dollar had casually thrown the return empty scabbard to her. It was hard to understand. Even Isha was shocked by this move. She stared at Han-san and asked, "What is that supposed to mean?" Dollar had a scabbard that could put a lid on her powers. He could have easily won with it, so he did not have to be this nice. "Such knife skills are impressive," Han-san said with a smile. "If you were to lose on behalf of a scabbard, it would be a shame. It does not matter if I win. I will lend you the scabbard for now. Next time I defeat you, I will take it back." Holy crap, this guy is too cocky. How can he play like this? This is insane. He seems to have forgotten that Knife Queen was attacking him a lot earlier. You guys don't know anything. He is obviously hitting on her. That Dollar must have a crush on Knife Queen. Otherwise, why would he give the scabbard to Knife Queen so easily? He might not be able to defeat Knife Queen. Even if he could, Knife Queen could leave the battleground with the scabbard. He would be powerless to stop her. Judging from what you are saying, I believe it makes sense. How dare he flirt with his opponent in the Geno-God list? This guy is really daring. Actually, he is quite handsome. If a deified elite did this to me, I would marry him. Stop dreaming. Why would a deified elite want someone like you? Every spirit was talking. Isha coldly stared at Han-san for a while. She did not say anything. She slowly brought out teeth knife. Knife air was like silk. It was cutting the sky and breaking the ground. Isha's power was stronger than before. Even Isha was surprised. The power of the scabbard was enough to restrict her teeth power. In her hands, it was able to boost the teeth power output. By just holding the scabbard, Isha's teeth knife received a strong boost. Back then, the rebate Alpha came into possession of the return empty scabbard by accident. She never learned the secret of the return empty scabbard, but she was able to understand the knife mind inside the scabbard. With it, she created teeth powers and teeth knife. The origin of teeth powers came from the return empty scabbard. Now Isha had the return empty scabbard. She was like a tiger that had been given wings, but the teeth power's effect was a few times stronger. If she was able to understand the return empty scabbard's power, she would improve a lot. Oh no. Oh no. This kid dollar was too cocky. Knife Queen has the scabbard's help. Her power is much stronger now. She might be able to beat a butterfly elite like this. Dollar has suffered bad luck. Wang Yuhang was happy. It was because he was trying to hit on women during the god fights. He deserves it, Tang Xinliu said with a smile. He really envied it. What is this? Should be me, old Tang, hitting on girls. Right now, Dollar is stealing all the thunder. No, I must become deified. In the next Genogod list fight, I am going to flirt with more than a few deified xenogeneic ladies. Looking at Isha slashing forward, Han Sen did not bother evading like before. He moved his body forward and teleported in front of her. When the teeth knife slashed down from above, Han Sen pulled out his right hand's middle finger and index finger to catch the teeth knife's body. That scary knife power was captured by Han Sen's fingers. The attack was unable to proceed anymore. Isha's vision was like a blade. Her body's power was gathering on the knife. She kept trying to press the blade down. As Han Sen's fingers continued to clamp it, the teeth knife looked as if it was growing roots. It was unable to move. It looks like the God Spirit Gene's Geno armament is rather lame. With the buff of the scabbard, Isha's power is still able to override my xenogeneic body. Han Sen had given Isha the scabbard because he wanted to see how powerful the scabbard was. If Isha was able to use the scabbard to beat him, he would let Isha keep the scabbard as a reward for being his teacher. When Isha received the scabbard's boon, she was still unable to influence the universal cogwheels that were currently under the Dongshin Sutra's control. Could not be spun. It was because Han Sen's xenogeneic body was too strong and Isha had just received the scabbard. She was unable to activate the scabbard's entire power. Most importantly, the scabbard was not made from just a god's personality. Compared to a god's personality armament, it was considerably weaker. How does that work? Dollar's power can restrict a scary knife queen who attacks like that. Is he butterfly class? Judging from his level of power, he should only be larva class. A larva class being with this sort of power must mean he is the best of the same level though. It is no wonder Dollar is so cocky. He has what it takes to be. Han Sen released his hands and retreated a few steps. He looked at Isha and said, "Knife Queen, I do not think you have enough power to beat me." Isha looked at Han Sen strangely. She flipped her hands and threw the scabbard back to Han Senator. When Han Sen caught the scabbard, Isha was already flying out of the space battleground. "When I beat you, I will take back the scabbard." A cold voice echoed throughout the space battleground. Han Sen did not say anything. He left the space battleground. Han Sen had won the match quickly and cleanly, but there were too many deified creatures. Many of them, including Zhang Shendao, Dragon 1, Demon Alpha, Destroyed Leader, and the Very High Leader were taking part. That was a whole bunch of scary people. Golden Growler continued to prove itself invincible. No creature dared enter the space battleground to fight it. Thus, Han Sen's performance made people's eyes brighten. He had reached a level that shocked people. Back in the garden, Han Sen saw God sitting on a stone chair. There was a chessboard atop the stone table. God looked at Han Sen and said, "Your power is not comparable to anyone else in the same class. Even against a butterfly-class creature, you are pretty good. You have such powerful genes. It should be carried on by ancient blood. Yet, you do not look like anyone with ancient blood. It is very strange. Can you tell me what race you belong to?" "I am human," Han Sen casually answered. He saw the chess pieces were in a stalemate. He was confused and asked, "Who were you playing chess with?" "Just an interesting guy," God said with a smile. "An interesting guy, huh? Where is he?" Han Sen did not see anyone else there. "He is here," God said and pointed at the chessboard. "Here." Han Sen looked at the chessboard with confusion. Aside from the chessboard itself, he could neither see nor feel anything else. "He is inside the chessboard," God said with a laugh. "Is he?" Han Sen's face changed. He closely inspected the chessboard's chess pieces. He saw a black chess piece that looked very weird. The black and white chess pieces were very simple. There were not many differences between them, but this black chess piece was carved with a symbol. It was an old man's symbol. Why does this symbol look so familiar? Oh crap! Han Sen opened his mouth in shock. With a look of disbelief, he asked, "Is that Holy Pirate? Why was he turned into a chess piece?" "He made 3 wishes to me. One of them was that he wished to play chess. I fulfilled his wish." God pointed to the chessboard and asked, "Are you interested in finishing the round?" Han Sen shook his head. He did not want to end up like Holy Pirate and become a chess piece on a chessboard. "Don't worry, he is only like that because he made a wish to me," God said with a laugh. "I am only going to play chess with you. Nothing else." Han Sen shook his head. "My chess skills are only average. You should find a chess master to play against you. Your Geno art is very familiar to the very high sense," God said. "Chess is very good for you to understand things. Learning how to play well might serve you." Han Sen knew God was right. The Dongshan Sutra and the game of chess had a lot in common. In the past, he had researched chess skills, so his chess abilities were pretty good. But playing chess against God was more than practice. There was bound to be a lot more pressure in a game of chess that was more like a deathmatch. If he fell for God's tricks, there was every chance he could end up like Holy Pirate. Han Sen shook his head and said, "I am going to prepare the next round. I do not have time to play." Han Sen was telling the truth. He needed to reach butterfly class before the next round began. "If you lose, you do not have to give me anything. If you win, I can give you this chess piece." God pointed at the chess piece that Holy Pirate had become. "What would I need that chess piece for?" Han Sen shook his head. "People can become chess pieces, and chess pieces can become people. If you have this chess piece, you can do anything you want with it. He can only do what you want him to do. If there is a knife mountain fire sea ahead, he cannot regret it." After speaking, God picked up a white piece, placed it on the chessboard, smiled, and said, "Your turn." Han Sen did not know what Holy Pirate's level was, but he had to be at least butterfly class since he could freely enter and leave Space Garden. Having a deified creature that could be controlled like that would be very good for him. Holy Pirate also had the power to freely enter and exit Space Garden, which worried Han Senator. He was concerned that Holy Pirate would become a tool for people of other races to attack Space Garden. If he was able to keep Holy Pirate in his pocket, that would be beneficial. It was a big temptation, but Han Sen did not dare believe God. "I said that for the next half a year, I would not do anything to harm you," God coldly said. "I will not break my promise. You should know that God cannot lie. Okay, you make a bet with me to do this. I suppose I will participate." Han Sen picked up a chess piece and sat opposite of God. Han Sen thought his chess skills weren't too shabby. In the Alliance, he was one of the top-class chess players. When he played chess with God, he lost badly. Stalemates didn't count. Han Sen and God played 8 rounds. Han Sen lost each and every time. He was unable to fight back. He lost completely. Han Sen playing chess with God was like playing against a supercomputer. The moves he made took forever to calculate, but his opponent would respond with a move that seemed almost random. It did not look as if God even thought about what to do. Even so, Han Sen sorely lost each time. God smiled and looked at Han Sen and said, "You leveled up fast. If you wish to win this game of chess, you will have to work harder. Let's play again some other time. For now, I need to practice and get ready for the next fight." Han Sen wanted to keep playing chess, but his temper was something special. The more he lost, the more he wanted to go on. He wanted to keep trying until he beat his opponent. Upon thinking of becoming butterfly class, he stayed his desire to keep playing chess. "Can I look at the scabbard?" God asked. "It is just a broken scabbard. There is nothing to see." Han Sen stood up. He wanted to go straight to Nine Defense Palace. "If I have guessed it correctly, you were the one that killed Sky Vine Radish," God casually said. "You should possess his god personality. If you allow me to inspect the scabbard, I can tell you how to use Sky Vine Radish's god personality." "I don't have a god personality. If you want to see it that much, Then take it. It is just a broken scabbard. What good is there to see? Han Sen pulled out the scabbard to show God. He had 2 God personalities already, but he did not know how to make use of them. It was pointless for him to keep holding on to them. If he knew how to use them, it would be very good for him. God took the scabbard and analyzed it while speaking to Han Sr. It is an armament made from a broken God personality. This should be Sky Armor God's God personality. Han Sen guessed that the scabbard was made from a God personality. He did not expect it to be a broken God personality or that it belonged to Sky Armor God. After seeing it, God returned the scabbard to Han Sen, smiled and said, "Here is some advice. If you meet Sky Armor God, do not reveal this scabbard to him." "I thought gods could not do anything to the creatures of the universe," Han Sen said. "That is how things are supposed to work, but it depends on how you apply the rules." God didn't really explain anything. "Are you saying that Sky Armor God will come and try to steal the scabbard?" Han Sen asked. "Maybe. You should just be careful anyway." God was not willing to talk anymore and said that something needed to be prepared. God was going to tell Han Sen how to make use of a God personality another time. Han Sen went to Nine Defense Palace a few times as part of his preparation to become a butterfly. Seeing Han Sen walk away, God looked up into space where the Geno God list was. Upon seeing the next opponent Han Sen was up against, God said with a strange expression, "There is only Abyss Knight in the bottomless abyss. With Sky Armor God's personality, he will try to possess the Abyss Knight. He will cast a God body landing. He will take back the God personality when he joins the Geno God list. That means the next fight will be interesting. Let me see what your level is." In Nine Defense Palace, Han Sen opened up an empty palace and went inside. He quickly closed it. He did not know if he could avoid God watching him, but it was all he could do. Battle body evolving. After Han Sen chose to level up, he felt as if the cells of his entire body were changing. It was like countless currents of electricity coursed through his cells. It made his body feel itchy and numb. It was like his bones were going to become crispy. Han Sen seemed to hear his own bones being torn up, which shocked him. He quickly looked inside his body. He noticed it was not his bones that were cracking. The bones were actually growing really fast. It was like a child growing at an accelerated rate. When his flesh grew, Han Sen's body became bigger. He went from looking like a child to having the appearance of an adult. But things hadn't ended just yet. The Extreme King's overbearing eye, which had combined with Han Sen's eye because it had absorbed the gene changes of his genes, started to change too. Han Sen's changes did not quite feel the same. The Extreme King's overbearing eye was true God class. The changes triggered a tide of power to drown Han Sen's body. After combining with the Extreme King's overbearing eye, he hadn't been able to notice any differences with his own eyes. He also could not use the power the Extreme King's overbearing eye contained. Now, the Extreme King's overbearing eye was changing with Han Senator. It made him feel like he was being drowned in the Extreme King's overbearing eye's power. Everything he saw became black and white. It did not matter if it was a yellow metal wall or a red pillar. All the colors in Han Sen's eyes became white. It was scarily white. It was like he was in a 2D comic book world. Everything was white. Only when Han Sen's eyes drew closer to the palace's xenogeneic did he see black. It was different from before. Han Sen's eyes were only showing things in black and white. Now, when he looked at the xenogeneic, he could see the xenogeneic had greed, hopelessness, toxins, hatred, jealousy, and pride. He was able to see all those negative emotions. Han Sen was able to understand that there was something wrong. In all the palace around him, there were no more xenogeneics. The one closest to him was 7 palaces away. He was able to see the black xenogeneic 7 palaces away. It was very weird. Han Sen looked in another direction. He saw xenogeneics inside other palaces. In Han Sen's eyes, they were black. Some of them were darker while others were lighter. Han Sen suddenly realized that the black meant crime. The darker it was, the more crimes the creature had accumulated. Han Sen looked at himself. He realized his body was transparent. One could not see if he was black or white. It looks like in every era, every enforcer has a special type of authority, Han Sen said to mock himself. Battle body has successfully leveled up to butterfly. Battle body evolving. Why is it still evolving? Han Sen was surprised. He had just become a butterfly, but he didn't absorb xenogeneic genes. So, how could he keep on evolving? It looks like it is the effect of the Extreme King's overbearing eye. Han Sen felt his body continue to change. It was different from the previous changes. Now, every time he changed, Han Sen felt his body connect to the universe more and more. It wasn't the whole universe purse. More accurately, it was the power of law in the universe. Because of the Extreme King's overbearing eye, Han Sen was evolving toward the rule, and he was becoming a true god because of it. The black and white eye in Han Sen's hand was becoming stronger. The black and white rule god light was going to break space and go to the sky. Han Sen's whole body was full of rule power. Now Han Sen had the wrong feeling. He seemed to control some sort of amazing power. If he was willing, he could judge a creature's sin how he wanted to. But this power was very weird. Strength was no longer the scale of Han Sen's power now. He scaled with the sins of his opponent. The more sins an opponent had, the more power Han Sen could judge it by. BZZT. Han Sen's eye exhibited changes that flipped the sky and ground. Clearly, his other eye was different. He felt it receive a big power jump. Is this true God power? Han Sen felt the changed eye keep spreading. It was like it was leading his body to be deified. Han Sen was suddenly shaking. The power that spread from his eye returned to his eye like the tide. All the changes stopped. An announcement played in Han Sen's head. Battle body leveling up failed. Han Sen, Super God Spirit Body. Geno Battle Body. Xenogeneic, Butterfly Class. Level Deified. Progress, 0/100. Lifespan, 2658. Han Sen looked at his information and noticed he had leveled up to butterfly. He was relieved. He was also confused. Even though his ascension to true god level had failed, the weird changes deployed into his left eye had not disappeared. He had still managed to combine with the Extreme King's overbearing eye. He saw things in black and white. The effects were the same as they had been while he was undergoing the evolution process. Han Sen took out a mirror to inspect his eyes. He noticed there was not much difference between his left and right eye. His left eye's pupil was darker, and the white of the eye was more brilliant. One was unable to tell the difference unless one looked closely. It is good that nothing happened. Han Sen was not greedy. He knew he would become true god sooner or later, so there was no need to rush it. Han Sen's heart jumped. The spell suddenly came out of his body. His xenogeneic mode had ended. Han Sen was his true self again. Finally, I am back to normal. Han Sen was happy. He went to have a look at his resources. He noticed his 4 battle bodies had also leveled up to butterfly class. It was the same as when he was in his xenogeneic mode. Although everything was back to normal, there was something troublesome he needed to fix. Han Sen was still with the Extreme King, so he had to maintain his identity as Holy Baby. Unfortunately, he could not become Holy Baby again, which created a serious problem. I was so focused on leveling up that I totally forgot about that. Han Sen felt a headache come on. He could not figure out a solution. If Han Sen resumed being a xenogeneic, he would be recognized as $. If he departed Nine Defense Palace and people saw him, it would create chaos and turmoil for the Extreme King. While Han Sen was being troubled by this, he suddenly saw God appear in the Nine Defense Palace and slowly approach him. Han Sen was unsure when God had even arrived. He was only able to see God because of his left eye. God was actually quite far away from the palace that Han Sen was in. Weird. God is white. Han Sen was confused. God had harmed many creatures, which should have meant the accumulation of many crimes. Yet Han Sen saw that God had a pure white color. There was no crime visible at all. Han Sen was speechless and thought, I have no idea how the Extreme King's overbearing eye judges crimes. He walked out of the palace and went straight to God. God looked at Han Sen. smiled and said, "Congratulations, you became butterfly class." "There is nothing to congratulate me about," Han Sen said. "I became butterfly class, but I cannot look like a child again. The extreme kings will not recognize me. I do not know if I should expect trouble." "That is easy to fix," God said with a smile. "I can teach you a shape-shifting geno art. After using that skill, you can change your body into any shape you want. As long as you don't expose yourself, not even true gods will be able to tell the difference." "What must I do for it?" Han Sen asked. He was now on high alert when it came to God. "There is nothing you need to do," God said with a shake of his head. "No, you should just tell me the price. I like a good price tag. I don't buy things that don't come with price tags." Han Sen shook his head. He did not think God's gifts were so easily plucked. "Okay, if you want it that badly, I'll apply a condition." After pausing, God said, "From now on, you cannot kill any creature that says, 'I love you' to you. You must let it live. Is that okay?" "Who would say those 3 words to me?" Han Sen was confused. He did not believe God could see the future. If God was able to see through it all, Han Jinji and that sacred person would not have been able to defeat him. If God was unable to see the future, why would he suggest something so ridiculous? "I do not know," God said with a smile. "Do you agree to this term?" "Deal." Han Sen nodded. Even if God had a trick up his sleeve, as long as he did not kill Han Sen, all would be fine. "This is a shapeshifter skill geno art from Namu. I edited it a little. It is quite an interesting shapeshifter skill. It will really change the shape of your body. It does not employ magic, so no one can see through it unless you expose yourself." God showed the shapeshifter skill to Han Sen. Shapeshifter skills required effective power management, which was something Han Sen was accomplished with. He was good at it in no time at all. The skill was easy for him to learn. God glanced at Han Sen, who looked like holy baby again, and complimented him profusely. "It's a very powerful talent. This shapeshifter skill has very high requirements for talents and genes. Only the Namu and a few races with a similar talent can practice it. I did not expect you to be able to learn it so easily. It seems as if your genes really are abnormal." Han Sen understood that God had taught him this geno art as a test. Han Sen looked at God and asked, "What are you doing here? Did I not tell you that I was going to teach you how to use a God personality?" God asked. "I am ready now." "How do you use a God personality?" Han Sen asked. "Do you need special tools?" "There is no need for such trouble," God said. "Putting the God personality into the scabbard is the worst idea. In fact, a God personality has a materialized power. For creatures that are not a god, opening that kind of power requires an extra step. Follow me." God suddenly jumped into space. An old set of stairs suddenly appeared beneath Han Sen's feet. They went all the way into the nothingness. Han Sen was not able to see what was at the end of the emptiness. Han Sen knew that if God was forcing him to go, there was no use resisting. He quickly stepped onto the stone steps and descended toward the emptiness. After he walked down the stone stairs, Han Sen felt as if he was stepping into a different world. He turned around to look, but he could no longer see the Nine Defense Palace. Han Sen raised his head and looked at the top of the stone steps. He now saw a palace floating there. From far away, Han Sen saw that the old and mysterious palace had a plaque. It said it was the Sky Radish God Temple. Sky Radish Temple? Is this related to Sky Vine Radish? Han Sen was shocked. He checked out the temple floating in the air. After having a look, Han Sen discovered that the temple was made of old vines. The vines looked petrified. They were green and grayish. Han Sen would have thought they were just stones. God was stepping onto the stairs. He went in front of Sky Radish Temple and pushed open the temple's doors. Han Sen saw that the temple's hall had a god spirit inside. It was Sky Vine Radish. Han Sen was shocked. This Sky Vine Radish looked the same as the one he had previously killed. It was as if he had come alive again. Even the shockwaves from this Sky Vine Radish were the same as those from the one he had seen before. The exception was that they were more powerful. God looked at the giant Sky Vine Radish as he said, This is just Sky Vine Radish's god body. Without a god personality, the god body is just a shell. Such impressive power. Hansen didn't believe him, so he asked, "Is it really just a shell? If it was not a shell, why would he still have not moved, especially since you have entered his temple?" God gazed at the statue that looked like Sky Vine Radish and said, "Break this god body and bring out Sky Vine Radish's god personality. Then you will learn how to use it." Hansen looked at God as he asked, "I am not going to replace a statue in this temple, right? If it was that easy to become a god, then being a god wouldn't be something so mighty," God said with a smile. Hansen didn't say anything. He gathered up power and threw his palm at the god body's shell. His hand was unable to harm the motionless god body. His power felt empty when it hit the god body. It was like the god body did not even exist. God laughed. "That is a god. How is going to be hurt by ordinary power? Unless you level up to true god class, your power cannot hurt it or its shell. Try your scabbard. That should work." "Why? After I killed Sky Vine Radish, there was a god body of his here." Hansen pulled out the return empty scabbard. Like a knife in his hand, he put the scabbard to work. But he did not hit Sky Vine Radish's god body. God is immortal. No creature is supposed to be able to kill a god. But gods do have their downsides. For example, gods cannot deal damage directly onto a creature of the universe. That sample applies to ordinary folk that aren't even capable of leveling up. Gods cannot kill these things themselves. But there are exceptions. God stopped talking. What exceptions? Hansen's heart was wildly jumping. This was a secret he had wished to unravel for a long time. If a god separates its own god personality from its god body and combines its god personality with a creature from the universe, it will generate a big universe god body. That big universe god body has a power that can ignore the limitations imposed on gods. It can kill creatures in the big universe, and the big universe loses its power of immortality too. If they are killed or the god personality is lost, they can die. God pointed at Sky Vine Radish and said, "Just like this numpty, he forced his way into the universe and used his big universe god body to fight creatures in the big universe. In the end, he was heavily wounded. He did not even have enough power to return to the temple. It enabled you to snare him so easily." Hansen finally understood why some gods could be killed and why some gods could not be killed. That was the difference. "So, are you saying that if a god does not force itself into the universe, it will not die no matter what happens?" Hansen asked. "According to the theory, that is correct," God said with a nod. Hansen stared at God as he asked, "So, are you saying that they can actually die?" God laughed and said, "Do you think I would tell you what my weakness is? You should hurry up and kill his god body. I do not want to remain in this boring place any longer." Hansen stopped hesitating. He used the return empty scabbard like a knife and slashed at the shell god body. Dong! Hansen's hit landed atop Sky Vine Radish's god body shell. It only left a very light mark, but god blood still came out from it. Seeing that the shell god body did not react, Hansen held the scabbard harder. He kept slashing and slashing. He did not know how many times he attacked it, but he eventually lopped the empty god body's head off. Hansen looked at God, who shook his head and said, "You cannot kill God's spirits like that. You must destroy his god base." "What is a god base?" Hansen asked. "The base stone of a god is the god base of one's body. You need to destroy the god base. Do that and the whole body will collapse." Before Hansen could ask a question, God said, "Every god's god base is different. Sky Vine Radish's god base should be in his left arm." Hansen looked at Sky Vine Radish's left arm. He saw that the left arm had a vine on it. Aside from that, there were no notable aspects that differentiated it from the right arm. Hansen had to give it a shot. He waved his scabbard at the left arm of the god body shell. He did not know how many times he slashed. When Hansen eventually cut off the left arm with the vine, the entire god body collapsed. God blood, god bones, and god flesh burst into flames. It did so in a green, glowing light. Take out Sky Vine Radish's God personality, God said. Han Sen took out Sky Vine Radish's 6-foot-long green vine bone. He watched the green light in the sky heading straight for the bone. When the green bone absorbed the green light, the light on the body burned brighter. Something was changing. The old vine-looking bone suddenly turned into a green lance. The tip was curled like a snake. It displayed a god light that could not be described. Gained God personality armament. Sky Radish Bone Lance. This announcement trumpeted in his head. Han Sen looked at the Sky Radish Bone Lance. The Sky Radish Bone Lance played a message inside Han Sen's brain. Sky Radish Bone Lance. Destroyed God-class personality armament. The Sky Radish Bone Lance was just like a beast soul. Han Sen thought he could drop it in his sea of soul, but he did not do that in front of God. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a green beam of light lit up the base of the temple. In that green beam of light, Han Sen saw an old vine that looked like green jade. It was forming something. Is that Sky Vine Radish's God personality? Han Sen recognized it. That old green vine was Sky Vine Radish's bone. It was just like the green bone before it had become the Sky Radish Bone Lance. God smiled and said, I already told you. Gods are immortal here. You brought Sky Vine Radish his god personality and destroyed his god body here. That means you killed him here. Of course, he can be reborn again. God paused and added, Don't worry. Although Sky Vine Radish can be reborn again, you have still reaped the rewards. Otherwise, how could you turn a god personality into a god personality armament? Han Sen was prepared. He knew that everything God did had two sides to it. This was the other half. Han Sen was not surprised. He just wanted to remind himself that when he was with God in the future, he always had to be careful. While the two of them spoke, the green bone had already formed. The green bone started to generate its flesh and organs. It was rebuilding Sky Vine Radish's god body. Should I leave now? Han Sen did not want to see Sky Vine Radish alive. This is so rare, God coldly said. Not many people can see a god spirit rebuild its god body. Let's just watch it. With me here, Sky Vine Radish will not dare to harm one hair on your head. Han Sen did not say anything. He watched Sky Vine Radish's god body rebuild. The whole process was incredibly weird and amazing. Han Sen watched Sky Vine Radish's flesh and bones being rebuilt, bit by bit. After a while, the new Sky Vine Radish was done. Compared to the shell before, the Sky Vine Radish with a god personality had a massively frightening life force. That powerful feeling was like when Han Sen had first encountered King Jun. Although King Jun had given him this feeling, it was rather different. Ha! God looked at the reborn Sky Vine Radish with surprise. It seemed as if he had discovered something quite interesting about it. Han Sen turned and asked, What is it? Sky Vine Radish seems to have some sort of problem, God said with a frown. He had been looking at Sky Vine Radish's body. What is it? Han Sen's heart jumped. He seemed to have thought of something. Inside his body, his spirit is gone. God stared at the reborn Sky Vine Radish. He sounded weird as he spoke. Spirit? Han Sen asked. Are you referring to the same sort of spirits that the 9 Defense Palace Energenics are also missing? God nodded. Yes, it's the same. Previously, I told you that the spirit is an uncertain part of a creature's gene. That description is not so accurate. In fact, I do not know how to describe what this is because the existence of a spirit is very abstract. Let me give you an example, God said. A father and mother determine genetic genes. Even if the father and mother end up having twins, the genes of the two babies are not the same. As they grow up, their personalities and bodies develop and mature differently. That is the result of one's spirit. Han Sen hesitated and said, The genes of a twin are different. That is normal, right? He did not understand what a spirit was. God thought for a moment and said, Perhaps that example was not appropriate. You should know gene-duplicated creatures, right? In theory, gene-duplicated creatures should be the same as the original gene creature. They would have the same personality. In fact, if you let those gene-duplicated creatures grow freely and quickly, Their shapes and bodies have different features. Even their personalities would. That depends on the spirit. Upon hearing that, Han Sen looked like he understood it, but he did not understand it. This was not a question that could be answered through words. There were no standard words to describe it. God knew full well that Han Sen was still failing to understand. He pointed at the newly reborn Skyvine radish and said, "Just like Skyvine radish, the reborn Skyvine radish should have the same spirit as before. That means this reborn Skyvine radish is a continuous life hailing from the previous Skyvine radish. But now, the reborn Skyvine radish has no spirit. That means he is just a replica of Skyvine radish's genes. The body is the same, but in some way, he is not the same Skyvine radish as before. Is there a difference?" Han Sen seemed to understand a little. His heart understood something. "To you, the biggest difference should be the fact that he will not remember you were the one that murdered him before his rebirth here," God said. "Even if he found out, he would not care. Without the last spirit, he will not know what happened to Skyvine radish in the past and associate events of the previous Skyvine radish with himself. He will not care." When Han Sen heard that, he was happy. That means not having a spirit is good. Does that mean he will not have a spirit ever again? What kind of God is one without a spirit? A creature should always have a spirit, but the spirit should not be the same as before. So, the spirit is different from the last one. God looked at Skyvine radish as he spoke. By now, the green light on the altar was gone. Skyvine radish had finished being reborn. He was like a god standing upon the altar. He was slowly opening his eyes. Han Sen thought, even if Skyvine radish does not remember the past, he would not forgive some creature for entering his temple so boldly. Unexpectedly, Skyvine radish's vision went right past Han Sen and landed on God. Han Sen opened his mouth. He could not believe that had happened. Skyvine radish had a giant-like body, yet he suddenly jumped better than a rabbit could. His giant body landed on the floor with outstretched hands. He was kneeling in profuse worship. He placed his head on the floor as he shivered and shook. Han Sen was shocked. Although he thought God was stronger than Skyvine radish, he did not expect that only a glimpse of God was enough to make him behave so fearfully. He was more frightened than a mouse encountering a cat. At least, if a mouse saw a cat, it could run. Now, Skyvine radish appeared as such. He could not even run. He had to kneel on the ground shaking. "Let's go. It is almost time. There are a few more matches I would like to watch." God ignored Skyvine radish. He stretched and walked out of the temple. Han Sen looked at the kneeling Skyvine radish, who did not dare raise his head. He left the Skyvine radish temple with God. After exiting the temple, Han Sen looked back a few times. While he was still able to see the temple, he saw that Skyvine radish was still scared and unable to move. He did not get up. When he walked the last stone step, Han Sen's environment changed. He was back inside Nine Defense Palace. "I did what you wanted me to do. In the next round, you must win the fight. I have faith in you." God smiled at Han Sen as he spoke. "Yes, I have faith in myself too." Han Sen rubbed his nose. God went back to the garden. Han Sen stayed where he was, using the excuse that he was going to kill more xenogeneics. After watching God leave, Han Sen looked into his sea of soul. He examined Skyvine radish's God spirit. Han Sen thought, does this mean God spirits are the spirits God mentioned? Because the God spirit was taken, Skyvine radish spawned with no God spirit. So, will there be a new spirit getting born? In that case, are beast souls their spirits? Is it just the spirits of a low-level creature? But hang on. God said the xenogeneics in Nine Defense Palace had no spirits. Where did their spirits go? How did the kings of the Extreme King take their souls away? If beast souls really are their spirits, how are humans able to kill xenogeneics and take their spirits away? Even the God spirits were pulled away. Han Sen thought of a lot. He had the willies just thinking about it. Han Sen felt as if he had a hold on something, but he had too little information to figure it all out. It was like he had seen a shadow through paper, but he could not see the figure. It looks like everything must wait until I become true God class. I need to get into the Geno Hall to figure out everything. Hansen sighed. He shelved his thoughts on the matter. He knew overthinking was not good for him. Increasing his power was the top priority. I wonder what power the Sky Vine Radish God Lance has. Hansen tried putting the Sky Radish Vine God Lance inside his Sea of Soul, and it worked. The lance was like a beast soul. Hansen put it in his Sea of Soul. As Hansen soon as thought of it, the Sky Vine Radish God Lance appeared in his hands. So, can God personality armaments be placed inside the Sea of Soul? Hansen's expression looked complicated. Holding the Sky Vine Radish God Lance, Hansen opened the door of the next palace. He saw a xenogeneic inside that looked like a lion. He lifted the Sky Vine Radish God Lance and struck it. It was a butterfly-class xenogeneic. Because it was not Hansen's opponent anymore, he skipped it and did not bother killing it. Hansen was now butterfly class. Killing it would have been a trivial task. The most important thing was that Hansen wanted to use it to test out the Sky Vine Radish God Lance's power. Hansen was pretty suspicious about the Sky Vine Radish God Lance. He thought it might work like the Phoenix Feather, which did not do anything to ordinary creatures and only dealt damage to gods. The Sky Vine Radish God Lance shone with a green light, pierced through the xenogeneics' chest. Even Hansen was shocked. The god personality armaments were able to be used on ordinary creatures. Hansen pulled back his Sky Vine Radish God Lance. He did not see god blood come out. He saw saplings growing out of the wound. They grew like mad. In the blink of an eye, they had weaved together like an old vine to wrap up the xenogeneics' entire body. It was like a giant vine egg. The vine egg died quickly. When the old vine had wilted and detached itself from the creature, the xenogeneic no longer had a life force. It had become a dried-up husk. Xenogeneic butterfly hunted. God power lion. Deified xenogeneic gene found. Upon seeing this, Hansen was a bit unnerved. A butterfly-class creature had been killed with one hit by the Sky Vine Radish God Lance. The old vines that grew from the wound had sucked the creature's life dry. That was more chilling than using a knife to kill it. Hansen thought about the prospect of old vines growing out of his own body. It gave him goosebump. He shuddered at the thought. The power of this lance is as good as the shield of the Medusa's gaze. With my power now, I should be able to use the shield and charming god Jin. I also have Purgatory Heaven, a 9-spin Destiny Mirror, and Siren Bottle. Even if I don't use Super God Spirit mode, I should be able to battle a true God-class elite. Hansen had never fought a true God-class elite before. He was not sure. The 9-spin Destiny Mirror and Siren Bottle do not seem to have attacking powers. They are unique treasures, and Little Angel has Purgatory Heaven. I can only use the shield of the Medusa's gaze and charming god Jin. Maybe I can use the charming god Jin. Right now, I won't be consumed by that weapon's power. Hansen noticed he had amassed quite the trove of treasures. Although quite a few of them had unique powers, only a few of the treasures could not be used in combat. Of course, most of those items had been collected when Hansen was Han Senator, so he did not plan on using them in the god fight. If luck is on my side, one Sky Vine Radish God Lance should be enough to get me into the top 100. Hansen kept stroking the Sky Radish God Lance. He really liked it. Hansen returned to the garden. God was sitting on a chair watching the god fights. You came back just in time. This should be the best match so far. Come and watch it. God smiled at Hansen as he spoke. Hansen looked at the Genogod List space battleground. He saw there was an unfamiliar dragon in space. Although he did not know anything about the beast, he could tell it was grossly frightening. Hansen looked at the match list. He saw the fighters were Dragon 1 and Demon Alpha. That is not the Dragon 1 I know. That must be the Dragon 1 from the previous generation. I suppose it is the Dragon 1 that is around the same age as Sky Palace Leader. I wonder what sort of deified it is. Hansen looked at the space battleground, but he could not see Demon Alpha. Hansen was far more interested in Demon Alpha. That was perhaps because the demons seemed to have a connection with the Shura. Hansen thought Demon Alpha was the first of the Shuras to enter the Geno universe. It has only been 100 years. Yet this dragon has gone from being primitive to true god. God said. He must have used a dragon blood skill. Otherwise, that feat would have been impossible. Han's son did not understand, so he asked, "What blood skill?" God replied, "The dragons have one of the most talented geno-arts. When a dragon grows old, they can put their gene blood power into another dragon's body. Thus, the other dragon's genes grow very fast. Many races have a similar geno-art, but to do it very well, only the dragons can do that. The Buddha learned this from the dragons. Through their own modifications, they composed a geno-art that was very similar. It is much more annoying to use than a dragon blood skill, and the effects are not as good as this blood skill. True God-class dragon? Is Demon Alpha going to lose?" Han Sen was confused. He looked at God as he spoke. Because God said the fight would be an amazing one if Demon Alpha were surely going to lose, what would be so amazing about that? Han Sen did not believe Demon Alpha could fight a true God-class dragon one. After all, the demons were a younger race. Their ranks were not too high among the higher races. It was hard to believe the demons would have a true God-class elite in their ranks. In fact, many creatures were thinking the same thing. No one believed Demon Alpha could defeat Dragon 1. After all, dragons had the recognition of being the world's bravest. When they reached true God class, their power was unimaginably strong. They were able to resist 99.9% of an elemental attack. It was like they had unbreakable bodies. Mr. Palace Leader, if Dragon 1 wins 2 more times, you can continue the Geno being scroll fights. I do not know who will be the dead deer. A woman smiled at Sky Palace Leader. Back during the Geno being scroll fight, Sky Palace Leader suppressed Dragon 1 and earned the top King class rank. Dragon 1 was second. Sky Palace Leader laughed. He lost to me once. He will never be able to beat me again. No matter how many times he fights me, the results will always be the same. Besides, he needs to beat Demon Alpha. The demons are not powerful yet, the woman casually said. How could Demon Alpha beat Dragon 1, who is a true God class? It is difficult to say, Sky Palace Leader said. There are problems with the history of the demons. Their sky demon power has casual powers. You cannot underestimate this race. Plus, the demons have been a high race for a while now. Unfortunately, no one knows what Demon Alpha's power is like. Not even Sky Palace has that sort of information. You can tell this Demon Alpha is unique. The woman did not agree with what Sky Palace Leader was saying. They are merely pretending to be mysterious. Even if Demon Alpha has talents and endurance, there is nothing they can do without resources. With the small number of resources the demons have, I would be surprised if they had a butterfly in their midst. Either way, they will not have a true God class unless they are like Dragon 1 and have a scary senior pass in their blood genes. Otherwise, how else could he become a true God? How could he hope to fight Dragon 1? While they were talking, a shadow entered the space battleground. That shadow was completely dark. It was like a humanoid shadow walking through space but with a body that did not look real. Hansen gathered up power. He wanted to see through the shadow and see what the Demon Alpha looked like, but all he could see was darkness. He could not see what Demon Alpha looked like. Dragon 1 looked at Demon Alpha like a king looking down on peasants. Behind his back were a pair of gold wings, but it did not look as if he was going to do anything. Demon Alpha, I have heard that the demons are masters of causal powers, Dragon 1 coldly said while standing still. Show me what you can do. Demon Alpha was completely cloaked in shadows. One could not see his face. He also did not respond to Dragon 1. He raised his right hand and presented a knife. He slashed toward Dragon 1 who was in space. Hansen had been looking at Demon Alpha. He saw him swing his knife, but no power was going with it. It was like he had randomly swung his hand. It really is the Asura power. Although Hansen had not practiced the Asura Sutra, he had studied it for a long time. He was no stranger to its abilities. Demon Alpha's palm did not have any power shockwaves. Clearly, that was the max level of the Asura Sutra. 1/cut the cause. Catcha! Dragon 1's neck made a weird sound. Everyone looked at his neck. There was a small mark on his gold scales. It was as thin as a hair, but it was unable to break through the dragon's scales. Causal powers really are powerful. It made me unable to react. That is not bad. Dragon 1 stared at Demon Alpha and nodded. While he was talking, his scales healed themselves. The knife mark slowly faded. Before long, no mark remained. In Sky Palace, the woman was shocked. She asked, "Can Demon Alpha's power leave a mark on Dragon 1's scales? Did he really become true God class?" "I bet you there's a 90% chance he did." Sky Palace leader looked at Demon Alpha with interest. "I did not expect Demon Alpha had a trick like that up his sleeve. But it is futile even if he is a true god," the woman said. "They are both true gods, and Dragon 1's Dragon God body is impervious to most powers. Demon Alpha cannot damage Dragon 1. He is going to lose this time. His Dragon God body is powerful, but causal powers are very mysterious too. It is really hard to determine who is going to win and who is going to lose." Sky Palace leader clearly did not approve of the woman's thoughts. At the same time, the whole universe was watching the fight. They were shocked by Demon Alpha's performance. The elites knew Dragon 1 was already true God class. Since Demon Alpha had been able to leave a mark on the dragon scales, there was a 90% chance that he was true God class. "I cannot believe that inside a small race like the demons there is a true God class elite." My king looked at Demon Alpha with interest. "My king, after this fight, should we go to the demons, take him and have him work for us?" An extreme king elder suggested. "Let's wait and see what happens in this fight first," my king coldly said. "This Demon Alpha is not a simple character." On the space battleground, Dragon 1 saw Demon Alpha had not struck again. He asked, "Why don't you continue? If I attack again, you will be dead. The demons do not want to be an enemy of the dragons. I advise you to quit now." Demon Alpha's voice was empty. There was no emotion to discern. He sounded like electricity. Yet what he said made every creature in the universe think he was crazy. This Demon Alpha is crazy. He did not even break Dragon 1's scales. Does he have what it takes to say that? I bet he has never beaten an opponent outside of his family. That is why he is so insane and ignorant. How dare he talk like that in front of the world's bravest dragon? That Demon Alpha has a death wish. Every race was talking about it. Compared to the demon, they all thought Dragon 1 was stronger. Ha! 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 The dragons do not have cowards that are afraid to die. I will be standing here. If you can kill me, I can assure you that the demons will not become an enemy of my people. From now on, the dragons will obey the demons. Dragon 1 was standing in space laughing. Demon Alpha did not say anything. He raised his hand and presented it like a knife. Then he slashed toward Dragon 1 again. Dragon 1 looked dim. He stared at Demon Alpha's arm. His body uncontrollably activated substance chains. The scary, golden air became many golden god dragons around him. He was like an old dragon god that was landing. Everyone's heart almost jumped out of their chests. Although no one thought Demon Alpha could actually cut through Dragon 1's body, if Dragon 1 was treating this seriously, it made the audience feel heavy with pressure. Demon Alpha's hand was still waving slowly. It did not look as if there was any power in it. It was like he was just playing. It made it hard for people to believe that his powerless palm could kill a true god-class dragon. Catcha! Suddenly, gold dragon blood was spilled. The sky full of gold dragon power broke. Dragon 1's head was flying. It left his body to soar through the sky, leaving gold blood in its wake. Every race and creature that watched this fight was petrified. The whole universe went silent. One slash cut a dragon's head off. And it was the true god-class Dragon 1. That power was hard to believe. Am I seeing this correctly? Is Dragon one of the dragons? Did his head just get cut off? Very scary sky demon power. Very scary Demon Alpha. From now on, I am afraid the demons will become the highest race of all. Really? Just his palm cut off the dragon's head. After a long time of silence, everyone in every race was shocked. In these Geno God list fights, there have been so many unexpected events, Sky Palace leader said with a sigh. Gold, Demon Alpha, Lu Lai. The big universe has too many scary elites. This world is a big world. The woman looked at Demon Alpha. A big world means a chaotic world. The good days have passed. After these Geno God list fights, I am afraid this universe will be flipping the sky and ground. Sky Palace leader did not get excited. He presented a wry smile and shook his head. I do not understand how Demon Alpha did that, the woman said while looking at Sky Palace leader. Sky Palace leader was silent a moment before saying, considering causal powers in the past and the results today, no matter how strong Dragon One is, he could not block the cause he had before. The woman's face changed as she asked, are you saying that Demon Alpha's power can slash into the past? Does that mean he has the same power as that person from Sacred? No, that is not the same. That person in Sacred could twist time and space. Demon Alpha's power focuses on cause. His hand must have the cause of yesterday so he can slash yesterday. If there is no cause from yesterday, he cannot use his power. Sky Palace leader paused and said, even though the cause power is so strong, killing Dragon One is not so easy. While he was speaking on the space battleground, the gold dragon blood that was everywhere went backward. The headless Dragon One lifted his hand in space. The head that had been chopped off flew back into his hands. Dragon One placed the head atop the exposed neck and pressed it down. The head was back in place, and the wound on the neck was instantly healed. The dragon's bodies make people really jealous. I told you so. How could Dragon One be killed so easily? He really is the world's bravest. How can he still live? Causal powers are mysterious. Even if I watched it, I could not block it. But if you wish to kill me, Dragon One, that alone will not be enough. Dragon One opened his eyes. He looked at Demon Alpha and said, I do confess that you have what it takes to fight me. It has been a long time since I last had a good fight. After that, Dragon One pulled out something. It was a 2-foot-long golden rod. It was flat with a rectangular shape. It looked like a ruler. On top of it were numerous dragon tattoos. They were beautiful and mysterious. The woman recognized the gold dragon ruler. The dragon race weapon, Blood Dragon Ruler, is in his hands. It looks like Dragon One is the leader of the dragons. Sky Palace leader seemed to have expected this. The dragons spent a lot on Dragon One in this generation. He became true god in 100 years and will soon be the leader of the dragons. With the help of the Blood Dragon Ruler race weapon, the chances of his victory increase, the woman said. Although Demon Alpha is strong, the demons became a high race not too long ago. I do not think the demons have a race weapon to challenge it. Maybe not. Sky Palace leader's response meant nothing. Roar. Dragon One was holding his Blood Dragon Ruler as he roared toward the sky. The Blood Dragon Ruler shone with gold. It became many blood dragon shadows. There were 8 different shapes of scary dragon shadows surrounding Dragon One. Every dragon shadow was like a cruel beast that could destroy the world. They released a scary presence. It was like a random bite could swallow the whole universe and every galaxy. In the next moment, the 8 dragon shadows roared in tandem with Dragon One. They all raced into Dragon One's body. Pang! The wings on Dragon One's back flapped. His body rapidly started to expand. The gold light on his body was pretty, but his back kept flaring up with horrendously large bone spikes. His parted lips displayed menacing fangs. The horns on his head were scary. His draconic wings kept expanding. Another dragon head appeared on the side of his shoulder. Soon there was another one and another one. Many weird dragon heads kept popping up. Within the space of a moment, Dragon One had become a 9-headed, big, gold dragon. It was like a scary beast that could claim the world. The 9 heads stared down at Demon Alpha. Very scary suppression. I can feel how powerful it is by just seeing it. Demon Alpha is facing Dragon One. How much pressure must he be facing? Although Han-san was just watching the fight, the 9-headed, gold, giant Dragon One was releasing a pressure that made it difficult for him to breathe. He felt as if he was going to suffocate. God looked at the 9-headed gold giant dragon and said, "The dragons are very interesting. They can put their own gene, blood, and spirit into a race weapon. This kind of sacrifice is something that cannot be accomplished by many races in this universe. Aren't these dragon shadows the power of the race weapon? Hansen asked with shock. One of the dragon shadows is the soul of the dragon's race weapon. If it was an ordinary treasure, even the dragons could not do it regardless of how much they wanted to. Let's not say the treasure itself can take that much power. Matching the elements is an issue too. After all, even if they are dragons, their elements can be completely different. There are 7 different elemental gene dragon true gods. It is hard for them to put their own blood power into the same treasure, but race weapons can completely sort out such a problem. As long as they are dragons, their power will be absorbed by the dragon race weapon. That was how Blood Dragon Ruler, which was formed from the genes of 7 true gods, was made. God paused a moment and said, "With this race weapon, it is like fighting 9 true god dragons together. Even the top elites of the 3 highest races would probably have to end up dodging it if they had to use their power to fight it." God's face looked excited as he spoke. If the dragon race weapon can continue to be passed on to each generation, then Dragon 1 will be putting his own gene, blood, and spirit into it. In the future, if another dragon wants to do it when it reaches 100 or 1,000 dragons, can you imagine how powerful it would become? Claiming the entire universe would not be difficult. It is not easy to have 100 or 1,000 dragons. That would take a long time. Thus far, the dragons have only managed to put the power of 7 true gods into it. If you want 100 dragons or 1,000 dragons, God only knows how many billions of years we would have to wait. Hansen was not interested in these calculations. After all, human lives were short. He would never live to see that day. God laughed and said, "God is immortal. A billion years to God is just a second. It is worth the wait." Hansen stopped talking. Since he was not immortal, these kinds of discussions with God hurt his feelings. Boom! One of the 9-headed gold heads spat out a flame that scorched the sky, covered most of space. Demon Alpha's black shadow flickered. He exited the area where the flame hit. It looked like the fire was burning the sky. He quickly slashed downward with his hands. Suddenly, one of the 9-headed, gold, giant dragon head's eyes weirdly flashed. It was as if Demon Alpha's body was imprisoned. His arms were raised. He could no longer move. Fire element and space element power? Hansen was in shock. After Dragon 1 combined with the Blood Dragon Ruler, it meant he combined with the Dragon Soul and 7 true God-class dragon power. God said, "With his gold dragon body, there are 9 true God powers. Not many creatures in this universe can fight against him now. I cannot wait to see 100 dragons gathering up." What a shame. 2 more dragon heads instantly appeared to accompany the 9-headed gold dragon's form. One of them had laser eyes, and the other spat out black dragon breath. They all attacked the frozen Demon Alpha. Every creature that watched the fight was shocked by Dragon 1's power. They thought Demon Alpha was going to die. Thunder and dragon breath tangled together. Everything was being destroyed by those 2 scary powers. Demon Alpha's shadow was going to melt. The darkness became lighter and lighter. Inside the darkness, Demon Alpha's body was becoming clearer to see. When the shadow was whittled down to only a thin layer, people could see more of Demon Alpha. Hansen kept his eyes focused on Demon Alpha. Now his eyes were open wide. Inside the shadow, he saw a purple-haired, purple-eyed, demon woman. Although he could not see her entire face, this demon woman gave Hansen the feeling he used to know her. She was very familiar. Pang! The thunder and dragon breath tangled together. The final layer was being faded away. Demon Alpha's face was finally revealed. Hansen could finally see Demon Alpha's face. When he saw her, his body shook. He was in complete disbelief. Demon Alpha's face looked exactly the same as Zero's when she was in Shura mode. Even her body was the same. But Zero looked like a young lady, and Demon Alpha looked mature and cold. Are Demon Alpha and Zero twins? Hansen was frozen. Azura and Hansen's mother had some kind of entwined fate that they could not be freed from. The Luo family had the Shura's falsified Sky Sutra, which made the Luo family and Shura's Jade Shura fall into a generation of loving and killing. During Luo Lan's generation, Han Sen's mother wanted to prevent their heirs from falling into the same cycle. Thus, they hid their names in the hopes that Han's son could lead a normal life. Unfortunately, it did not work. Han Sen received the Azura Sutra by accident. He had also found Zero, who had a strong connection with the Shura. The little sister, Han Yen, practiced the Luo family's falsified Sky Sutra. Ever since then, Han Sen's family and the Shura, or the Azura king who created the Shura, had a fate that always caused them to be coiled around each other in some capacity. After Han Sen entered the Geno universe, he believed the demons might have been connected to the Shura, but he lacked proof for the allegation. Now, Demon Alpha looked exactly like Zero. Han Sen's head was filled with a bevy of thoughts. He was not so sure what he was thinking. That was only for a moment. After Demon Alpha's shadow was expunged, scary thunder and dragon breath came together to annihilate her body. Demon Alpha had been tied up in the same spot all that time, but she was finally able to move a little. One of her hands was forcing through to break the power that bound her. She summoned a little knife. It was less than a foot long. As she held it in her jade hand, the gray knife looked like a dried bone. The moment Demon Alpha clutched the little dry bone knife, it was like her arm had some sort of weird power. It was able to make her power move inside that trapped space. The little dry bone knife flashed in front of Demon Alpha. In the next moment, the 9-headed gold giant dragon head was spilling dragon blood. It flew into space. The big dragon head had been cut off, forcing the bindings on her to be dropped. Demon Alpha's body flashed like a ghost. The thunder and dragon breath landed next to her, kept exploding in space, blowing up all the planets around. Demon Alpha's shadow recovered. She was once again cloaked in darkness, but one could still see the little dry bone knife. It was not affected by the darkness. Before the creatures that were watching the fight reacted, Demon Alpha's body was already on the move. She swung the little dry bone knife in her hands. The small knife, which was less than a foot long, drew a curve in space that did not look particularly eye-catching. It seemed like a random swing. It was not much stronger than as if she had been drawing. In space, underneath this drawing, the gold 9-headed dragon's fire element dragon head was cut off. Dragon blood came spewing out of the severed neck like lava. The rest of the 7 heads painfully roared. Boom! The big dragon's thunder head and soul head spit out scary power at the same time toward Demon Alpha. The thunder head had just opened its eyes. Before it spat out thunder, an invisible slash cut off its head. Under the flickering starlight, Demon Alpha's shadow-like body flashed. The dry bone knife was thrust out again. Many dragon heads were flying through space. Dragon blood was coming down like heavy rain everywhere. Thunderhead, Cold Head, Crazy Dragon Head. All these scary dragon heads were like chickens or dogs being cut up. The dragon blood dyed the whole of space with a gold color. All the creatures looked at the demon-looking, ghost-looking shadow. They were frozen. The lightly swaying little dry bone knife, painful dragon bones, flying dragon heads, spilling blood. All the creatures gazed upon the crazy scene. They were scared. Their fear could not be described. The crazy knife and cold starlight mingled with the gold dragon blood being sprayed out. It looked quite strange. The big, invincible 9-headed gold dragon suddenly had 8 of its head cut off. It had not even been given a moment to fight back. The invincible dragon god body was like paper. It did not even see the knife lights or weapons that were landing on it. It led to all the dragon heads flying through space with blood. Even Han Sen, who knew a lot about Azura Sutra and was not from a normal race, had a scalp that felt numb. His entire body flared with goosebumps. Azura power was practiced to this level by Demon Alpha. It was almost invincible. As long as the opponent had some cause, it could not avoid her attacks. Catcha! The Reaper's scythe-looking dry bone knife went across space. The 9-headed, gold, dragon's final head was split in half, along with its giant gold dragon body. The whole universe was silent. The gold blood spread through space. It was like a golden ocean. The dragon's head, body, and blood were shaking in space. The dragon tried to regenerate and become the nine-headed, gold, big dragon again. Demon Alpha did not move. She stood in space. She raised the little dry bone knife and started to swing it. She looked like a reaper as she slashed everything. All the dragon heads were cut in half before they could combine with the body, and the dragon's body was cut into pieces. The heads were angry. They roared. In the next second, they were being cut open. How dare you kill the dragon heads? My race will persist to avenge this. In the dragon realm, many dragons were roaring, which shook the sky. Dragon 1 was the leader of that generation of dragons. He was a scary being that was able to become a true god. He was the only true god of the dragons. He would soon become the leader of the dragons. If he was killed on the space battlegrounds, the dragons would suffer a major loss. It would take them hundreds of thousands of years to recover. As much as they let out their roars, Demon Alpha did not hear a single one. Even if she did hear them, it was unlikely that she cared. The little dry bone knife kept swinging. Moaning, roaring, fear, scared, hopeless. Whatever emotion was displayed did not stop the hand wielding the little dry bone knife. Before, when the gold, nine-headed dragon's power had almost destroyed her body, Demon Alpha already wanted to kill him. Why would she put her knife away now? A knife slashed Dragon 1's head. Its blood-curdling cries were heard throughout space. This was a day that would be remembered. The gold, nine-headed dragon had been chopped to pieces. Space was dyed gold. A hopeless dragon moan echoed through the universe. Dragon 1's shadow was in space, but the shadow instantly turned to dust. It scattered away with the sky full of gold dragon blood. Every dragon's body shook. They all cried bloody tears. They could not believe Dragon 1 had been killed in space like that. He was the first true god-class creature that had been killed in the Geno-God list fight. I am Demon Alpha. Whoever offends the demon will be slashed. Demon Alpha's cold voice echoed through space. From this day on, every creature in the universe was going to remember that name and sentence. I can't believe this. Dragon 1 was killed like that. The dragon. It is game over. The woman's voice sounded extremely weird. Although no one could see Demon Alpha's body in space, her vision was still scouring that portion of the empty. It was like a body that looked like a demon and a ghost was in front of the woman. Sky Palace leader sighed and said, "Success is brave, but there is also bravery in failure. I hope the dragons will be able to overcome this loss. I hope they do not sink in the river of time." The dragons used all their power to produce this latest dragon leader, but he was easily cut up like that in space. The dragons are in danger. The woman shook her head with a wry smile. Who is this Demon Alpha anyway? She has such a scary power. With the resources the demons have, there is no way they could have made someone like that. This era is messed up. Sky Palace leader did not answer her. He looked into space, which was far away. Interesting. Very interesting. Although I could not see 100 dragons coming out together, it was still amazing. God held his hands and laughed. He looked satisfied. Do you know this Demon Alpha? How could she possess such scary powers? Hansen asked. God shook his head. Did I not tell you that God does not know everything? I am just like you. I only know what I see. I have never seen Demon Alpha before, so I do not know anything about her. There is one thing I know for sure. What is that? Hansen asked. In her hands, that little dry bone knife was a god personality armament, God said with certainty. When Hansen heard that, his expression changed. He thought, if Demon Alpha really is Azura, then Ancient Devil and the Azura really did summon a dying god. Was that a god spirit? With their power back then, how were they able to kill the god spirit? Even though the god spirit was heavily injured, it would have still been impossible. Their powers were on vastly different scales. There could have been no chance. Even God hides, so why would it let them kill him? They still did not have the power to kill a god spirit. Does it mean that after Azura went to the universe, he killed the god spirit and got the god personality armament? Hansen could not guess the truth either, but he was really bothered by Demon Alpha looking just like Zero. It looks like I need to find a chance to talk to Ancient Devil and Yasha again about what Azura really was. What God Spirit's God personality armament is that? Hansen asked. There are too many gods, and I do not remember all of them, God said after touching his nose. Are there really that many gods? Hansen asked with confusion. There are not many real gods, God said. After saying that, he did not say any more. Demon Alpha's fight shocked the whole universe. The demons were famous among the higher races. Now, they had become the most famous in the whole universe. Everyone knew the demons would rank up soon. It only depended on if Demon Alpha was daring enough to trigger the lantern fight. With Demon Alpha's power, the demons could enter the top 10 races without any trouble. The factions with a similar power to Demon Alpha were feeling as if they were facing a crisis. They thought Demon Alpha might destroy their race at any moment, or she might take their territory and xenogenic space and pillage and plunder them for the demons. Some races saw the potential of an alliance. Many had already sent messengers to try and befriend the demons. All this did not really have a connection to Han Senator after he became Butterfly class. There were not enough resources to support his ascension to true God. He watched other fights alongside God. Aside from the battle between Demon Alpha and Dragon 1, there weren't any more interesting battles. All the elites just fought to a point where a winner could be determined. Few dared to lose their lives in combat there. What happened to Dragon 1 made every elite a whole lot more cautious. They would not underestimate any opponent they encountered. Golden Growler was still winning like an invincible foe. The scary power he wielded had been agreed by most as the greatest. Most believed it was highly likely that Golden Growler would win the tournament. They thought he was even greater than Demon Alpha. Sky Palace leader and the very high leader did not need to be described. They just talked their enemies out of the way. One could not really tell how strong they were. Hansen cared about a guy called Lu Lai, who used his body to become a butterfly-class xenogeniac. Most importantly, Hansen found there was something familiar about him. Is he a member of Blood Legion? Hansen wondered. This Lu Lai is interesting, God said with a smile. Why is he interesting? Hansen asked. He is better than you think, God casually replied. He is a real human. Is he human? In that case, what are you going to do? Hansen forced his question to sound nonchalant, but he really wanted to know what God would do if he found out about another human. I do not plan on doing anything yet. I will keep watching the matches and wait for interesting spirits to fight each other. God's answer surprised him. Hansen thought humans were taboo for the universe. God found out Lu Lai was a human, so he wagered he would do something. Do not look at me like that. I am a god and not a crazy dog. Do you think I will bite whatever I see? God laughed. Hansen looked at God and said, I thought you treated humans differently. I would treat them differently, but the Genogod list plays by my rules. It would be lame of me to break my own rules. After that, God looked like he was smiling, but he wasn't smiling at Han Sr. What about you? You treat humans differently too. Why do you disguise yourself as one? I told you already that I am human. There is no pretending, Hansen said with a simple shrug of his shoulders. The two of them were in sync, so they stopped talking about it. They continued to watch the Genogod list fights. There were many scary elites in the universe. Hansen thought the Genogod list would be dominated by the three high races, but things really did not turn out that way. Many deified elites were from the three high races, but most of the deified elites were not from the three high races. There were many races Hansen had never heard of before. It looks like the universe has many scary creatures hiding in it. I must be careful. Hansen had a look at his next opponent. It was a butterfly-class Deep Abyss Knight. It was quite powerful. It crushed other xenogeniacs of the same level to reach this round. Hansen thought, although he is powerful, I do not think he can challenge me. The next few fights will be really boring. Would you like to play some chess? God stretched as he spoke to Hansen. Sure. Hansen did not decline. He wanted to play chess with God. Although he always lost, his chess skills were improving because of these losses. The game of chess was like a game of fighting. The more he improved in chess, the newer the areas and ideas Han Sen could learn for proper combat. That made him keep on wanting to play. With Han Sen's personality, if he did not win a round, he would not give up. After dozens of heartbreaking rounds of chess, Han Sen's next fight finally rolled around. Han Sen stood up and said, "Keep the game going. We will continue when I return." Their match was only halfway through. It looked as if he was going to win, so he wanted to quickly finish Deep Abyss Knight before continuing with God. "Okay. Good luck to you," God said with a smile. Han Sen accepted the Geno God list invitation and went to the space battleground. Deep Abyss Knight was a xenogeneic. He had an armored knight upper body and the lower body of an octopus. Many black, metal tentacles wriggled around his lower body. It was like he had a weird shadow. Even the space around him was twisted. Han Sen had watched the Deep Abyss Knight fight before. He knew that the Deep Abyss Knight was a dark element xenogeneic. He could release very strong and corrosive dark powers. His defensive attributes were very high. If a xenogeneic of the same level attacked his armor, one would be able to break it. Regarding his metallic tentacles, even if they were cut off, replacements grew almost instantly. So, attacking the tentacles was pointless. One had to break the armor or body to succeed. Han Sen was holding the return empty scabbard. It counted as half a god personality armament. Although it was man-made, it was not as powerful as a real god personality armament. Still, it was a treasure that was close to true god class. Although Han Sen wanted to hurry and play chess, Han Sen did not underestimate Deep Abyss Knight. He still stayed vigilant. Han Sen's xenogeneic mode was almost invincible, but there were many xenogeneics in the universe. They all had unbelievable powers. If Han Sen encountered a strange power and fell into its tricks, he would pay the price with his life. This was not a joke. The intelligence of most xenogeneics was not too high. Even if it was high, they would be low when it came to their emotional intelligence. Han Sen and the xenogeneic had nothing to talk about, so Han Sen gathered up power via his return empty scabbard and attacked. The knife was pure power, but his xenogeneic power amplified its strength to a force that exceeded true god class. A butterfly xenogeneic at the same level stood no chance of trying to withstand Han Sen's power. The return empty scabbard had its own power to deal too. If an ordinary butterfly xenogeneic was struck by Han Sen, it would end up dead or injured. The Deep Abyss Knight was very cold. His eyes were like black holes. They were so deep that it was like they could absorb light. He did not dodge. The Deep Abyss Knight crossed his arms across his chest. He was not planning on moving an inch. When the return empty scabbard got closer, the tentacles below his body moved. They were going for Han Sen's return empty scabbard. The tentacles struck the return empty scabbard, but not a single sound was made. The tentacles silently wrapped up the return empty scabbard. The suckers below the tentacles started to suck the return empty scabbard. Han Sen's expression changed. From what he had seen before, he knew the Deep Abyss Knight was strong, but he couldn't have such a strong power. He used one tentacle to block his return empty scabbard slash. With a power like that, Han Sen believed Deep Abyss Knight was a true god class. Han Sen's eyes looked cold. He was holding the return empty scabbard. He tried to pull it back. He saw the return empty scabbard flash with a purple light. No matter how hard Han Sen tried, the return empty scabbard did not move. It was sucked onto the tentacles. The Deep Abyss Knight's arms were still crossed across his chest. He coldly looked at Han Sen with a face of utter disdain and said, "Stupid creature." Following his words, purple and black flames surged out of the Deep Abyss Knight's body. His entire body was like a demon crawling out of purgatory. The tentacles holding the scabbard swung. They pulled on Han Sen and the scabbard. At the same time, other tentacles were wrapping up his body. Han Sen was shocked. He had to let the scabbard go. He quickly stumbled back and evaded the attacks of the lashing tentacles. How is that possible? How did the Deep Abyss Knight's power become so much stronger? Han Sen asked with a frown. If he did not know the Geno-God list fights could have people swapping position, he would have started wondering whether or not it was the same Deep Abyss Knight he had seen before. His power was certainly different. It was not just Han Sen that was confused. Many elites who knew Deep Abyss Knight were also in shock. Since when did the Deep Abyss Knight become so strong? With his power now, it does not look like a dark element only. The woman in Sky Palace was shocked. It is weird. Sky Palace leader frowned. In the very high, Exquisite and Likir watched the scene. They thought it was strange too. Likir said, I thought Deep Abyss Knight was a dark element being. Why is this dark knight suddenly different? Will Dollar lose? It looks like Deep Abyss Knight is stronger than Dollar, Exquisite coldly said. Just one skill has disarmed him. He took his treasure scabbard. I am afraid Dollar is going to lose this round. When Likir heard that, she felt terrible. Although she had been unsuccessful in making Dollar her silkworm, she still did not want Dollar to lose. On Empty Mountain, the green-haired beast looked confused. Weird. Why is that Deep Abyss Knight so strong? I fought Deep Abyss Knight once, and he was not that strong. The woman nearby coldly looked at Deep Abyss Knight and said, In this world, whatever monster shows up, it does not matter. Little Mountain Leader will defeat them. Empty Mountain will once again be back on top. You are right, the green-haired beast said with a cocky look. Little Mountain Leader's power is almost as good as the old Mountain Leader. Swallowing a true god is not difficult for it. Whether it's Deep Abyss Knight or Dollar, whoever stands in Little Mountain Leader's way will end up dead. When Isha saw that the return empty scabbard had been stolen by Deep Abyss Knight, she frowned. What is Dollar doing? In the Extreme King Garden, God stroked his jaw and said to himself, Was my hint not clear enough? He used Sky Armor God's rib bone to attack Sky Armor God. That is just giving up the ghost. You just gave the god personality back. With Sky Armor God's personality, I do not think he will take the god personality and run. Deep Abyss Knight swung his tentacles and brought the scabbard next to him. Then he let go of his arm. He used his right arm to grab the return empty scabbard. His eyes flashed with a weird light. Hansen frowned and looked at Deep Abyss Knight. He felt there was something wrong. Deep Abyss Knight was releasing a presence that felt the same as the return empty scabbard. Deep Abyss Knight stroked the return empty scabbard. He felt extremely happy. His happiness could not be described. My god personality has finally been returned. After Deep Abyss Knight performed that action, the return empty scabbard's light became brighter and brighter. It looked like the flames on Deep Abyss Knight were connecting. They released a light that blew into the sky. At this time, even the elites who were watching could tell what was happening. Deep Abyss Knight did not have strong enough power to cause a reaction with the scabbard that would result in it exploding so powerfully. This is true god-class power, the woman said with shock. Did Deep Abyss Knight become a true god? No, that is not a true god. He is not the real Deep Abyss Knight. Sky Palace leader's eyes were icy. He said, He is a god spirit that descended. Hansen knew what the Deep Abyss Knight's problem was. He thought, It looks like Deep Abyss Knight already combined with the universe's god body by a god. His presence and scabbard are so similar, and the scabbard was made from a broken god personality. That means he is the scabbard's master. He must be that Sky Armor God. It is no wonder God told me not to bring out the scabbard when facing Sky Armor God. That is why. But that heads-up was fairly useless. How was I supposed to know when and where Sky Armor God would fight me? I could not hold off on using the scabbard forever. With that being the case, what is the point in owning the scabbard in the first place? After guessing Sky Armor God's identity, Hansen was not keen on standing down. He continued looking at Sky Armor God, who was doing the same. Sky Armor God was holding the scabbard. Although he resonated with the scabbard because it was man-made, recovering his body with it would still take some time and tricks. Furthermore, Sky Armor God did not want to open his chest in public and fit his bone back inside. For now, Sky Armor God only held the scabbard. The purple and black flames on his body kept burning as he looked at Hansen. It was not an option for him to take the scabbard, concede, and leave the space battleground. That was impossible. Gods had the dignity of gods. Even if Sky Armor God wanted to leave, he had to leave as the victor. Because you took my god personality. This is your unlucky day. Sky Armor God stared at Han's senator. He raised the scabbard and looked at him with disdain. As your reward for returning the scabbard, I will allow you to die by the scabbard. After that, Sky Armor God waved his arm. The scabbard carried a scary purple and black knife light. Came straight for Han Sen. The knife light acted as if it was splitting space in half. It was so powerful that it made people's hearts tremble. When seeing this slash, the expressions on the faces of many deified xenogeniacs changed. Han Sen's body quickly flashed away. He had dodged the knife light. When it appeared again, it was on the other side of space. Galaxy teleportation. Han Sen had practiced his teleportation abilities for a long time. He had finally practiced galaxy teleportation, but Han Sen had only studied a part of it. He modified space teleportation into a version that was more suitable for his body. Because of the Dongxian Aura's power buff, Han Sen's break space flash was faster than God's Wander. He used space teleportation as a normal teleportation talent. It was even faster than short-distance teleportation. No one expected Han Sen would be able to dodge that slashing power. Sky Armor God waved the scabbard again. He swung it at Han's senator this time. It was stronger and faster. It suddenly ripped space to appear directly in front of Han Sen. Han Sen's body was able to flash away, so the knife light missed its target. How many attacks are you able to evade? Sky Armor God coldly asked. He started slashing with the scabbard at an even faster pace. Sky Armor God slashed a dozen times. Each slash was faster and harder than the one before. He was slashing out many purple and black space cracks, which were like deep trenches in the vastness of space. Even so, not a single one of them was able to damage Han Sen. That is a very fast space teleportation skill. It seems faster than the very high's God's Wander. This dollar is not an easy fellow to beat. Sky Palace leader was shocked by the performance. God's spirit combined body, the woman said. That power can challenge a true God class and perhaps something even stronger. Dollar's space teleportation speed can dodge the striking attacks. That is very rare. It is a shame that evading attacks is ultimately pointless. He cannot go against the Sky Armor God and slay a god. He will lose. Going against the Sky Armor God and slaying a god is not easy. If this was Golden Growler, he might stand a chance of beating the enemy. Sky Palace leader looked at Han Sen and said, Dollar's body fitness is strong, but he is still only butterfly class. If he could become a true god, perhaps he could stand a chance. All the elites of every race understood Han Sen's situation. Relying on the unlimited space teleportation, he was able to dodge the Deep Abyss Knight's attacks. But who knew space teleportation itself cost energy? To keep using space teleportation like that meant he would eventually run out of power. Once that happened, he was going to lose. Dollar's space teleportation is very powerful. It looks like he can use it whenever and however he wants. He does not need to prepare time for it, and he can keep using it to move. That is stronger than the very high's God's Wander. The Extreme King's second uncle profusely complimented the talent. Bai King looked at the space battleground without speaking. His eyes looked strange. He felt a bit angry. A god spirit has descended to Earth. He took the Deep Abyss Knight's body. They are getting more ballsy. Bai King recognized Sky Armor God. After all, his power had been able to combine with the return empty scabbard. It was too easy to guess the identity of the villain. It did not matter who was king of the Extreme King at the time. Any of them would have despised Sky Armor God. The same applied to Bai King. If he was able to strike, he would want to be like Knife King and cut out Sky Armor God's bones again. Sky Armor God thought space teleportation required a lot of power. All he had to do was slash a few more times to make Han Sen exhausted. When he could no longer use space teleportation, he could kill him. Han Sen kept using space teleportation without reprieve, and he was showing no signs of slowing down. That surprised Sky Armor God. In fact, it was not just Sky Armor God who was surprised. Even God, who was in the garden, was surprised. He is continuously using space teleportation, yet his body does not look like it is getting tired. It is not just his body that is strong. His body keeps drawing in energy from the universe to keep his energy reserves full. The very high can barely do something like that even if they max out sky and men combined together. He is just a butterfly and can already do this. Is it a simple talent? Or has he practiced it a lot? Ordinary deified creatures were afraid of using too much power, but Han Sen had 4 battle bodies that were combined. The Dongxian battle body was able to keep on absorbing energy directly from the universe, kept providing him with energy. If Han Sen's body did not collapse, he could fight endlessly. He did not have to worry about exhaustion. Sky Armor God saw the problem. He coldly grunted. In that case, I will make you stop hiding. The scabbard slashed out like a shadow. Many knife lights created a crack in space. He was going to trap Han Sen inside a space crack. Space teleportation was actually a space movement. If Sky Armor God cracked the space around Han Sen, he would be totally disconnected from it. Even if Han Sen had his powerful space teleportation skill, he could not escape it. Han Sen kept teleporting. More cracks were showing up in space, so there were fewer places for him to teleport to. The space battleground was not the real universe. It was just an area of space. His power was limited. Han Sen did not have enough space to move around freely. Han Sen did not expect to keep running around forever. Teleporting was a way for him to observe. He wanted to learn about Sky Armor God's power. He did not know anything about Sky Armor God. People needed to know their enemy, so Han Sen had to learn about Sky Armor God. Han Sen had slain 2 gods. He did not mind doing it again, but he needed to make sure it was a success. He could not blindly attack and end up dying. Where are you running to? Sky Armor God kept slashing. Purple and black knife lights kept cutting space up, producing the scary space cracks. Han Sen was now surrounded by space cracks from all directions. He was trapped in the sole area that had not been broken, but space there was cut off from the outside. No matter how strong Han Sen's space teleportation was, he could no longer teleport away. In Blood Legion, Lu Lai looked at Sky Armor God with fire. He recognized who Sky Armor God was. It is over. Dollar is strong, but fighting a god is too much. It was a shame it was not me encountering this god. Otherwise, I might have been able to kill him. The elites of every race knew this fight was going to end soon. Han Sen conceding was the only outcome. There was no way he could escape the attack of Sky Armor God. He could only be killed. Sky Armor God wanted to hurry things up and be able to refine the god personality. He did not have the mood to drag this out and play games with Han Senator. Therefore, he unleashed his attack. Han Sen did not want to lose and quit the space battleground. He had been observing this for so long. Even though he had no idea what Sky Armor God's limit was, he knew for sure that after Deep Abyss Knight combined with Sky Armor God, the body still had some of Deep Abyss Knight's power. After combining the god personality, Deep Abyss Knight's body was also reinforced. It was able to reach true god class. Currently, Sky Armor God was just a true god class creature. Achieving victory was not out of the question. Seeing the ripping sky and knife light in front of him, Han Sen put out his hand. A green bone lance appeared in it. He thrust it forward against the knife light. He is trying too hard. No matter how strong a butterfly-class fighter is, he cannot fight a god spirit. The woman in Sky Palace frowned as she spoke. Many others had the same worry. No matter how they viewed this, they all agreed that he was trying too hard. When the spear hit the knife light, people were shocked to find out the lance light was able to pierce through the knife light. It looked like the Northern Lights. The body and lance teleported in front of Sky Armor God. It was being thrust into Sky Armor God's arm that was holding the scabbard. Sky Armor God did not expect that would happen. It was too late for him to stop. He used the armor of his arm to block. Catcha! Sky Armor God paid the price because of his pride and ignorance. The green light pierced through the armor and drilled into him. The entire head of the lance was being thrust through, penetrated Sky Armor God's gauntlet and arm. Sky Armor God was in pain. He could not hold the scabbard tightly. Han Sen was able to grab it back. His body was in extreme shock, so he started to stumble back. Seeing Sky Armor God's arm with god blood bleeding out of it, even Sky Palace leader and Bai King were incredibly shocked. They could not help but look at Han Sen's Sky Radish Bone Lance. It is a god personality armament. Sky Armor God looked ill. He stared at the Sky Radish Bone Lance in Han Sen's hands. In the wound on his arm, green saplings were starting to grow. This was different from Han Sen killing a Xenogeniac with one hit. The saplings on Sky Armor God's arm were growing slowly. They began as little green leaves. It looks like gods cannot completely withstand the power of a god personality armament. Han Sen made his mind up. As long as he was able to hurt the god, he had nothing to be afraid of. God personality armament. Throughout the universe, many ancient and hidden elites heard Sky Armor God say those words. They were instantly in shock. People who knew what a god personality armament also knew how difficult it was to gain a god personality armament. It cannot be a real god personality armament, the Sky Palace woman said with surprise. With Dollar's level, he does not have the power to enter the Geno Hall. How could he have a god personality armament? If the god spirit said it was a god personality armament, that is what it is. This Dollar is becoming more and more interesting, Sky Palace leader said while squinting his eyes. He was checking out Han Sen and the Sky Radish God Lance. Interesting. Lu Lai stared at Han Sen with fire in his eyes. A god personality armament? Bai King looked weird. It was difficult to tell what he was thinking. How is that possible? Asked the green-haired beast. That cannot be a real god personality armament. In a dark corner of the world, Old Vulture and Auntie May had strange expressions on their faces. Could that truly be a real god personality armament? Did Dollar enter the Geno Hall and kill a god spirit? Auntie May looked at Old Vulture and asked, "Have you guys seen that god personality armament? Was it left by that guy?" "I do not think so," Old Vulture said while shaking his head. "There has never been a lance like this before. If it was not from before, did he really go to the Geno Hall, kill a god spirit, and run? That is impossible." Auntie May shook her head. Suddenly, all the elites in the universe were staring at the Sky Radish God Lance. Their faces kept changing. No matter how you get your hands on a god personality armament or who you are, you must die today. Sky Armor God stared at Han Senator. The mood to kill was almost tangible. The purple-black flames on him were getting stronger. The saplings had only just shown up, but the flames made them stop growing. Even the scabbard in Han Sen's hand was struggling. It wanted to fly back to Sky Armor God. Han Sen used significant strength to suppress the scabbard, which did not fly to Sky Armor God. Boom! Sky Armor God's fire was like the eruption of a volcano. With that wash of power, the metal armor melted into iron juice. It was dripping across his body like a meteor shower through space that was falling. The tentacles were dancing. Sky Armor God was coming for Han Senator after the armor on his body slowly melted off. It revealed a powerful and naked chest. Many bones could be seen on his chest, giving him the appearance of a skeleton. The skeleton was like a purple crystal. It was startlingly clear, but it was getting deeper. It looked like the material to make a return empty scabbard. Quickly, a purple outside bone armor was floating on Sky Armor God's chest. Protected his chest. The bone armor looked exactly like two purple ribs together. There were 7 rib bones on each side. It looked very symmetric, but the left side was missing 1 bone. This guy really is Sky Armor God. When the people of the Extreme King saw the missing rib bone on the outside skeleton armor, they were able to confirm Sky Armor God's identity. It made them all gnash their teeth. It looks like the scabbard is made from this outside bone armor's rib bones. Can 1 rib bone have that effect? If we cut both sides of the rib bone, Han Sen squinted his eyes and stared at Sky Armor God. He was not afraid of Sky Armor God exploding with power. BZZT. Han Sen kept trying to suppress return empty scabbard, which had a power that could not be imagined. It escaped Han Sen's hand and flew to Sky Armor God. Han Sen opened the palms of his hand. His hands had a wound that revealed the bones within the flesh. They were there because of the return empty scabbard's escape. Very powerful power. Hansen thought. The return empty scabbard flew back to Sky Armor God. It landed on the broken bones. It was now like another rib bone. It lined up on the armor of the outside skeleton. The broken parts were connecting, slowly becoming a part of the skeleton armor. The scabbard bone looked a bit different than the other rib bones. After all, it had been made into a scabbard. Its original look was hard to maintain. Blasphemy to a god spirit. Die! Sky Armor God appeared like a god as he looked at Han Senator. His body surged with a scary presence. The bone armor was bright. It was like it was connecting to all of space. The god sounds were like thunder. Oh my days! What is going on? Many creatures who did not know the truth were frozen. Sky Armor God released pressure. Even the people outside the battleground felt uncomfortable. Their foreheads developed a cold sweat. The weaker creatures with smaller hearts were paralyzed on the floor. That should not be Deep Abyss Night. Although ordinary creatures did not know Sky Armor God, they started to wonder after seeing that power. Deep Abyss Night was a dark element deified xenogenic. No matter how powerful they were, they should not have had the power of a god. Sky Armor God was damaged by the Extreme King. Now he was damaged by Han Senator. He was furious. He activated his god personality to try and kill Han Sen. When the god personality raged, Sky Armor God used his power to the max. Han Sen clearly saw the universe had a universal cogwheel. The light Sky Armor God's outside skeleton armor was dyed purple. It had the same color as the skeleton armor. All of the universal cogwheels that connected to the substance chains were being affected. Han Sen tried to use his Dongxian area to control the purple universal cogwheels, but he noticed he was unable to do anything about them. It was like the universal cogwheels formed an independent operation mode. It was like they were not getting affected by the Dongxian area. BZZT. Sky Armor God continued his approach. The flickering, purple lights of the universal cogwheels made them spin faster. It made the substance chains move faster. Destiny's knife armor bone is like jail. God's Sky Armor. Sky Armor God's voice boomed like thunder. The purple light was spreading in front of his chest. It became a purple light knife. It suddenly trapped Han Sen's body inside it. Han Sen's Sky Radish God lance exploded with a scary green light. It swept across the purple light knife, but the Sky Radish God lance touched the purple light knife. The purple light knife did not break. It was not shaken away. It stuck to the Sky Radish God lance. Kaka. Kaka. Han Sen saw the purple light knife sticking to the Sky Radish God lance and realized it was a layer of purple bones. The purple bones were stuck to the Sky Radish God lance. It was like Sky Radish God lance had a bone lock shell, and every bone was stuck to it. Han Sen felt the Sky Radish God lance become heavier. In the blink of an eye, Han Sen was almost unable to hold the Sky Radish God lance. At the same time, the purple light knife was shining at Han Sen from all angles. Han Sen dragged the Sky Radish God lance, wanting to use his space teleportation to leave. He noticed that the universal cogwheels around him were cut off by the purple universal cogwheels. Unless he could break the purple universal cogwheels, he could not use space teleportation to escape. Han Sen had to swing his fist to fight. He wanted to shake away the purple light knife. When the purple light knife touched his fist, it became a bone slice. Within a moment, Han Sen's body was covered in bone slices. The Sky Radish God lance had them too. Han Sen's entire body was hanging in space. He was like a statue that wore bone armor. With the suppression of the bone slices, Han Sen's power could not move an inch. All the power in his body exploded like crazy. He could barely stand. He did not get crushed by the bone slices. So, what if you have a god personality armament? A low-life creature is a low-life creature. It does not matter what you have. In front of a god, you are just a worthless piece of trash. Sky Armor God coldly looked at Han Senator. His eyes looked scary and murderous. With the things he said, the bone slices on Han Sen started to go straight and turn into weapons. They were going to cut into Han Sen's flesh, riddling his skin with thousands and thousands of cuts. The bone slices were incredibly sharp. They pierced into Han Sen's flesh. Even though Han Sen's body was like a true god body, He could not block the cuts dealt by those bone slices. The scariest thing about it was that the bone slice suppression prevented his power from leaking beyond them. Han Sen was unable to move. This is what you get for committing blasphemous acts upon a god spirit. The Sky Armor Bone Jail will strip you of your flesh. It will have you pay for your crimes. Sky Armor God looked very excited. Game over. Now Dollar cannot even concede. Likir turned pale. She was worried about Dollar. It is a shame that the God Personality armament looks like it was not Dollar himself that went to the Geno Hall to get the God Personality armament. Bai King shook his head. He has a God Personality armament but still cannot kill a god. In Sky Palace, the woman looked disappointed. Dollar is only butterfly class, Sky Palace leader said with a sigh and a look of great shame. His flesh is still better than a true god. He can fight a true god but not a god spirit. If he can level up to true god, I would say he stands a very good chance. What a shame. I am afraid he will not have another chance at this. Tang Jinliu looked into the space battleground. He was shouting, "Keep going! Don't just stand there!" Wang Yuhang and the others all looked a bit pale. Ning Yu looked scared while holding Baoer's arm. Little Angel and Zero were watching Han Sen with eyes full of worry. It seemed as if the creatures of the universe forgot to breathe. They nervously looked at the bone slices cutting into Han Sen's flesh. They were thinking of the cruel scene that was going to happen. Han Sen, who had countless bone slices piercing into his flesh, finally spoke. "You are Sky Armor God, right? I did not expect you to know my god title," Sky Armor God coldly said. "Are you really a god?" Han Sen asked. "Not bad. But it is too late to beg," Sky Armor God confidently said. "Performing a blasphemous act against a god spirit is something that cannot be forgiven." Han Sen looked at Sky Armor God and coldly said, "Unforgivable is used well. My blasphemy to a god spirit should have me cut up thousands of times without forgiveness. You forced your way into another creature's body and also killed people. What is a crime like that worth?" Sky Armor God laughed and said, "I am God. Gods control the universe. I have not sinned. Even if I have sinned, everyone should suffer. Who can judge me? I am God." "Me," Han Sen calmly said. "What did you say?" Sky Armor God thought that was funny. He looked at Han Sen like he was a funny clown. "If no one can judge you, then I will judge you." Han Sen was still calmly looking at Sky Armor God. "Do you think you can judge me, God? I am right here. How are you going to judge me?" Sky Armor God looked at Han Sen like he was smiling. But he wasn't smiling. His words were smothered in a joking tone of voice. Han Sen's body was going to get cut, yet he could still talk like that. From Sky Armor God's perspective, he was a lunatic. It was not just Sky Armor God thinking that. Most creatures in the universe started to wonder if Han Sen was crazy. In a time like that, he could still talk that way. "So, Sky Armor God, allow me to judge you." Han Sen looked at Sky Armor God as he slowly spoke each word. While Han Sen spoke, his left eye, which had the black and white color, was flashing. Suddenly, the eye no longer looked human. It looked like a cold, mechanical eye. When Han Sen became Butterfly class and his left eye combined with the True God class Extreme King's overbearing eye, he accidentally leveled up. It was a shame he failed to achieve True God class. Although his leveling up had failed, the Extreme King's overbearing eye absorbed Han Sen's xenogenic power. It resulted in a change. It combined with Han Sen's xenogenic body, turning his left eye into a True God class existence. Now, Han Sen's whole body was mostly Butterfly class. Only his left eye was True God class. It was strange. His eye possessed law power. With it combining with Han Sen's xenogenic power, it created some sort of mutation. It was a bit different from the Extreme King's overbearing eye law power. Han Sen did not know if his True God left eye could threaten Sky Armor God, but this was a different god to the one in his house. He sensed a very dark black color inside Sky Armor God's body. It was the color of crime. It was so dark that it was like ink. God only knew how many sins Sky Armor God had committed to have this color. "It does not matter if you are a true god or a fake god. I will judge your crimes today." Hansen sounded very cold. The white and black colors of his eyes exploded. BZZT. A black and white two-toned beam of light exploded from Hansen's eye. It shone on Sky Armor God. The beam of light looked like it was supposed to be there. Sky Armor God did not have any time to react. His entire body was covered by the black and white two-toned beam of light. The black beam of light became chains that entangled Sky Armor God's body. The white beam of light became a book. It was in front of Sky Armor God. Sky Armor God was shocked and angry. He tried his best to get rid of the black chains, but he noticed his entire body had been trapped by a weird power. He was unable to move. How is that possible? In the universe, there is a power that can restrict my power. What is this power? Sky Armor God was shocked. Catcha! Catcha! Sky Armor God was tangled up by the black chains, so he could not use his power. The bone slices around Hansen started to fall away. The purple bone slices turned into dust. Hansen was set free. Let me see what crimes Sky Armor God has committed. Hansen raised his hands. The white beam of light became an old book that landed on Hansen. Hansen flipped through the pages, but they were empty. There was no law inside them. There also were no scales or counterweights similar to when Hansen was being judged. The moment Hansen received the book, his brain had many images playing like a movie. They kept flickering in his head. They made Hansen understand something. Sky Armor God, you have committed serious crimes. You should die. Hansen raised his head and wrote down the word die in his book. The book suddenly flew up. The word die started to shine. It became an executioner's sword that slashed toward Sky Armor God. How dare you, a low-life creature, judge a god like me? Sky Armor God was furious. Beneath the black chains that bound him, Sky Armor God was unable to move his body. Catcha! The executioner's sword came down. It cut off Sky Armor God's head, resulting in blood immediately squirting out. The creatures in the universe were frozen. They could not believe what they were seeing. Sky Armor God, who was so powerful earlier, had been simply decapitated like that. In Sky Palace, the woman opened her mouth in shock. Am I hallucinating? Sky Armor God was killed just like that. That was like law power, but it was somewhat different. Sky Palace leader also looked confused. The Extreme King were very surprised. Bai was shocked. That power looked like the second leader of the Extreme King's overbearing eye, but it was still quite different. It is scarier. Can law power judge a god spirit? If we knew that, we should have let our children and grandchildren learn the second leader's genoarts. Who is this dollar? He is too strange. Can he just kill a god spirit like that? The universe was shocked to its core. Ordinary creatures did not know how powerful god spirits were. Only the old antiques knew how scary god spirits were. Every one of them looked surprised. The execution ended. The black chains and old white book were gone. It did not make Hansen feel relaxed. He still stared at Sky Armor God's body. Hansen saw the body outside of the skeleton armor was melting. Sky Armor God's body looked like Deep Abyss Night again. After Hansen slew Sky Armor God, the announcement he got was for killing a butterfly Deep Abyss Night. It was not for killing Sky Armor God. Hansen knew why this was happening. The crime Hansen saw did not belong to Sky Armor God. It belonged to the true owner of the body, who was Deep Abyss Night. The law power could only judge Deep Abyss Night's body. It was unable to kill Sky Armor God. It made Sky Armor God separate from Deep Abyss Night. He had become a god spirit with nothing. He left Deep Abyss Night's body. Ordinary creatures could only see a purple bone armor rise to the sky. They could not see the purple bone armor with the god spirit Sky Armor God. Dollar. This is not over yet. Sky Armor God angrily said to Han Senator. He sent the god personality back to Sky Armor God's temple. After the god spirit and god personality combined with the creatures in the universe, they could not just separate again. He forced it to separate. Because of that, he was damaged. He could no longer fight. One could have said he was in a bad situation. It was worse than when Knife King stole his rib bone. Without a universe god body, he could not do anything to the creatures of the universe. Therefore, there was no point in him staying any longer. It is not over yet, Hansen coldly said. Only one of us will live. It will not happen to you, Sky Armor God coldly grunted. He ignored Han Senator, he just wanted to return to Sky Armor God Temple. He was no longer able to attack creatures in the universe, but creatures of the universe could not damage him. Thus, Sky Armor God was not worried Hansen could hurt him. I am going to make you unable to die or live. Sky Armor God was madly cursing him. He was forced to separate from his universe god body. The damage he incurred was worse than when Knife King stole his rib bone. Upon thinking of that, Sky Armor God menacingly looked at Han Senator. He was instantly shocked. Hansen's body had a giant, green god spirit. It was holding Sky Radish God Lance. Came before him. Sky Vine Radish, no! Sky Armor God screamed, but he could only shout no. The big green god spirit clutched the Sky Radish God Lance to break his spirit body. The god personality fell. Hansen took it. God Spirit hunted. Found God Spirit gene. Other creatures were unable to see Sky Armor God and Sky Vine Radish. After seeing Hansen judge Deep Abyss Knife, a purple bone armor rose from Deep Abyss Knight's body. It looked like Hansen through the green lance, and purple bone armor fell from the sky. Boom! Purple light shot into the sky. It became an empty sky crack in space. A silent, sad mind was all across the universe. It's a god's sadness. That is a god's sadness. Killed. It is a real god spirit. In the universe, many spirits were looking at the god's sadness appear in space. They were all in shock. Ordinary creatures were doubting Sky God Armor's identity. When the god's sadness showed up, they stopped doubting. Oh my god! Really did kill a god spirit. The human dollar. Can someone tell me what sort of race a human is? Neo. This is madness. Another god's sadness. This era is madness. Is the chaos of the sacred era repeating? The elites who knew what Sky God Armor meant looked at the god's sadness weirdly. They even lost interest in talking. A butterfly xenogeniac had managed to kill a god spirit, and he was holding a god personality armament in his hands. They wanted to know who this dollar was. Many elites used all kinds of tricks to learn his identity, yet none of them were able to uncover who the elusive dollar was. God stared at Hansen and thought, why would he have Sky Vine Radish's spirit? Why would it be controlled by him? Is there some sort of power restricting Sky Vine Radish's spirit? After the fight was over, Dollar's name was known across the entire universe. This dollar is a little weird. If Little Mountain Leader encounters him, there might be some trouble, the green-haired beast said with a look of seriousness. He was very confident in Golden Growler's abilities. After watching Hansen defeat Sky Armor God, he was not so sure if Golden Growler was capable of achieving first place. The woman near him coldly said, he was able to defeat Sky Armor God not through his own power, but on a weird Geno art and the god personality armament. He is just a butterfly-class opponent. The god personality armament is strong. With his butterfly body's movement, he cannot beat Little Mountain Leader. That Geno art he has is a law power. It is similar to the second leader of the Extreme King's power. That power is useless against the Little Mountain Leader. You're entitled to say that, but this dollar guy is strange. It is like there are some problems with him, the green-haired beast said with a frown. He could not identify what the problem was. Hansen returned to the garden. God looked at him like he was smiling, but he was not smiling. Hansen knew that God would be suspicious about his ability to make use of the Sky Vine Radish. He was not surprised. It did surprise Hansen that while God did look at him, he did not ask anything. Hansen looked at God with curiosity as he asked, do you not want to ask anything? If there is something you wanted to tell me, you would tell me without me asking, God coldly said. If you did not want to say something, you would not answer me even if I asked you. Why would I bother asking? Aren't you good at talking deals? Maybe I will tell you if you talk about deals. Hansen laughed. God shook his head and smiled. He said, I prefer to discover secrets myself. Things are more interesting that way. Han Sen was shocked. He did not expect God would say such a thing. The plans he had made were useless now. He suddenly did not know what to say. Sky Vine Radish's God Temple. Sky Armor God has one too, right? Can you take me there again? Han Sen had two God personalities. If he did not go to the temple, the God personality seemed useless. Han Sen had yet to find a way how to refine the God personalities he had. God shook his head. No. You can go there, but you will have to go there by yourself. How do I get there? Han Sen asked. You will know when you enter the Geno Hall, God said with a smile. Han Sen was speechless. He guessed the temples might have been inside the Geno Hall, but he did not think he could go to the Geno Hall just yet. He didn't say anything. Han Sen kept watching the God fights, trying to observe the opponents he might later go up against. Because the opponent in the next round had yet to finish, Han Sen did not know who he would be going up against. He knew none of his future opponents would be easy. The Geno God fights had been going on for a while. There were no more weaklings. They were all top deifieds now. In a palace in the Extreme King, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster bowed and said, Mr. The skill dollar used was similar to our second leader of the Extreme King's overbearing eye. Holy Baby's body combined with the Extreme King's overbearing eye. He should be familiar with that Geno art. Do you think Holy Baby is dollar? Bai King put down his pen. He raised his head and looked at Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. They are both very similar, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said. Although Holy Baby might not be dollar, if dollar can use a law skill to beat a god spirit, perhaps Mr. Holy Baby can too. Sure, I will deal with this, Bai King slowly said. Is there anything more? Ancient Abyss Grandmaster sighed and said, There is progress in the Big Baron systems. I have calculated the location of the entrance to the old sacred ruin, but we have run into some trouble. What trouble? Bai King asked with a frown. Sky Palace's people were there, Ancient Abyss said. I am afraid they located the entrance too. We are asking for your advice. Bai King was silent a moment before saying, Don't do anything yet. If Sky Palace wants to go in, let them go in first. We will follow. Sure. I understand. Ancient Abyss bowed and left the palace. After Ancient Abyss left, Bai King thought, Holy Baby. He reached his hand out to take something, but quickly pulled his hand back. He shook his head and said, Whatever. Things are already in motion. There is no turning back. We have to keep going. Han Sen thought it was Bai King who had come looking for him to ask about the Extreme King's overbearing eye. Surprisingly, Bai King did not go and find him. Does the power in my left eye that different from the Extreme King's overbearing eye that Bai King did not even suspect anything? Han Sen wondered. God seemed to know what Han Sen was thinking. He laughed and said, The Extreme King must have their suspicions on you, but Bai King is here. Even if they do, they cannot do anything to you. Is Bai King not suspicious? Han Sen asked. Of course, he is not suspicious, God said with certainty. Why? Han Sen did not understand why Bai King was not suspicious. Because he knows you are dollar. There is no need to be suspicious if he knows. God laughed. Huh? Why doesn't he ask anything? Han Sen's suspicions were not minimized because of the answer. Because there is no need to ask, God said. It does not matter if you are dollar or not. To him, all that matters is that you keep living. Why does he want me to keep living? Han Sen was even more confused. God laughed and did not answer. He said, After winning one more round, you will breach the top 100. Then, you will be able to leave your name on the Geno God list. Will you feel successful? Han Sen thought he would have trouble getting into the top 100, but his opponent gave up. His enemy did not appear on the space battleground for their fight. Han Sen realized that killing Sky Armor God had created an interesting effect. Before figuring out who he was, even top-class deified elites feared him. Just like this round, the opponent was the top class. It was a true god-class xenogeniac that was very powerful. Even he did not dare go to the space battleground to fight. These people are overestimating my abilities. But that is good. Saves me a lot of trouble. Han Sen departed the space battleground. After entering the top 100 rounds, the modes of fighting had changed. The matches were no longer simple deathmatches. The mode of the top 100 round fights made Han Sen complain to God. Your ranking fights are too childish. How can you choose what rank you are? It was no wonder Han Sen complained. The top 100 mode of fighting was strange. Every creature in the top 100 list could choose what rank they wanted to be. Each rank could only be chosen by one creature. It did not depend on who was stronger. It was all about speed. If one was fast enough, one could end up being in the top place. When Han Sen looked at the matches, things seemed even more unreasonable. After picking a rank, every person chose the rank they wished to challenge. If one was on the 100 list and wanted first place, one could go straight to challenge the being in first place. That challenge could only be done once. If one failed, one could not challenge any other rank. No matter how strong one was, one would still be in 100th place. Han Sen looked at God and said, "If you do this, then whoever selects first place will accept the challenges of many other creatures. For the spots that no one wants, they would not even have to have a single fight." "You do not understand," God said with a smile. "That is why it is interesting. You should think about what rank you want to be. If you want to be first, just tell me. I can bend the rules for you and put you in first place." "Thanks, but no thanks. I do not want to get ranked." Han Sen was considering which rank he should select. Now that he had thought about it, there were skills involved that depended on which rank he selected. Even the ones that could take first place would think about whether or not they should actually choose it. If they kept getting ganged up on, they could lose. The creatures that were just average and not top class had a better chance of getting a higher spot, which would not be outstanding. Han Sen planned to choose a spot that was not too high so it would not be outstanding. Although Han Sen's power was not bad, and he had a god personality armament, the ones that could get into the top 100 were all true god deified. None of them would be easy to beat. There were people like Very High Leader and Sky Palace Leader. Even if they did not have a god personality armament, they could wield true god weaponry. Han Sen's target was to reach the top 100. Now he had what he wanted. He did not plan on reaching first place. With the reward of the ranks, the top 10 must be the most popular. God only knows how many creatures actually want them. When the list is revealed, the top 10 will be bosses. It will only be me there, who is easy to bully. I bet people will want to challenge me. The top 10 is not good for me. Han Sen watched for a while. He thought somewhere around 20 would be great. At around 20, true gods would not like that. They would not challenge those places, and the weaker sorts would not select that ranking. Han Sen could probably select a ranking there. At around 20, he was able to sit back and watch the fireworks. He would even have a chance to challenge the higher ranks. If he lost, rank 20 would not be so bad. Han Sen planned on choosing a rank somewhere around 20. The best spot was 22. If he was unable to choose it, he would choose one of the others inside the 20s. As he waited to choose his rank, Han Sen had a screen in front of him. There were 100 squares labeled 1 to 100. The very top had a countdown. After the timer was up, they could start taking their spot and see who got which rank first. Han Sen, this god is so boring. Even a fight needs you to take rank. When the countdown was up, Han Sen clicked on the number 22 tile. When Han Sen was going to select number 22, the number 22 tile became red. Someone had already taken it. Han Sen quickly checked out which number in the 20s was still available. He could only hear cha-cha-cha, as all the 20s became red. From 11 to 40, all the positions had been taken. But there were still positions in the top 10 and lower that had yet to be taken. Higher or lower? Han Sen hesitated a little. He heard cha-cha-cha. Most of the squares turned red. There were only 3 more numbers behind 95 left. Holy shit, this is too fast. Is this a motherfucking garage sale? Han Sen felt depressed. There was no point in choosing after 95. The rewards were similar. No one would challenge that spot, so Han Sen chose the highest one out of the last 3 numbers. He selected 98. Before he raised his hand, 98 and 99 were gone. There were only 100 left. I can challenge someone once. I will choose 100. Han Sen selected the 100th square. After confirming his position, Han Sen looked at the rankings. He noticed the one in the highest place was Golden Growler. Very High Leader was second. Lu Lai was third. Demon Alpha was fourth. A xenogeniac called Seeking Perfume Beast was fifth. Ancient Gods, Ancient Sacrifice God was sixth. Extreme Kings by Wuchang was seventh. A xenogeniac called Empty Dragon King was eighth. A xenogeniac was ninth. Han Sen discovered the top 100 were mostly xenogeniacs. The famous races of the universe were actually quite rare. Han Sen looked through it all the way to 81. He then saw the name Zhang Xiandao. Sky Palace Leader is very humble. He chose such a low rank. Han Sen was speechless. Thinking about Sky Palace Leader's personality, it was not too strange that he had chosen that. Han Sen looked down. When he saw number 84, he was shocked. Burning Lamp. He cannot be the Burning Lamp Alpha from the Buddha, can he? How did he get into the top 100? Han Sen was a bit surprised. As far as he knew, Burning Lamp Alpha was deified but just larva class. There was no way he had managed to get into the top 100. Buddha had issues with resources and gene talents. Only Burning Lamp was deified, but his lifespan was almost gone. His ability to level up was practically over. With a guy like that getting into the top 100, it made Han Sen wonder. It was a shame that Han Sen did not read the complete Genogod list fight. He only saw the fights that were about him. He did not notice Burning Lamp working his way into the top 100. God looked at Han Sen's rank and laughed. The top 100 is not bad. Although it is starting a little low, fighting upwards will be fun. Han Sen pointed at the number 84 that displayed the name Burning Lamp and asked, "Have you seen this guy's matches? How did he get into the top 100? As far as I know, he is just larva class." "He is not larva class. He is the same as you. He is butterfly." God paused and said, "This Burning Lamp was quite interesting. His power was okay. But his lifespan is almost gone. His body is like a lamp that has almost run out of oil. He has managed to rely on one treasure to get here. Getting into the top 100 was due to his complete reliance on that treasure." "What treasure?" Han Sen asked with curiosity. "It was a knife with cause power," God said. "It looked like a true God-class treasure, but it was a bit weird. It looked like a race weapon, but it was not a race weapon." Buddha has a true God-class treasure? Han Sen did not dare believe this. "If he fights later, you'll get a chance to watch and find out." God shrugged his shoulders. Han Sen did not say anything, but he had made his mind up. When the God list fights ended, he would go see Buddha. He was going to take back his knife blank, the true God-class knife, and the rewards Burning Lamp Alpha would receive. When a man takes revenge, he takes back triple what was taken. He stole my knife blank. Wait, knife blank? The treasure knife Burning Lamp possesses might have something to do with my knife blank. Han Sen suddenly thought of that. The reason Han Sen did not think of that first was that he did not believe his knife blank could compose the base of a true God treasure. Now that he thought about it, it was too much of a coincidence. No, I must take a look at Burning Lamp's knife and see if it is my knife blank. Han Sen wanted to see Burning Lamp's treasure knife, but Burning Lamp's rank was too low. No one dared to challenge him, so he would not get a chance to see it. What kind of crap rules did God decide on? That old man Burning Lamp is number 84. No way. Han Sen was not happy. If Han Sen was going to challenge Burning Lamp, 84 was too low. It was not worth doing it. There are 10 days left. Anyway, let's just wait. Han Sen sat next to God and watched the ranked fights. The first round of the ranked fights was for first place. Very High Leader challenged Golden Growler. It seemed as if he really wanted first place. Han Sen thought it must have been Very High Leader not stealing first place, which was why he was going to challenge it instead. Out of Very High Leader and Golden Growler, which do you think is stronger? Han Sen asked God. God said, "They are both deified elites. It is hard to tell. Anyone could win, but I'd put my money on Golden Growler." Why? Hearing God support Golden Growler, Hansen felt relieved. His blood is the best in the entire universe, God said. It is one of the strongest old bloods that has ever existed. Although Golden Growler's blood is not pure, the power of his genes is almost as good as the pure blood. The blood of the very high is not bad, but it is not as good. According to the theory of the advantages and disadvantages of innate genes, Golden Growler is better. But the advantages and disadvantages of one's innate genes cannot decide everything. It still depends on their practice and performance. They have both reached the top, so whoever reigns supreme will still be up for debate. While they were discussing that, Golden Growler and Very High Leader were already atop the space battleground. We are starting with Golden Growler and Very High Leader? That is so exciting. Who do you think is stronger? Very High Leader or Golden Growler? Of course, it will be Golden Growler. He swallowed ancient thunder god. He is absolutely invincible. I think it will be Very High Leader. After all, he is the leader of the top race in the universe. Ordinary creatures will not be able to compare to him. The creatures in the universe were discussing the upcoming battle. The green-haired beast looked nervous and said, "Little Mountain Leader is too cocky. He selected first place right away. He should have chosen something lower to fight his way up." The woman did not agree. She shook her head and said, "That will just prove he is weak. If he needed to fight, he would have to fight like an invincible champion. That is how race should be." On the space battleground, the Very High Leader's green clothes looked kind of fairy and bone-like. The expression on the man's face, however, was far too cold. It was like he existed outside the universe, independent of everything. His eyes displayed no emotion. He looked like an emotionless machine. Golden Growler looked like he always did. He came from space. His body was full of gold hair. It was like he was made from gold silk. "I have heard your race can swallow everything. You can eat gods and swallow phoenixes. From the old times, you are at the top of the food chain. It is very rare to find one still living." Very High Leader was not joking around. The more powerful the creature, the more likely they were to destroy themselves. Things had always been that way. The race was invincible in ancient times, so it was rare for them still to have a bloodline continuing. At that time, there were many great races wiped out from the annals of history. Even some of the weaker real dragons and phoenixes were hard to find in that day and age. Hubris could fell the mightiest of creatures. Winning too much could lead to failure. It was the natural balance of the universe. Golden Growler was not in the mood to talk about the rising and falling of civilizations. He opened his mouth like a lion that swallows the sky. He tried to swallow Very High Leader. Suddenly, the whole of space was covered by Golden Growler's big mouth. His mouth created a scary vortex that generated a very scary sucking power. Even true God-class beings could not repel the force of the suction. Ancient Thunder God was swallowed by Golden Growler this way. Right now, Golden Growler was doing the same trick. He was going to swallow Very High Leader too. Very High Leader's expression did not change. The power in his body did not change. It was like he had combined with the universe and space at large. He raised his hands like he was flipping the entire universe upside down. Golden Growler had his mouth wide open. He could swallow the sky, yet he somehow landed on Very High Leader's hands. It was not just Golden Growler either. Even the whole of space was landing in Very High Leader's hand. Golden Growler was just a part of it. Just using a hand to flip space and changing fate is very powerful. Hansen felt a chill while watching this. He was suspicious about this Very High Leader being the person he went back in time to see. The performance gave people different feelings. The Very High Sense practice sky and men combined together at an extreme level. It won't just flip space. It can even swap galaxies, change the sky, and swap the ground. It is not difficult, but no one of the Very High has reached that level before. People can swap a little planet, but changing the universe's power is impossible. God paused and went on to say, "For the Very High to be able to practice to this level is something very rare to see in their history." Concentrating space into his hands, even god spirits like Sky Armor God could not do something similar. "How do we break that power?" Hansen asked. He had never seen power like this before, so he did not know what to do about it. In space, his hands will keep energy flowing, God casually said. There are only two ways to get free. One method has you use your fastest speed to travel faster than a galaxy and escape the danger space. The other method is to blow up that space, thus resulting in nothing tying you up. Just as God said that, a beast's roar shocked the sky and shook the universe. In the space that very high leader had clutched, Golden Growler was getting bigger. In the eyes of the audience, the space very high leader was holding was just the size of a fist. It was actually an area of space. Golden Growler's body was getting bigger. It was filling up that whole space. Then there was a pang sound. A scary gold body blew up the space inside very high leader's hands. It broke out from the palm, becoming an extremely scary giant beast. The planets next to them were as small as a water drop. Roar! Golden Growler roared. The whole of the God Geno list was shaking. The audience's hearts were shocked. They felt the roar exhibit an aura of murder and rage. The creatures, without any courage, felt their legs go weak. They fell. The next second, Golden Growler opened its mouth at Very High Leader. Very High Leader was so tiny next to Golden Growler. There was no way he was going to block the big, scary beast's attack. Very High Leader's expression did not change. His hands came together and started spinning. Then something unbelievable happened. It was like Golden Growler's lower body had a spinning wheel. Its body weirdly turned 180 degrees. The big mouth that was going to Very High Leader changed direction. Golden Growler turned around to bite him again, but Very High Leader spun his hands. Suddenly, the sky and the earth swapped. He and Golden Growler swapped positions in space, enabling Golden Growler's biting power to miss. Many creatures watching the fight were frozen, which included Han Senator. This method to swap the sky and change the ground had never been heard of before. It is no wonder the Very High is the #1 race in the big universe. This method is like God. I would say this is stronger than God. Sky Armor God, who was killed by Dollar, was nothing much. He was not as powerful as Very High Leader. Not bad. Not bad. Very High Leader is the strongest person in the universe. That Golden Growler only has invincible giant power. Is he going to be trapped by Very High Leader? Upon seeing this, Han Sen was very shocked. Very High Leader's skills were similar to his Dongshin area, but Very High Leader's power far exceeded his strength. Han Sen was able to learn something from Very High Leader's skill. Very High Leader being able to do this makes my control of the universal cogwheels more detailed. I should be able to do the same, but his method is obviously supported by a Geno art. I do not have a Geno art. If I am just going to have to explore this on my own, it will be kind of annoying. Han Sen felt very conflicted about this. He hoped that Very High Leader would perform this a few more times so he could learn the techniques he needed to. He also wanted Golden Growler to find a way to break it. Otherwise, being played like that was useless even if one did have a lot of power. To be able to practice Very High Sense to this extreme, Very High Leader is not too bad. God seemed to admire the spectacle, but that power clearly did not surprise him. Han Sen's heart jumped. He looked at God and asked, "Why do I think Very High Leader is more powerful than Sky Armor God? Is it an illusion?" God laughed. "It is not an illusion." Sky Armor God wanted his God personality back. He forced himself to combine with Deep Abyss Knight, who was only a butterfly. When Sky Armor God combined with him, he forced it to True God class. At the end of the day, Deep Abyss Knight's body was not enough. Also, Deep Abyss Knight's abilities were different from Sky Armor God's. It was hard for Sky Armor God to use all of his power. If he combined the True God class with a body of the same element, it would have been far more difficult for you to win. But talking about real power here, Very High Leader might not be weaker than Sky Armor God. To see which is greater, you would have to wait for Very High Leader to go to the Geno Hall. He will have to battle Sky Armor God to find out. After God said all that, Han Sen felt nervous. Golden Growler's body and power looked very mighty. He was almost invincible. He was much stronger than Han Sen and Han Sen's body now. Now, he was unable to touch Very High Leader. It did not matter how strong he was. Golden Growler kept trying to consume Very High Leader, who kept using his skills to change the sky and swap the ground. Very High Leader did not move an inch, but Golden Growler was not even able to ruffle his clothing. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiandao complimentarily said, "This old man is getting stronger. After all, he is Very High Leader," the woman said. "It is not a surprise to learn he has this sort of power. It looks like this will be his final fight," Zhang Xiandao said. "Successful or not, he will be going to the Geno Hall very soon. The Very High have had many people enter the Geno Hall, but none ever come back," the woman said. "Do you think he will be able to return? If I knew that, I would not be just sitting here. I would have gone to the Geno Hall and start killing." Zhang Xiandao sighed and said, "It is a shame that the rules for the top 100 of the Geno God list are so weird. I thought I could fight him, but I can only challenge him once. I am afraid I am not going to find out." Golden Growler kept attacking uselessly, so he stopped jumping. He stood in space, looked at Very High Leader, and ceased moving. "You may possess the blood of the Growlers, but you cannot win," Very High Leader coldly said. "Why don't you concede and quit? Why are you waiting? Our little mountain leader never loses." The green-haired beast was angry. He suddenly thought of something and said, "This Very High Leader is, admittedly, quite good. The way he changes the sky and swaps the ground is rare to see in the universe." The woman nearby looked serious. She nodded and said, "The Very High was able to become a high race not just through sheer luck. It looks like Little Mountain Leader has to use that skill. I cannot believe he has to use it in his first fight." While Han San was worried about Golden Growler suddenly opened his mouth. This time, it did not bite in the direction of Very High Leader. Golden Growler's mouth exuded a gold light. Golden lights came out like a hose. Inside that golden light, something else appeared. Han San saw the corner of the golden substance. It had some carvings that were both beautiful and weird. When that thing emerged, Han San clearly saw it was a door coming out of Golden Growler's mouth. The door looked as if it was made of gold. It was hundreds of feet tall. The door had some weird and mysterious flower symbols. It made people feel scared and have a desire to obey with a magnitude that could not be described. Han Sen did not understand what those flower symbols were like, but the beast head on the door was something Han San recognized. It was Golden Growler's face. The golden door was surrounded by a golden halo. One could not see the door frame. The strangest thing about it was that no matter which angle one looked at it from, one only saw the front face of the door. It was like that golden door did not have a back, or its back was blended into the backdrop of space. It was like it was from a different world. Why did Golden Growler's belly have a golden door inside it? Hansen felt weird. He did not know what the golden door did. Very High Leader frowned as he looked at the golden door. He did not know what it was either. What is this? Weird. The Growlers are always so violent. I have never heard of one using a treasure before, but Golden Growler is using a treasure. What does this golden door do? Every creature was discussing its presence. No one had ever seen this golden door before. They were unable to come up with a suitable conclusion. Even the higher races, such as the Extreme King and Very High, could only stare at that door in wonder. They wanted to know what the door did. Dong! When Golden Growler growled, the door's ring was shaken open. It made a deep sound like a hammer. When the door ring was hit open, the golden door made a catchy sound and opened up a little. Gold light spilled from the slightly ajar door. Everybody's eyes were opened wide. They stared at the ajar door, desperate to see what was inside. The golden door opened slowly. The gap was only enough for a fist. So far, people could only see golden light. Before they could figure it out or see what lay beyond, they suddenly heard Very High Leader make a weird sound. This is... Very High Leader stared at the golden door. His expression immediately changed. In the next moment, Very High Leader's body had some weird power that spread like the tide. Everybody thought Very High Leader was going to fight back, but Very High Leader moved his body. He ripped space and exited the space battleground. The whole universe was dead silent. No one believed Very High Leader was willing to concede and leave the Genogod list. Holy crap! What is this golden door? The door did not even open, and yet, Very High Leader was scared away. Yes, I want to know more about that golden door. That is so depressing. Very High Leader quit too fast. Even if he decided to leave, he should have waited until the door was open to let us see what lay beyond it. Everyone was both shocked and depressed. After Very High Leader was gone, Golden Growler opened his mouth and put the golden door away. No one knew what was inside the golden door. "Ha, that old man was smart," the green-haired beast said with a smile. He looked cocky. "Little Mountain Leader is invincible." Han Sen was confused. He did not see what was inside the golden door. What could have scared Very High Leader away? Interesting. God looked at Golden Growler with interest, and that was all. Han Sen was disappointed to not hear his explanation. That fight made Golden Growler and the Golden Door's name explode across the universe. Just opening it ajar was enough to scare away Very High Leader was immensely terrifying. After this fight, Golden Growler was already the first rank in the Genogod list. No one was really able to dethrone him. In fact, no one dared to challenge Golden Growler. He had scared off Very High Leader, so that performance was too scary. As some people looked for Very High Leader to request an explanation on what happened, Very High Leader only answered, "Right now, the universe does not have a creature that can fight Golden Growler." After he said that, Golden Growler's title increased even more. It made other creatures even more scared of him. No one dared to challenge Golden Growler. The top rank was supposed to be very popular and competitive, but it was now cold. The rankings below it had become more popular. Han Sen Ashok was shocked by the fact that Lu Lai was ranked 3rd. He challenged Demon Alpha, who was in 4th. This lower-level challenge made people drop their glasses. Everybody was excited about this fight. Lu Lai was a very mysterious character. He was the biggest black horse, aside from Dollar, in the Genogod list fights. Demon Alpha's killing of Dragon 1 shocked the whole universe. The two of them fighting made everyone concerned. Lu Lai must be in Blood Legion. Why is he challenging Demon Alpha? Are the people of Blood Legion suspicious about Demon Alpha and the Shura people? Are they trying to find out who Demon Alpha is? Han Sen kept thinking. There was only one possibility. Otherwise, he would not have to lower his level. Han Sen thought he could see something in this fight, but Demon Alpha did not even respond to the challenge. He merely gave up. The funnier thing was that after Demon Alpha gave up, his rank increased. She went from 4th to 3rd. The winner, Lu Lai, was made 4th. Your rules are so unscientific. Han Sen was a bit speechless as he looked at God drinking his tea and chilling. God smiled and asked, "Isn't it interesting?" The challenges had been going on, but the rankings did not change much. That was especially true of the top 10. There were not many changes there. Han Sen was watching them for 6 days. One of the top 10 dropped out, but the other 9 remained in the top 10. Some of their positions changed. Han Sen waited many days, but no one seemed to challenge Burning Lamp. He was depressed, but then he saw the space battleground flicker with light. Burning Lamp and another name appeared. Someone is challenging Burning Lamp. Han Sen was delighted. He looked at the space battleground and saw Burning Lamp enter the space battleground. Han Sen did not see him wielding a knife. Another shape took form in the space battleground too. It was the one above Han Senator. It was number 99. It was a deified xenogeniac called Pluto Peacock. Pluto Peacock had many black feathers. Its neck and other places had blue feathers and green feathers. Its eyes had some feathers with 2 colors, from blue to green. It also had blue eyeballs and green pupils. From what Han Sen could tell, Pluto Peacock had reached Butterfly class not too long ago. It had become True God class in a recent deathmatch. Its power was not solid yet. It was one of the weaker enemies of the deified fights, so it selected the enemy that was one higher than him. Aside from Pluto Peacock, there were still 2 people lower than it. That was the Butterfly class Han Sen and Burning Lamp. Han Sen had killed a god spirit, which was really scary. Pluto Peacock did not dare do anything to him. It saw the Butterfly Burning Lamp at number 84, so it fancied challenging him. Burning Lamp looked dim, but he was not afraid of his opponent. Getting into the top 100 was a mission that he accomplished well. It would have been great if he could win. Getting number 99 was not too bad for Burning Lamp. After all, reaching position 99 still guaranteed him a True God weapon. Getting a True God weapon for Buddha was the most thing he could do for Buddha in the waning twilight of his life. Burning Lamp was not planning on giving up now. Being at number 84 was better than number 99. Aside from a True God weapon at such a rank, he could obtain a True God material. So, Burning Lamp fancied giving it a go. Facing a True God class Pluto Peacock, Burning Lamp did not dare to be careless. He pulled out a knife hidden within his Buddha clothing. The knife looked a bit weird. It had the shape of a knife, but it did not have a blade. It was like it had not been pulled out. Although it had not been pulled out, there was some Buddha light on the body. It was like it was surrounded by a Buddha light. It looked kind of holy. It sort of looks like my knife blank, but it does not look like it. Han Sen could not tell whether it was his knife blank or not, but the Buddha light that came from the knife looked like sky demon power. It seemed as if it possessed some sort of cause power, but it was not so pure like sky demon power. It was mixed with another sort of power. Han Sen looked at God and asked, "Does Buddha have cause powers?" He was not entirely sure what sort of powers Buddha commanded. God laughed. The potential of the Buddha is not too good. It was difficult for them to become a higher race, so they learned a little bit out of every race and compiled it all into their own teachings. It is how they survived. That includes their filling skill. They learned that from one of the dragon's blood skills. There are many situations like this. The Buddha use all sorts of different skills, but none of them are pure. Do they have the cause power from the demons? Han Sen asked. Not exactly, God said. The cause power inside the knife exists independently. It is different from the demons, so that is why I think it is interesting. After all, you do not even know what that knife is. Right? Han Sen finally understood. There are too many weird things in this universe. It is perfectly normal for me not to know. God laughed. While they were talking, Pluto Peacock suddenly screamed. The back of the peacock opened. The feathers that looked like eyes released some weird eye light. It made the whole of space turn into a weird green and blue color. It felt as if a scary movie was being filmed. Although Pluto Peacock is just a xenogenic that does not have many geno-arts like a high race, its Pluto powers are very special, God said. If he cannot break it, even a true God class would lose. I do not see anything special about it. You make it sound all spooky and powerful. But Burning Lamp is not hurt. Han Sen saw Burning Lamp covered in a green and blue light. He was not hurt. He felt weird too. That is why Pluto powers are so scary, God said. In the universe, isn't there a saying that time is an invisible, pig-killing knife? Their underworld God area is from life to death. In the underworld, living creatures turn into dead spirits. Then the underworld leader will consume them. Han Sen was shocked. He used the Dongxian area to look at Pluto Peacock's underworld God area. He saw the weird green and blue light consuming Burning Lamp's body. His cells were turning green and blue. Burning Lamp swung the knife at Pluto Peacock, but Pluto Peacock was invincible. Burning Lamp's knife light was going to touch its body, but the knife went clean through it. He was unable to harm it. Burning Lamp was using many different geno-arts, but none of them could touch Pluto Peacock's body. Pluto Peacock was standing in the underworld with its rear peacock feathers shining an underworld light. After a long time of this, Burning Lamp skin started to turn into a weird green and blue color. It looked rather transparent. One was able to see his skin and blood vessels on the inside. The longer this went on, the more underworld-like Burning Lamp was looking. He could not do anything to Pluto Peacock. It looks like the knife's cause power is worse than the demon, Han Sen said. It cannot cut off cause power. Although they are cause powers, they are not of the same type, God said. It is like the same types of iron. Some irons are used to make knives, whereas some irons are made to create shields. They are different. What is the function of that knife? Han Sen asked. You will find out if you keep watching, God said with a smile. He did not answer Han Sen's question. Burning Lamp seemed to be suppressed before Pluto Peacock. No matter what Geno art he used, he could not hurt Pluto Peacock. His body gradually became more transparent. He was like a blue and green crystal. You could even see the organs inside him. Han Sen felt a bit sad. In the past, he seemed to be so strong. Burning Lamp had even turned him into an ant. Now he was just this. It looks like power really does determine everything, Han Sen said with a sigh. Han Sen did not believe Burning Lamp would concede so easily. Burning Lamp was a pious individual. If he did not think he could win, he would leave. He would not stay and risk his life. He was now in a terrible position, yet he showed no sign of wanting to give up. He clearly had a plan. Han Sen could not figure out how Burning Lamp would triumph over his enemy. From the beginning up until now, the knife in his hand was not affected by the underworld area. It was still shining with a Buddha light. It was not affected by the underworld lamp. Burning Lamp's body was becoming half empty. Pluto Peacock's eyes flashed. It opened its mouth and started sucking Burning Lamp. Burning Lamp was unable to control his body. He ended up flying toward Pluto Peacock's mouth and was instantly gone. Pluto Peacock swallowed Burning Lamp. Felt so happy that it screamed. It closed up its peacock feathers. The underworld area was gone. When all the audience believed the fight to be over, Pluto Peacock started screaming. Its chest and belly were suddenly cut open. God blood was pouring out. The knife Burning Lamp was holding had a Buddha light. Came out from the wound. Weird. How has his body recovered already? Han Sen was looking at Pluto Peacock's wounds where Burning Lamp came out from. He was shocked by what he had seen. Burning Lamp was in the underworld. Now his body had completely recovered. The blue-green transparent color was gone. According to the theory, Burning Lamp was unable to withstand the underworld godlight power. He became part of the underworld. After he became part of the underworld, he was not a threat to Pluto Peacock. He was no longer unable to damage Pluto Peacock's body. Now, Burning Lamp had emerged safely. His body had returned to normal. It was like he had never been injured. If Burning Lamp had that power all along, he did not have to go through so much trouble and get swallowed by Pluto Peacock before fighting back. It looks like the problem is the knife. Han Sen looked at the knife as he spoke to himself. God, who was near him, continued speaking. It looks like it has something to do with the power of the knife. Otherwise, Burning Lamp would be dead. This knife's power cannot be reverse cause, can it? Han Sen asking after thinking for a moment. I do not know, God said. More accurately, it might be a consequence of cause. Pluto Peacock used underworld godlight to damage Burning Lamp and later consume him. Everything that was done to Burning Lamp was the cause. Then, that knife could absorb the cause power and turn it into his own power, which could be reversed upon the enemy that created it. If things are like that, then having that knife can make you invincible, Han Sen said. No matter how strong the enemy is, the knife will absorb its power and cast it back. No matter how strong the enemy is, you can fight back. That is the theory, but first you need a body that can withstand such damage. If your body cannot sustain the damage being dealt, you will be killed before the knife can absorb all the power and unleash it. It does not matter how strong the knife is. God laughed. You are right. It is no wonder Burning Lamp can reach the top 100. It all came down to the knife. Han Sen stared at the knife with fire in his eyes. He was thinking, no matter if the knife is my blood knife blank or not, when I destroy the Buddha kingdom, I am taking that knife. With my body's fitness and that knife, it might not fare well in the beginning, but I can certainly tackle true gods. Pluto Peacock was heavily injured. It was so angry that it cast underworld area again, but it was too injured. The power of the underworld god area was reduced, and the wounds could not be healed by the underworld. Burning Lamp used his knife to attack the creature's wounds. It made Pluto Peacock very angry, but the wounds were becoming worse. It had no choice but to quit the battle. Burning Lamp won the battle. Han Sen thought about the fight that had just ended and sort of understood how the knife functioned now. Burning Lamp really is a tricky man. That knife can attack any second. He waited until Pluto Peacock swallowed him before attacking. That is a sort of patience not everyone can have. The knife itself would not absorb Burning Lamp's wounds. It required activation from Burning Lamp for the power to be unleashed. That was when the knife absorbed the wounds he had incurred or the cause power. After all the cause was absorbed, Burning Lamp's body would return to normal again like he was never injured in the first place. The knife that absorbed the cause power could release an attack power that was equal to what had previously been dealt. The knife's power did seem to have its limitations. One could not just use it whenever. It required some time to separate it. Also, Burning Lamp's body was getting more and more wounds. The power the knife could release was able to become stronger. That was why Burning Lamp endured it all the way and enabled himself to be swallowed by Pluto Peacock. It gave back all the damage to Pluto Peacock that it was unable to recover from. Burning Lamp then used the power of the knife. Because the power that had been absorbed was minimal, it did not deal much damage. Just like God had said, the more power the body could endure, the more power the knife was able to release. This is a fucking self-torturing knife. If you do not get hurt, it is not strong. The more you are hurt, the stronger it becomes. Where did Burning Lamp get this knife from? Hansen could not help but complain. Regardless, it was evident that Burning Lamp had won the match. He kept his rank of 84. The ranking of 84 was not really a rank that others wanted to fight for. Even though Burning Lamp had been swallowed by his enemy, he was able to come back out alive. It made the creatures of a lower rank not dare challenge him. After this fight, no creature dared challenge him anymore. Never mind. I will just let him be happy for a bit. Hansen did not want to challenge Burning Lamp either. Rank 84 was too low. Hansen did not have much chance to win by challenging the top 10. If he challenged those in the top 20 to 30, he might have stood a chance. He would have received many rewards. Thus, Hansen did not risk wasting time by challenging Burning Lamp. Plus, Hansen was planning a trip to visit the Buddha Kingdom anyway. The more benefits Burning Lamp received now, the more benefits Hansen would receive after his holiday. So, there was no need for him to disrupt Burning Lamp's ranking now. From Hansen's perspective, Burning Lamp was now something like an employee of his. So, who should I challenge? Hansen thought to himself. Although Hansen really wanted to challenge Demon Alpha, he knew that even if he used all of his power, he might not be able to defeat Demon Alpha. He quickly gave up on the idea. Lu Lai was a member of Blood Legion. Blood Legion had helped Hansen out in the universe, so he did not want to hurt them either. Regarding Very High Leader, unless Hansen used Super God Spirit mode, he did not have what it took to fight back. He also gave up on that idea. Hansen again looked at the top 10. None of them were good to fight. Hansen also made use of his law eye. Some of them had crime meters, but their crime meters were not high enough to see them dead. Using the law eye against them would not have been an effective tactic. Hansen kept trying to choose. In the end, he looked at a Xenogeneic rank 25. It was a Xenogeneic that looked like an elephant. Its name was Maha God Elephant. Its power seemed to be strong, but its primary power was just a powerful holy light that could heal. Hansen saw an extreme king wanting to challenge him. He used all sorts of Geno arts to attack the Maha God Elephant, but the God Elephant merely stood where it was without moving, kept spewing a holy light. Within that holy light, its body was healed faster than it was able to be hurt. In the end, the extreme king fighter was too tired. He ended up conceding. It was such a powerful defensive and healing power. Ordinary true gods could not do anything to it, but it was perfect for Han Senator. He had the Sky Vine Radish God Lance. His attack power was the best. There was a very high chance of it defeating the Maha God Elephant. But Hansen was not in a rush. There were a few more days to go before the challenges ended. Hansen planned to just sit and watch for now. The Geno God list lights were flickering. 2 ranks lit up. Hansen glanced at them. One of them was Sky Palace leaders Zhang Xiandao. Finally moved. Hansen quickly looked at the other name. He noticed Zhang Xiandao was challenging Ancient Sacrifice God, who was ranked 6th. Ancient Sacrifice God was one of the ancient gods, and he was the highest-ranked person within the ancient gods. Han Sen saw Ancient Sacrifice God fight before. He proved himself to be an incredibly strong true god. He had a mysterious sacrificial power that enabled him to easily defeat a true god deified xenogenic that challenged him. Han Sen believed that with Ancient Sacrifice God's power, his rank could be higher. Han Sen was surprised that Sky Palace leader was willing to challenge Ancient Sacrifice God. Han Sen thought he would go for a higher-ranked person, such as Seeking Perfume Beast. Sky Palace leader landed in space. He looked like holy winds and bones. People who did not know him would have thought he was like some kind of god fairy. Zhang Xiandao looked at Ancient Sacrifice God coldly and said, "Ancient Sacrifice God, it is time we finish this." Ancient Sacrifice God was like a green giant. A bronze tripod was in his hands. He coldly looked at Zhang Xiandao. Suddenly, the bronze tripod in his hands had a strange glow. All the stars in the sky were falling. A river of stars descended. It was all going toward the bronze tripod. It was like the whole universe was being sucked into the bronze tripod. Han Sen once watched Ancient Sacrifice God battle a true god xenogenic. It was sucked into the bronze tripod and was unable to fight back. Zhang Xiandao was in space. He let the stars fall and the suns break. He let them all go past his body while he did not move an inch. It was like the bronze tripod power did not exist. Ancient Sacrifice God, use all the powers you can. Do not leave any regrets. Zhang Xiandao was like a god standing between the sky and the ground. His power was like everything in the world was nothing. Ancient Sacrifice God was angry, so he roared. The bronze tripod was glowing with light. The markings on the tripod lit up. Some of the markings were like a bird, whereas others were like a beast. The suns, moons, stars, birds, beasts, fish, flowers, grass, trees, wood. All the substances were becoming abstract symbols on the tripod. As those symbols brightened, the entire universe seemed to have some sort of power that went toward the bronze tripod. It made the power of the bronze tripod stronger and stronger. It can use the power of the universe. Ancient Sacrifice God is so scary. Han Sen was so scared. God looked at Ancient Sacrifice God with keen interest. Ancient gods are born deifieds. Their talents are the highest out of the high races, but their growth is the least out of all races. In history, they are the oldest race. They are all born deified. Yet today they are still like this. Nothing has improved much. They are already true god class, Han Sen said. How many more breakthroughs do you think they can achieve? Getting into the Gene God Hall. God shook his head. He did not explain. He went on to say, "You cannot blame the ancient gods. Other creatures have countless steps to climb, whereas they only have 2 or 3 steps. It is normal for them to ascend so slowly." The bronze tripod was buffed by everything in the universe. The power was becoming scarier. Ancient Sacrifice God was roaring. He raised the tripod in his hands. The tripod made some roaring sounds like a dragon or a tiger. At the same time, it released a scary light. It became a beam of light firing into the sky. Inside the beam of light, Han Sen saw a weird shadow flashing. It was like a god spirit grabbing Sky Palace leader in space. That shadow was very strong. It was the strongest Han Sen had ever seen in a god fight before. Even when Dragon 1 used his dragon race weapon, the Blood Dragon Rulers, which was 7 true gods combined into one mode, it was not as scary as this beam of light in the shadow. The light shadow gave Han Sen the feeling of a god spirit that could destroy the world. It had an incredible power that was terrifying. Even with Han Sen's power and willpower, it made him feel very small. Many years have passed, yet you still only use this trick. Sky Palace leader looked at the light shadow with disdain. A finger moved. A light spell was cast. It latched onto the giant palm from the shadow. Roar! The light shadow touched the light spell. The palm went back. It made a silent roar as if something was electrified. It was not over yet. The light spell stuck to the light shadow's palm. The light grew brighter. It suppressed the light shadow and pillar of light. When the light spell power became stronger, the holy power suppressed the beam of light and light shadow. It forced them back into the bronze tripod. No matter how that light shadow roared, he still could not stop it. Very powerful sky spell, and very power sky leader. Han Sen could not help but compliment him. Sky Palace's original gene-killing spell was something Han Sen had seen before. How Sky Palace leader used it surprised him. Of course, the main part of it was the fact that Sky Palace leader was too strong. The power he commanded was as high as a true god could be. In the next second, the light spell landed on the tripod. No matter how much power ancient sacrifice god used, it was like the bronze tripod had been suppressed by a mountain. He could not release any power. As the light spell grew stronger, the bronze tripod became more suppressed. Ancient sacrifice god seemed incapable of moving the bronze tripod. His arms were starting to bend. Roar! Ancient sacrifice god madly roared, but he could not stop the tripod from failing. In the end, the bronze tripod fell out of his hands and flew into space. Zhang Xiandao waved his sleeves and put the bronze tripod in them. He coldly said, "Sacrifice god bronze can lend me this for 1,000 years as interest." Ancient sacrifice god was furious. His bronze body shone brightly, making his seem like a glowing sky giant. He ripped through space toward Zhang Xiandao. Zhang Xiandao waved his sleeves. Ancient sacrifice god's bronze body, which looked like it could support the sky and ground, was hit into space. He fell into a rip in space and disappeared. 1,000 years later, you may come and collect your sacrifice bronze tripod from Sky Palace. After Sky Palace leader said that, he turned around. All the creatures were in immense shock. He is so powerful, Hansen thought. He had to admit that Sky Palace leader had what it took to be cool. His powers and method were similar to very high leader. Even God complimented him. Very good Sky Zhang Xiandao. The next challenge was boring because of Zhang Xuandao's match. All the creatures were still talking about the fight between Zhang Xiandao and Ancient Sacrifice God. People thought that if the challenges were not one-chance affairs, Zhang Xuandao's rank could have been higher. He might have even replaced very high leader to become second. More interesting fights occurred over the next few days, but none were as good as Zhang Xuandao's fight. They were nothing worth focusing on. Seeing that there was only one day of challenges left, Hansen finally used his challenge. His target was going to be Maha God Elephant. Hansen hastily appeared on the space battleground. He saw a red, giant elephant also appear across the distance of space between them. That giant elephant was all red. His body had a burning red flame. If one went to feel it, one would notice that the blaze did not have a temperature. Roar! Maha God Elephant's trunk lifted. The crystal-looking, fiery, crystal stone elephant teeth were also lifted. Hansen reached out with his hand and had his sky vine radish god lance appear in his arms. In the next second, Hansen teleported directly before the Maha God Elephant. The sky vine radish god lance was thrust into Maha God Elephant's flesh. The tip of the lance plunged into the elephant's tough skin. As Hansen pushed it in, he felt the muscles inside the elephant were like beef tendons. They were very tough. The sky vine radish god lance only had its tip pierce into it. It was difficult trying to push it deeper in. That's a very tough body. No wonder it was able to reach the top 20 as a true god xenogenic. Hansen was shocked. Before the elephant's trunk came at him, Hansen pulled the lance back and leaped away. Maha God Elephant had a massive amount of power. He was able to hit a true god body with a might other true gods would not even attempt to block. Hansen was only a butterfly, so he did not want to get hit. After the sky vine radish god lance was pulled out, the wounds did not drip with god blood. A sapling was growing, but it did not grow fast. The god elephant's red lights were burning. The wound where the sapling had appeared quickly healed. The saplings were like little tufts of grass weaseling their way through a wall stone. They tried their best to squeeze through the gaps. It was so hard that it was like fighting the sky. They did not get squeezed to death, but it was hard for them to grow. If one hit won't work, then I will have to give it many more. Hansen's body flashed like a ghost. He kept appearing in front, at its back, and to the left and right of the god elephant. At the same time, the sky vine radish god lance in his hands flashed like thunder. Kept striking the god elephant's flesh. Before the god elephant's elephant trunk got close, Hansen could easily flash and bolt over to another location. There was infinite power when using the sky vine radish god lance. It left one hole and another hole on the god elephant. Every hole creating saplings growing from the wounds. Even though the god elephant's flesh was extremely sturdy, and it was running under the bounty of the powerful healing fires, its body had many saplings growing all over it like a layer of green hair. But the saplings were having great difficulty growing. They were squeezed by the god elephant's flesh, almost to the point of death. Hansen thought, any true god xenogenic in the top 100 is hard to deal with. If I could become true god, I could use my own power to rip its body to shreds before it healed once. Now, I need the sky vine radish god lance power. Even so, it is still really difficult. His hands did not stop. The lance's green lightning kept striking the god elephant's body. It left many saplings behind in its wake. It looked like he had the advantage, but it was still hard to damage the god elephant. Maha god elephant's healing power is too effective. It is no wonder it is the xenogenic that represents life. Even god personality armaments cannot kill it. It looks like Dollar is in trouble. He could pick anyone, yet he decided to challenge the Maha god elephant. If he selected a higher rank xenogenic, he would have killed it already. The audience was talking. Sky Palace leader was laughing and saying, it looks like Dollar underestimated Maha god elephant's defense and healing powers. This is the xenogenic with the best life element. Although the god personality armament is a weapon, it is plant-based. Normal creatures might be able to be killed easily by it, but killing the Maha god elephant with it will not be easy. It is a shame the Maha god elephant is very grumpy and proud, the woman said with a sigh. If we could tame it to protect the palace, we could have a true god join our forces. Although that guy is living in ancient god's holy place, it has been living in the sand lake, Sky Palace leader said with a laugh. No one can do anything there. Even the ancient gods cannot do anything there. Fortunately, its healing power is strong and supremely powerful, the woman said. It is very clumsy, though. It can easily be tricked by genoarts. It is good enough to be a guard, but not enough to be a warrior. Maybe not. With it here, it will be like a needle in the sea. It would be hard for it to die. It would be very useful for fighting in a xenogenic space. Sky Palace leader sighed and said, but it keeps guarding Sand River. It won't work for anyone. Han-sun realized he had underestimated Maha God Elephant's power. Killing it with the Sky Vine Radish God Lance was not easy. If Han-sen had selected it, he was prepared. He retreated and stopped attacking Maha God Elephant. He is so strong. Even Dollar, who has a god personality armament, cannot do anything. Is he going to give up? I do not think so. Dollar still has that eye skill that judged Sky Armor God. You are right. It looks like we can see the scary judgment power again. Everyone wanted Han-san to use the Eye of Law. Han-san had seen that although the Maha God Elephant looked very red, in the Eye of the Law, it was white like a sheet of paper. It did not have any level of crime. Using the law, I would not work on it. Maha God Elephant saw Han-san leave, but it was not planning on chasing him. He provoked him by raising its trunk and screaming a lot of taunting noises. Its body was full of green saplings, but it did not care. It was like the saplings did not affect him. Han-sen laughed. You were cocky too soon. Han-sen put the Sky Vine Radish God Lance away. His thumb and middle finger on his right hand came together. A gold light was shining in between them, created a gold coin. Han-sen was holding a coin. He did not move. He watched the number on the coin keep jumping up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As the number on the coins jumped, Han-sen's presence became scarier. It was like he was a bomb brewing and about to explode. Maha God Elephant realized something might have been wrong. It roared and used its 4 legs to run at Han's senator at the same time. Its elephant trunk was like a pillar that opened the sky, created a scary red light that tried to break Hansen. Seeing Maha-God Elephant in front of him, Hansen did not dare use his own body to block its attack. Maha-God Elephant suddenly bounced the coin away. BZZT. The coin created some gold light in space. It hit Maha-God Elephant's forehead. It gathered up all the way to 13 times the power. At that point, the coin was like a heavy hammer. It shook the Maha-God Elephant, which was running away. Hansen thought, "It is a shame I am just butterfly. If I was true God, that would have been saving money times 13. It would turn his body into dust." Maha-God Elephant madly roared. It wanted to run at Hansen again. It was too slow. It was like it was carrying a mountain. A coin was shining on Maha-God Elephant's head. It was like Maha-God Elephant was being suppressed by an entire mountain. It was not that fast before, but it was even slower now. Even with Hansen's power magnified to 13, it still wasn't enough to suppress Maha-God Elephant. The God Elephant's tusks were still raised. The beast was trying to skewer Han Sr. "You still won't concede." Hansen laughed. He cast a golden light, which landed on the God Elephant. It made the number on the coin on the Maha-God Elephant's forehead increase a bit. It went from 13 to 14. The God Elephant's body became heavier. It was harder for it to walk. Let's see how many numbers it can endure. Hansen moved his finger again. A gold light was fired out. It made Maha-God Elephant's forehead increase again. Hansen clicked his fingers 10 times. The numbers on the coin increased more and more. Maha-God Elephant forced itself to run at Hansen, but it could not take the pressure of the coins. Before it ran in front of Hansen, it fell down. It fell from space. It fell onto a planet. It was like an asteroid. It blew a big circular hole in the planet. The land was crushed on that planet. A volcanic eruption started everywhere. Fire, light, and dust enveloped the planet. Maha-God Elephant was suppressed on the planet. Its limbs tried using strength to fly. When one of its legs was lifted, the other 3 legs were still on the ground. The ground broke. The God Elephant could not stand. Fell on the floor. The God Elephant kept struggling, but the suppressive powers of the coin were too much for it to bear. No matter what it tried, it was unable to get up. The rocks beneath its feet kept cracking. Its body started to sink into the ground. Boom! The planet was blown up by the God Elephant. The God Elephant fell through and out of the planet, making its body continue falling through space. It was getting further and further from Hansen. Roar! The God Elephant madly roared. It stared at Han Senator in the end. It had no choice but to concede and leave. Space. That coin can keep gathering up power, and the power is still there. But this is different from the saving power skill. That is Dollar's true power. He did not need a God personality armament to suppress the true God class Maha-God Elephant. What kind of Geno art is that? It was used by Dollar, who is Butterfly, yet the Maha-God Elephant was unable to tackle it. Did you see it? Who said Dollar only depended on law powers or the God personality armament? He did not need those two to suppress a true God. Interesting Geno art. That was God's comment. Hansen's victory did not generate much excitement. After all, people had seen crazier fights before. His fight was not that exciting. It was just a nice display of saving money that incited the curiosity of others. It was the last day of the ranked fights. The rankings were pretty much still. Everyone knew about the top 10. Ancient Sacrifice God dropped out of the top 10 due to Sky Palace leader, but he still had one opportunity for challenge. After the challenge, he ended up back in the top 10. At the top of the list, unmoved, was Golden Growler. Very High Leader was second. Demon Alpha was third. Lu Lai was fourth. The Xenogeniac called Seeking Perfume Beast was fifth. Sky Palace's Zhang Shendao was sixth. Extreme Kings by Wu Chang was seventh. A Xenogeniac called Empty Dragon King was eighth. Ancient Sacrifice God had made a comeback to claim ninth. Underworld Ghost was 10th. Underworld Ghost was quite strange. He was invisible. No one was able to tell what he looked like, and no one knew what xenogeneic or race he belonged to. The xenogeneics that challenged him could never see him. Thus, they were beaten. As for Bai Wuchang from the Extreme King, Han Sen heard from Bao Ying that he was actually at a level higher than Bai King. He was the generation's scariest elite from the Bai family. The ranked fights were almost done. There could not be any drastic changes. Han Sen was able to calmly wait for the fights to be over before claiming his rewards. Number 25 was able to claim a random True God weapon and get 4 random True God materials. In addition to that, there was a God Spirit stamp. As for what the God Spirit stamp meant or did, Han Sen did not know. What does the God Spirit stamp do? Han Sen asked God. You can use it to enter the Geno Hall's gate, God said. You can enter the Geno Hall safely one time. Can I go to Sky Armor God's Hall? Han Sen asked. Of course, God said with a nod. Aside from Sky Armor God's God Temple, can I go anywhere else? Han Sen asked. Han Sen had evil Lotus God's son's God personality. If he had the chance, Han Sen wanted to get another God personality armament. No. Each God Spirit stamp only gives you one chance. God laughed. He pointed at Golden Growler, who was number 1, and said, But you can go challenge him. If you beat him and earn the God Spirit seat, you can go anywhere in the Geno Hall. You will not be restricted. He managed to scare off very high leader, so why would I even bother trying? Han Sen asked with a lift of his lips. Even if Han Sen could beat him, he did not want to fight Golden Growler. God said it like a joke anyway, so he did not say anything. Everyone thought the Geno God list fights were over. There should not have been any more changes, but the people still craved for more. After all, ordinary creatures would never see deified elites in this manner again. Even if they came across them in the wild, they would not dare look at them. They would be too scared to do so. During the Geno God list fights, the deified creatures were being killed like dogs. These battles had the kind of excitement ordinary fights never managed to generate. Plus, watching deified elites fight inspired ordinary creatures to grow and better themselves. Just feeling their emotions and the wills of the deified battlers made the lower-level creatures understand something. It is over. I wonder when the next Geno God list fight will start. I hope I can see it every year. Stop dreaming. Deified elites do not have the time to fight every day. We might not even have one every 100 years. There will probably be a gap that is even greater than the Geno being scroll. While everyone was talking, 2 names suddenly lit up on the Geno God list. There is a challenger. At this time, who are the challengers? Everyone was shocked and happy. They looked at the Geno God list and saw Golden Growler's name light up. Holy shit, Golden Growler is challenging. He is the first. Who is he challenging? Yeah, who is he challenging? Everyone was confused. They kept looking at the list trying to find out who Golden Growler sought to challenge. Dollar. Golden Growler wants to challenge Dollar. Oh my god. What is Golden Growler doing? Why does he want to challenge Dollar now? On Empty Mountain, the green-haired beast almost passed out in anger. He was stomping his feet. Little Mountain Leader. What is Little Mountain Leader doing? Why is he challenging him? If Dollar concedes, that means he just gave out first place. God was also surprised. He looked at Golden Growler and then at Han Senator. He looked confused. Han Sen was also a little shocked. Does little Gold recognize me? How much hatred is in there? Now, he has selected to challenge Dollar at this time. What is the grudge that must exist between Golden Growler and Dollar? Golden Growlers has first place, yet he still wants to challenge Dollar. If Dollar concedes in the match, he can achieve first place, right? Wouldn't an elite have the dignity not to do that? Dollar won't just give up before at least trying to fight. That is hard to tell. Didn't Demon Alpha concede directly to become third place? People were so excited. They were talking ravenously amongst each other. They were shocked that Golden Growler was doing this challenge. Golden Growler appeared on the space battleground. He stood atop a planet. It looked like he was quietly waiting for the fight to begin. People tried to guess and see if Dollar was willing to accept and join the fight or just concede and reach first place. Suddenly, A shadow entered the space battleground. It was Dollar. He has accepted the fight. He really accepted the fight. The challenge time is over. This will be the final fight. Although Dollar is strong and has that god personality armament, I think Golden Growler is stronger. I think so too. After all, Dollar is just butterfly class. Golden Growler easily managed to scare off Very High Leader. Even Very High Leader said no creature in the universe can defeat Golden Growler, and I think he is right. The Thousand Treasury was streaming this. They were saying similar things. Although what happened inside the Genogod list could not be streamed or recorded, ordinary creatures did not understand high-level deifieds. Sometimes they did not understand the fights between deified elites. The Thousand Treasury used words to describe things. There were 2,000 treasury deifieds explaining the fights and history of deified elite battlers. Of course, the Thousand Treasury capitalized on it all by establishing a gambling station. The two speakers would talk about who would win and who would lose. Golden Growler used his first-rank identity to challenge Dollar. A deified explained. That is surprising. Judging from what we have seen, Dollar might stand a lower chance against him. If Golden Growler wins this fight, he will lose his first place. It is hard to predict what the result might look like. Another deified explained things too. He said, Dollar accepted the fight. No matter who wins or who loses, this will be the most exciting match out of all the Genogod list fights. Yes, let's not talk about their grudges. It is very hard to predict who will end up in first place. If you are interested, you can come put a bet down with the Thousand Treasuries gambling station. The window for putting down your bets will be closing any second now. So, do not miss this final call, people. With that being said, it all comes down to power. Golden Growler should be able to beat Dollar. With many races of the universe watching, Hansen landed on Golden Growler's planet. A man and a beast looked at each other on a grass field full of yellow sand. Very exciting, the commentator excitedly said. Two scary deifieds are staring at each other. They are going to launch the scariest attacks ever. Golden Growler is strong, but Dollar is not weak. He is mysterious. His amazing Geno arts and the Genogod armaments he wields are quite shocking. It will be hard to tell which one of them wins. The fight is going to begin. After the commentator's speech, Golden Growler and Hansen became two invincible elites. They were fighting each other with power. Whenever they moved their hands, it was time to determine the winner. Another commentator tried his hardest to explain the situation. People, please do not think they are only staring at each other. In fact, a silent will fight has begun. If one of their fates has a flaw, they will receive a deadly attack. The two commentators were deified, but they were only primitive. Their talents had been decided only through genofluids. Their power was fairly regular. Their main job was to earn money for the Thousand Treasury. Of course, even now, that was their ultimate goal. Golden Growler moved. He is running at Dollar. He is not going quickly, but every step of his had the power to step on stars. They are like the footsteps that not even the sky nor gods can stop. God, it looks like the whole of space is moving with him. How scary is this attack? The commentator was trying to hype it up. With all the creatures hearing the commentator, they could see Golden Growler running at Dollar. They grew nervous. They were not sure what sort of attack Golden Growler was going to unleash. Could be one hit that killed Dollar. Very fast. Even faster again. Feels like I can see ripples in space. It is no wonder Golden Growler is an invincible elite that Very High Leader could not even go against. He gathers up power to the highest level that won't leak. He seems very light. When he strikes, the sky will break, and the ground will crack. Everyone, please be prepared. Do not get shocked by Golden Growler's power later and have it affect your will. Ah! Golden Growler jumped. Seems normal, but the trail of his body is so good that you cannot imagine it. It has blocked every way Dollar can go. Dollar cannot fall back. Of course, Dollar is standing there not moving. With Golden Growler's perfect attack, he cannot retreat. Maybe the space around Dollar is sealed up. He cannot move. Will he be eaten by Golden Growler? We forgot a question. If dollar is eaten by golden growler and will no longer exist, who will obtain first place? Would it still be golden growler? The commentator stood up with excitement. The other commentator started screaming. He moved. Dollar finally moved. He has put out his hands. They are so straight yet so crooked. One is up and one is down. It has the most mysterious knowledge of the universe that cannot be imagined. It has reached a level of return to origin. We underestimated dollar. He is the top class in the universe. This attack is going to be the first. Everyone in the universe felt their eyes open wide. They were seeing the scariest xenogeneic and the most mysterious xenogeneic in the Genogod list get together. They were nervous. Every creature was guessing who would win when they met up. So close, so close. The strongest hit, the scariest hit. They finally... The commentator was excitedly shouted. His entire body was in an orgasmic mode. Every creature in the universe was excited by his speech. Suddenly, the very excited commentator stopped talking. The two commentators were petrified. It was like they were no longer able to speak. It was not just them. Every being in the universe watching this fight suddenly froze. They saw what happened on the space battleground, and it had made their mouths turn into an zero shape. They saw Golden Growler touch Han Sen's body. His claws went on Dollar's shoulders, but he did not open his mouth to eat Dollar. He used his head to rub Dollar's cheek like a house cat. Dollar was holding Golden Growler. He stroked his head. He looked like he was playing with his own pet. The universe was dead silent. All of the creatures were watching Dollar stroke Golden Growler's head. They could not believe it was the same Golden Growler who had scared off Very High Leader. Little Mountain Leader, what is it doing? The green-haired beast's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. After he realized what was going on, he madly stomped his feet and screamed, "How dare he touch Little Mountain Leader's head? I am going to destroy his dirty fingers." The woman nearby had only just realized what was going on. She looked at the green-haired beast seriously and said, "When you brought Little Mountain Leader back, it already had a lower race companion. Was that low race person Dollar?" "No, it was a crystallizer. He was of a different race to this xenogeneic. There is no way it was this guy who could level up so quickly." "But..." The green-haired beast hesitated. "But what?" the woman asked with a frown. "That crystallizer is now quite famous in the universe," the green-haired beast said. "It was Han Sen, who is in Space Garden now." "Han Sen?" the woman asked with shock. After a deep thought, she said, "It's him." Right now, the universe was all messed up. The two of them were not able to speak anymore. They had not expected things to take such a drastic turn. What is going on? Why does Golden Growler look like Dollar's pet? Dollar, Golden Growler, they must have some sort of connection. I should have thought about that. No way. The Genogod list's number 1 is Dollar's pet. It was not just ordinary creatures feeling this way. Even the old antiques, who had hidden away in the dark, and the higher races all had strange expressions. The woman in Sky Palace was also shocked. Who is this Dollar? Empty Mountain's Golden Growler is treating him like this. The Growlers were always very cruel and cold. They never got close to outsiders. Sky Palace leader thought, Dollar is very special. He has a god personality armament, law power, and a relationship with Golden Growler. I wonder what faction created such a person. In the Extreme King Garden, God watched Han Sen and Golden Growler with great interest. I did not expect you to be this interesting. You have surpassed my expectations. This was certainly not a wasted trip. Golden Growler's claws came off of Han Sen's shoulders. It opened its mouth and spat something into Han Sen's hands. Han Sen picked it up and had a look. It was a crystal body that had been generated by thunder. It looked like countless lightning bolts were broiling around inside it. It was like a mini thunder universe. Is this ancient thunder god's ancient god origin? Han Sen recognized what he had been given. He already had ancient water god's origin. It looked very similar. It was just this new one was a thunder element whereas the other one was water-based. Roar! Little Gold growled at Han Sen. Han-sen and Little Gold had a special connection similar to Little Angel. They were Han-sen's beast souls. Their bodies had been rebuilt to become genuine life forms that existed independently. Yet, they still had a connection to Han-sen who could understand their thoughts. Little Gold had recognized Han-sen because of that connection. Little Gold was saying he wanted to give Han-sen the ancient thunder god origin so he could pass it on to Little Silver. He said it would help Little Silver a lot. So, this was not for me after all? Han-sen felt a little touched. He had not expected Golden Growler to remember Little Silver. He reached out his hand and stroked its head. In the eyes of others, this scene had them seeing Golden Growler merrily swinging its tail like a hunting dog having captured prey to give to its master. Oh my God! Dollar can't actually be Golden Growler's master, can he? If things are really like that, then that is too scary. A pet has suppressed the whole universe and claimed the #1 spot on the Geno God list. It really does seem like things are that way. Empty Mountain's green-haired beast was as mad as a lunatic. He kept stomping around. He wanted to kill Dollar and 180 of his generations. You should go now. I will look for you in Empty Mountain. Han-sen patted Golden Growler on the head and allowed it to exit the space battleground. In that way, Golden Growler was able to keep first place. Golden Growler shook its head and growled. Han-sen knew what he meant. Golden Growler was going to give first place to Han-sen, or Han-sen was going to reject it, but Golden Growler growled at him and lowered its body. It wanted Han-sen to ride him. Dollar! How dare you! The green-haired beast yelled. It was like a volcano eruption. He slapped the floor, making Empty Mountain shake. Every other creature reacted by falling to the ground in fear. Everybody was watching Han-sen ride Golden Growler's back. Suddenly, Golden Growler ripped space and exited the Geno God list. What is going on? Why did they leave the space battleground together? Who lost? All of the audience was in shock. They had no idea what was going on. Quick, look at the Geno God list. Dollar is on top. It looks like Dollar won. No, Dollar won. People started talking nonsense. Everybody turned to look at the Geno God list. The Geno God list's top place was now showing Dollar instead of Golden Growler, which had taken Han-sen's previous position of number 25. Dollar. He is awesome. He let his pet get first place so he could be given it back. If you have what it takes, you can have a Golden Growler for a pet. I think only Dollar has what it takes to do that. In the universe, there is no other Golden Growler. While everyone was talking, Golden Growler took Han-sen out of the Geno God list. They did not teleport back to where they were. They were nearby in space floating next to the Geno God list. Why? Everyone was wondering why Golden Growler and Han-sen had not teleported away. Suddenly, Golden Growler roared to the sky. Its body had a golden light that was like a flood. It went into the sky to tear up space. Under Golden Growler's power, space had a crack. An old, godly temple appeared. It was the Geno Hall. What is going on? I do not think the Geno God list fights are over yet. Are they giving out the prizes already? Prize your ass. Did you not see Golden Growler rip space and summon the Geno Hall? They are going to the Geno Hall. Holy shit, they are going to the Geno Hall? Can he do that? Ancient Water God failed not too long ago. It gave Dollar first place. It gave up the chance to become a God Spirit. The only chance to become a God Spirit is to enter the Geno Hall. That is expected. When the Geno Hall descended, the whole universe felt like it went dim. Only the Geno Hall was shining with holy light. It was slowly coming out from space. Han-sen was on the Geno God list. He understood what Golden Growler meant. Thus, he conceded and gained the Geno God list's first-place position. Although he knew Golden Growler wanted him to go to the Geno Hall and become a God Spirit, seeing the Geno Hall instantly made him a bit worried. The scene of Ancient Water God attacking the Geno Hall was still fresh in his mind. If Golden Growler failed, he would probably end up suffering a similar fate. Little Mountain Leader. He is going to the Geno Hall alone. The green-haired beast and the woman looked worried. The old mountain leader had never made it back from the Geno Hall. Although Golden Growler's power was stronger than the old mountain leader, They could not measure whether or not Golden Growler would make it back. Little Mountain Leader is rushing things a bit. How can he go to the Geno Hall now? Is that Dollar's fault? If Little Mountain Leader did not lose first place because of him, he would not have to go to the Geno Hall. The green-haired beast was furious. He was also very nervous because of his inability to do anything. If things are this way, we have no choice but to wait and hope for Little Mountain Leader's return, the woman said with a sigh. In space, the Geno Hall had already been revealed. The doors that provided access were still closed tight. They did not look like they were going to open. Roar! Golden Growler suddenly roared again. The gold light turned him into a gold giant beast. It forcefully struck the gate of the Geno Hall. Boom! The doors were being attacked by the gold light and opened a little. It enabled gold light to seep out from inside the hall. The light was warm. It shone with a vibrant halo. Many scary feelings were coming out from the door. It made the many people and creatures of the universe terrified. Creatures with low wills were already on the ground, not daring to look at the Geno Hall's doors. It looks like Little Gold is stronger than Ancient Water God. It has just pushed the door open. But Hansen was riding atop Golden Growler's back. He stared at the door that had opened a little with an expression of worry. Ancient Water God had also pushed open the Geno Hall doors, but a scary hand had crushed him. Hansen was scared of the master of that hand. Golden Growler was carrying Han Senator. He stepped toward the doors of the Geno Hall. The gold light kept spilling and firing into the sky. They kept hitting the doors of the Geno Hall. The more times the gold light hit, the wider the opening of doors of the Geno Hall became. They were opening wider. God light was shining inside. Aside from the God light, one was not able to see anything else. Yet. Boom! When Golden Growler went to the Geno Hall's doors, they completely opened. The God light inside shone across the whole universe. It was now daytime in the entire universe. Suddenly, Hansen looked frozen. He saw a shadow appear behind the open doors. That shadow was burning white. It looked as if it was made of God light. The being's face looked like it belonged to the human, sky, or extreme king race, but the God light was too shiny. All Hansen was able to see was its silhouette. Based on the shape of the silhouette, it appeared to be a woman. When Ancient Water God attacked the Geno Hall, he was suppressed by a woman's hand. If the hand belonged to the coming shadow, her hand was one that could kill Ancient Water God. With that threat on the approach, one could imagine how scary she was. The shadow stood near the open doors. It did not walk out. Although it was just a silhouette with its face obscured, Hansen felt that the shadow was looking at him and Golden Growler. Golden Growler's eyes looked golden. It stared at the shadow and looked as if it was going to swallow someone. It walked closer to the shadow. Number 1 on the Geno God list. Please level up to God Spirit and go to the hall. The light silhouette had a woman's voice. Her tone did not have a single ounce of emotion in it. Hansen frowned. Before he said anything, Golden Growler quietly growled. He laid down as if he was signaling for Hansen to disembark. Hansen got off of Golden Growler's back. He was holding Golden Growler's back while he whispered in its ear, "Are you okay?" Roar. Golden Growler roared. It seemed to try and comfort Hansen and let him know that things were under control. Hansen stepped away and watched Golden Growler raise its head. He then went toward the Geno Hall's doors. The light shadow saw Golden Growler come before the door, which prompted her to raise her hands. Golden Growler's eyes looked very mad. It opened its mouth to summon the golden door and placed it across the Geno Hall's doors. No one had seen this before. A door appeared in front of the Geno Hall's doors. This had never happened before. Golden Growler quietly growled. The golden door slightly opened. Shiny gold light came out from within it. The light spilled across the God light coming out from the open Geno Hall doors. Ha! The Geno Hall's door shadows seemed surprised. The raised hand was placed down. She looked at the golden door and suddenly said, "You passed." After that, the light shadow entered the God light and vanished. Roar! Golden Growler looked at Han Sen and roared before walking toward the Geno Hall's doors. Han Sen understood what Golden Growler was saying. It was saying, "I will wait for you there." He watched Golden Growler walk beyond the Geno Hall's doors and slowly disappear with the Geno Hall. It faded from space, leaving Han Sen with mixed emotions. The people in the universe did not know what to think. Golden Growler had entered the Geno Hall in a surprising way, and the person inside the Geno Hall did not do anything. It looked as if the golden door had stopped it. The ancient water god had attempted to fight it, but he was destroyed by a hand. Golden Growler used his golden door like a ticket to enter. The treatment was certainly different. It is easy to go in, but whether or not he comes out is the big question, Sky Palace leader said with a sigh. No matter what happens, entering means he stands a chance, the woman said. That is better than no chance at all. Little mountain leader, you must come back alive. The green-haired beast eyes were floating with light. Han Sen watched the Geno Hall disappear. He turned away and wanted to leave. Suddenly, the Geno God list shone. All the names of the Geno God list were lighting up with a holy god light. At the same time, a video flashed on the Geno God list. It was playing back the best scenes of the top 100 fights inside the space battlegrounds. The first 100 Xenogeneics appeared. The fights of the first 100 warriors were being shown. Han Sen appeared at the end. He was in first place, so the final image displayed him. It was a moment that was going to stand for all eternity. In the next second, the Geno God list released more holy light. Came down to grace Han Sen's body. His body was showered in holy light. Something suddenly fell from the holy light of the Geno God list. Came flying toward Han Sen. A white jade crown slowly fell on Han Senator. It landed atop his head. Holy light was spinning from the white jade crown. As the presence came out, it was like a god spirit. A very strange god spirit power came out from the white jade crown. It fell onto Han Sen and turned him into a being who looked like a god spirit. A message came out from the white jade crown. It was in Han Sen's brain. It delivered him many messages. Sky God Crown. Destroyed Class God Personality Armament. Regarding how to use Sky God Crown, it also showed up in Han Sen's head. He was instantly able to understand what power the Sky God Crown had. I see. It does not give me the God personality to become a God spirit. It uses Sky God Crown's power to give me the authority of coming in and out of the Geno Hall like a God spirit. Han Sen understood how he was supposed to use the Sky God Crown. He now knew what was going on. After figuring it out, Han Sen felt rather angry because every being in the top 100 had a true God weapon. A God personality armament was just like a true God class weapon. Han Sen didn't feel as if there was much difference between the Sky Vine Radish God Lance and the Shield of the Medusa's Gaze. They were practically the same level. He had earned first place, but he had only earned a God personality armament. Aside from enabling him to enter the Geno Hall, it did nothing. It did not seem particularly useful. While Han Sen was still thinking, the Geno God list started to move. It teleported him back to the Extreme King Garden. Congratulations. I was not expecting you to be number 1, God said with a smile. You are being too cheap, Han Sen complained. Why does the number 1 spot only earn a God personality armament? Second and third earned a God personality armament too, and the first received the same. That is not supposed to be the ultimate prize for number 1, right? God looked at him with disdain as he said, You have no idea of the luck you have now. They are destroyed class God personality armaments, just like your Sky Vine Radish God Lance. This God personality armament is destroyed class as well, but it is not the same. Plus, the Sky God Crown grants you passage into the Geno Hall. Do you know how many elites have craved that power across all of time? What is the level of the God personality armaments level? Is the destroyed class stronger than the destroyed class? Han Sen quickly asked. You will know once you enter the Geno Hall, God said with a smile. Your little doggy went there. Are you not going to go take a look? Cough. I am busy. I am not going yet. Han Sen then asked, Is it dangerous in the Geno Hall? With my current might, do you think I will end up in danger if I stay there for a while? I do not know. God was being tight-lipped about Han Sen's fear. He ignored him and stopped answering his questions. Han Sen wanted to go to the Geno Hall to take a look, especially since little Gold was in there. He wanted to go. Yet, Han Sen still wanted to wait to become a true god before attempting to enter. If he wasn't, he feared he would just become a burden for little Gold. That would be depressing and possibly make little Gold's situation worse. I wonder when Warner will wake up. Otherwise, if she keeps staying next to me, suppressing my super god spirit body, I cannot use my super god spirit mode for a long time. It stops me from doing what I want. Han Sen looked at Destiny's Tower, which was where Warner was. She was still fast asleep, but she looked much calmer than usual. Her life force was lively and much better than the last time he saw her. Dollar had been recognized as the top spot on the Geno God list, and Golden Growler had entered the Geno Hall. Plus, Dollar and Golden Growler had a strange encounter. It made the Geno God list fight the topic of many conversations. For a long time, the entire universe talked about them. Dollar and Golden Growler's name became famous across the universe. Many big races tried investigating where Dollar came from, which included Empty Mountain. No progress was made. No one was able to figure out where the elusive Dollar had come from. No one was able to figure out anything more about the strange title of human either. Some old antiques knew about the existence of humans, but Dollar exuded the presence of a xenogeneic. He was different from the blue-blooded humans. They were not of the same race. From what they had seen, the Geno God list did have a human fighter, but he was not like Dollar. That human was Lu Lai and he was ranked 4th. How do I go to the Buddha without anyone noticing me? Han Sen had been killing xenogeneics in the 9 Defense Palace to earn genes, but there were not many high-level xenogeneics in the palace. Han Sen had to eat butterfly-class xenogeneics to increase his genes, so his level-up progress was slow. He wanted to go to the Buddha to get his knife back. He also wanted to get his revenge on Burning Lamp, who had turned him into an ant and harmed Isha. When he went back to the Buddha, he would use his Han Sen identity. He was going to get proper revenge. With Dollar's name, even if he took the knife back, it would be pointless. Now that he had God next to him, if he was to become Han Sen, he would be exposed. He did not want that to happen. Han Sen kept thinking of a way to solve this, but he came up empty. God seemed fairly ordinary and more like an uncle. He seemed to know a lot of things most of the time, but he also seemed weaker than very high-level gods, such as King Jun. Even so, the pressure Han Sen felt was greater than with King Jun. Han Sen was a bit worried, so he did not dare do too much. While Han Sen was thinking about how to get rid of God approached him and said, "I am leaving for a while." Han Sen almost thought it was because he had been able to read his mind, and that was why he said it. "That is a shame," Han Sen replied. "I would like to play more rounds of chess with you." "It is fine," God said with a laugh. "I am going back to do something. I will be back in a few days." "Why are you in so much of a rush? What can be more important than playing chess?" Han Sen feigned surprise. "The Geno Hall has a new member, so I am going to take a look," God casually said. "Are you visiting Golden Growler?" Han Sen's heart sank. He did not think getting watched by God was a good thing. "It is just an average, expected procedure," God said with a laugh. "Since I know you, if he is in any danger, I will make sure to inform you." "Thanks a lot." Although Han Sen said that he thought there was something wrong. He thought, is he going to convince little Gold to push me to enter the Geno Hall? After God said he was leaving, he left. Han Sen was a little worried. He thought little Gold might get bullied because of his relationship with God. Han Sen knew there was no point in worrying. He just wanted to quickly level up, become true God, and enter the Geno Hall. He researched ways he might infiltrate the Buddha. He was trying to get the knife back and revenge on Burning Lamp. The knife's power would be a big boon to Han Senator. It was a weapon designed to help weaker beings wins. He thought it might prove useful inside the Geno Hall. From the data Han Sen had collected, the elites who had entered the Geno Hall throughout history all had a true God weapon. Plus, from Han Sen's experience battling God spirits, true God class power did affect the God spirits. Any power below true God class did not do any damage to the gods. They were almost entirely useless. That was why Han Sen wanted to become True God class first. It would enable him to enter the Geno Hall. One of the sheep heads on the 4-sheep cube leads to where horizontal evil was suppressed. One of them goes to God's farm, and another leads to a place where many scary xenogeniacs were gathered. I wonder where the last place goes. If I use the 4-sheep cube to teleport and travel with Han Sen's identity, I do not think even God could find me. After Han Sen thought of that, he decided to do it. In the past, he was a bit scared of where the 4-sheep cube sent him to. With his current level of power, he was no weaker than a true God class. Plus, he had space teleportation, so he did not have to worry too much. Han Sen had not wanted to use space teleportation before because he was afraid God had a way to track his space teleportation. For Sheep Cube's teleportation, however, was almost untraceable. Han Sen knew the way it teleported him was different from any other kind of teleportation power. It was difficult to break. Han Sen only needed the 4-sheep cube teleportation power to slip away. Afterward, he would be able to get rid of his xenogeniac mode and look like Han Sen again. No one was going to think he was Dollar. Then, he would use space teleportation to go wherever he wanted. Han Sen went to the 9 Defense Palace and selected a room that had no xenogeniac in it. After he pressed the restrictions, he used his Dongxian aura to hide all of the spinning universal cogwheels. He then took out his 4-sheep cube and activated the final sheep head. The black and white goldfish spun fast. They brought Han Sen into the 4-sheep cube. When he crawled outside of the 4-sheep cube again, he was no longer in his xenogeniac mode. He looked like Han Sen again. Han Sen was very alert. He looked around, but he did not see any scary xenogeniacs. All he saw was a void in space. Not far from it, he saw a palace that was bigger than a star. That palace was like a big black beast lurking in space. It was made of metal and looked horrendously cold. The palace also looked like it was in disarray. Much of it had crumbled. It looked a little old. It was like a junkyard for machines. Han Sen did not sense any creatures nearby, so he flew toward the palace. He wanted to see what sort of place it was. Even if he used galaxy teleportation, he needed to know in which direction to head. Right now, he had no idea where in the universe he was. Han Sen quickly approached the metal palace. When he had a closer look at it, the place looked broken. Many giant cracks webbed around the metal construct. It was like the claws of some giant beast had ripped it. Luckily, the door of the metal palace was complete. Han Sen saw 2 words written there. Metal Temple. Temple. Does that mean this place is somewhere inside the Geno Hall? Han Sen was shocked. He had not expected it to be a temple. Han Sen thought, no way, this is the universe. It is different from the space where Skyvine Radish Temple was. Perhaps I have thought too much. Perhaps this metal temple is not that kind of temple. He used the Dongxian aura to scan the metal temple. If this place was that sort of temple, there was sure to be a god spirit on the inside. Han Sen felt instantly relieved. He used his Dongxian aura to scan the temple. He did not find any life forces there or see signs of any creature that resembled a god spirit. That is what I am talking about. It cannot be that kind of temple. Han Sen pushed the door and walked into the metal temple. There was a lot of broken metal inside. The palace was bigger than a planet. He was not able to see a complete portion of the building. It was hard to imagine what kind of battle had taken place there to render a palace into that kind of state. Han Sen kept flying and examining the place. Since the temple was so damaged, it was hard to tell what many of the things once were. The shape of the building was also very weird. It was different from the other kind of buildings Han Sen had seen. Suddenly, Han Sen saw something. It made his expression change. In the fallen metal ruins, Han Sen saw a partially visible god altar. The altar looked similar to the ones he had seen in the Skyvine Radish Temple. It was the altar that was able to revive Skyvine Radish. Han Sen waved his hands and moved all of the metal scraps away. The altar was now easier to see. It was the same as what Han Sen had seen inside Skyvine Radish Temple. No matter the texture, the symbols, or stylings, it was the same. Is this place really a temple? How could a temple look so destroyed? Plus, it is in the universe. I thought the temples were only inside the Geno Hall. Hansen had a puzzled expression. He moved the stuff around in hopes of finding some useful leads. Hansen quickly noticed that the altar was not complete. Some sort of power had broken it. What is going on here? Temple was destroyed. Who had the power to bring a temple into the universe and then destroy it? While Hansen pondered this, he sensed some movement from afar. Hansen's heart jumped. He put away his presents and hid behind a broken metal wall. Not long later, Hansen sensed a creature approaching the metal temple. It was standing at the door where it said, Metal Temple. The creature was staring at those two words. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to watch. He discovered that it was a man with a lot of white hair, but he was very strange. Although he had white hair, he did not look old. He was a middle-aged man with a fair aura about him. The man stared at the metal temple for a while. He sighed said, It has been many years. I am finally back.